Father Benedict Estegon, write this chronicle of the year 1476 at the command of Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, and my ecclesiastical superiors, who resolve me from the evils I have witnessed. God's mercy cleanse my mind of those dark days. The mighty castle of Târgoviște. There I served as chaplain and chancellor to that prince of Wallachia and Transylvania called Vlad V, the most cruel of men, yet once the most just of rulers, known now and to the future by his more legendary names: Vlad Tepes, the Impaler, and of a darker meaning still, Lord... Why then are you reading?
It is nothing, Father.
I will be the judge of that. Let me see.
But, Father...
My son, obey.
It is a calendar, nothing more.
A list of crimes attributed to him.
Every one from a living witness.
It is your death warrant. Burn it now.
Destroy it, then. I will not forget. The record will remain. A testimony of death to our noble lord.
He paid for those crimes with 13 years of his life. The debt is settled.
Small payment before God.
King Matthias Corvinus thinks otherwise. Do you challenge his wisdom?
How can those slaughtered bodies ever be balanced? Hundreds when he sacked the town of Brasov. 5,000 at Great Shieldov. 25,000 in the Bulgarian campaign.
God rest their souls and give them peace.
Did Lord Dracula say that, as he had them all impaled on pointed stakes, alive?
And 3 years ago, I was young, and, like you, filled with pride for truth. With Emmanuel, a brother priest, I traveled the villages of this land, preaching our faith boldly. One day, word reached us to attend the Voivode Dracula at his court, here in Târgoviște. We came bravely, for we knew the horrifying reputation of the man. But he greeted us most courteously.
Monk Emmanuel, you have preached to my people. Do they respect you for it?
They respect the word of God, my lord.
And what do they say of me?
All manner of good things, my lord. All men hold you in honor and affection. There is no man but does not call you noble.
Guard, take this monk and feed him, while I question his brother. Your name, monk?
Benedict, my lord.
I suspect from your face that you fear me.
You hold me in the palm of your hand, my lord. But I fear God more. They call you tyrant, and you are renowned only for your vile cruelty. You have proved as much, for they do not call you Vlad Tepes for nothing.
No man has dared call me the Impaler to my face before.
You asked for truth. Even if it be my last words, I give it, freely.
Then you shall live, as witness to the glory of your truth.
My lord, thanks be to you and to God.
But think on this, priest. Every truth carries its own punishment as well as reward. Your reward is life. Guard, the priest who lied, impale him in front of his brother here, as witness.
No,
God have mercy.
no,
Deliver us.
no, no, no.
I stayed there, hopeless to the end. It was a slow death.
Yet you have remained here at Târgoviște until now, even after Vlad Dracula's imprisonment. Why?
It was a wish granted to him by King Matthias Corvinus, that I should serve Vlad Dracula as his witness before God. But that king, too, has a dark sense of justice. The price of Vlad's freedom was conversion to my faith.
It has taken 13 years.
But now his faith is deep and strong. He is the fiercest of the king's champions.
Now he has the king's sister as wife, big with their bond child. Does that wipe away the past?
My son, do not question the lives of princes unwisely. Go now, and pray for the Lady Ilonia in her hour of childbirth. Vlad's marriage to the king's sister, Ilonia, had taken place in the last months of his exile in the fortress of Buda. He had been married before, and from that union a son, Istvan, had grown to manhood. Though Vlad, like all princes, had taken concubines and mistresses, this second wedlock was of a different nature. If love ever existed in his life at all, it was for the gentle, serene Ilonia. At the end of the summer, when he brought her at last to his great castle of Târgovishte, she was already heavy with child. Now she lay in labor, but her stepson Istvan's face was cold.
She suffers. The signs are not good.
She is a frail vessel, my lord Istvan. Our prayers must go out for her.
Your prayers, Father, not mine.
The child she bears will be your sibling.
A half-brother only.
Perhaps a sister, but of royal blood.
I am my father's firstborn. That birthright cannot be taken from me.
No one denies that right.
At the first cry of the child she bears, I am denied everything. I will not share.
At least, like your father, be just.
I leave justice to God. Will God listen to her or to me, do you think, Father?
He makes his own judgments, my son.
And I'll be more useful inspecting the stables. You make a better listener to God than I, Father.
Father Benedict.
Yes, Catelyn, my child.
Come. Dr. Santish begs that you should come quickly.
Thank God Catelyn found your father.
When Doctor calls for priest.
It's that bad, yes.
Her first child.
And she is not young. Pray for her, Father. And for us also.
Is there no hope at all?
The midwives know, as I do. And we're in terror for our lives. If I fail, he forgives nothing.
Dr. Santish, more than anything, he desires a son by her. Give him that, and you will share his triumph. Do nothing, and you lose everything.
Pray for me, Father.
I pray for us all.
Elizabeth, Catelyn, hold me, lady, fast. We have no choice.
Father Benedict,
My lord,
why is your presence needed at my wife's bedside?
to give her strength and God's grace.
Is she so weak?
She fights valiantly to give you a son.
She knows my mind.
She would give everything to please you.
A son. Istvan is already a man, but this son will be supreme.
Not only your heir, but heir to the king and Hungary.
With such a bloodline, he will be greater than the hero John Hunyadi himself. He will conquer all Asia in the name of Christ, my son.
My lord, come away.
Must she suffer? Every cry tears at my flesh.
It is the glory of women to bring forth life.
But the pain...
Without it, there would be no dignity.
As in death also. Man can discover all secrets, given time. Do you hear? Is that a child? My newborn son?
That is not a child's cry.
Well, what have they done?
Silence!
Sentess! Show me my son!
My lord,
Show me!
my lord, it never lived.
That is not my son. Benedict, do you see this thing?
Do not dwell on it, my lord.
Blotched and twisted. It's not human. It's evil. A malignant creature.
Sentence, cover it, man.
Hide it. Take it, Benedict. Exorcise and burn that devil's lump while I shrive its conjurer. God!
My lord, hold fast to God.
She will live now. You will see. We have torn the evil from her belly. She will live. She will live! God!
My lord!
Take these butchers from my sight. Let them take as long to die as they performed their work upon her.
My lord!
No!
Bird of the night, listen to your lord.
My lord, have I pleased you?
Oh, you have pleased me. Do not fly away.
Let me rest between your hands. I'm so tired.
Oh, the blood, Benedict, the blood. Will it never cease?
My lord, do not blame our son.
Oh, I will blame no one. Only stay with me.
I must sleep.
Is it sleep, Benedict? Tell me.
She will never wake.
She sleeps, damn you. I feel her heart against my face. The warmth. Oh, God, the blood. Will nothing stop the blood?
You have killed the only man who could have saved her.
You lie.
I speak nothing but truth. I am God's witness.
Will he take her too, and my son?
He has his justice as you have yours. Accept what he gives, and you will find peace, my son.
I do not accept.
He is greater than you, than your king, than all great princes. Accept.
No!
He has taken what is his. You cannot reclaim her. Only give.
Give? Accept? If he is so great a prince, then he will give and accept. I am an honest man. I have served his cause. I have killed soulless infidels in his name, and built holy churches on battlefields once drenched with blood. I have been God's champion. If I have any right to that claim, let her live.
Your challenge is too late. She is dead.
Then all goodness and grace dies with her.
My son, for the love you once had for her, God-given.
I deny God. I am his everlasting enemy. I spit upon his mercy.
I cannot remain here. It is unholy.
You will stay.
Then will you kill me too?
You are tied to me, priest. By your own words, you are God's witness. What I shall do is dedicated to your eyes, and through you will defile him.
You told me once, for every action, there is a consequence.
Ah, the sword of truth, double-edged, good and evil. Well, by my evil, you will know good. But until I release you from that stewardship, you will suffer my sins as you suffered Brother Emmanuel's agony to the death.
Father.
Keep your sympathy from me, Istvan.
Only this minute I've been told.
Then you know. She died. Killed by the monstrosity within her, and by an absence of God's mercy.
But don't let grief blind you.
I am not a woman to be comforted. I am Vlad Dracula.
You are my father.
Then obey.
Command me.
Leave Tergovishta. Go to the king. Do battle for his cause with honor. But you will say nothing of what has happened here.
But it is his sister, your wife. The funeral ceremony.
I command you to say nothing.
Yes, Father.
You must have no part in this grim chronicle, my son. The conflict is not yours. But go. Go now and quickly. And leave me to what I must do.
The funeral of the Lady Ilonia was Dracula's last respect to her name. Every possession in her name was burnt. Her ladies-in-waiting were butchered and impaled at the entrance to her tomb. Her name was never to be spoken again. But this was not the end of the perverted death rites commanded by Lord Dracula. The doors of every church in Tyrgovishta were barred and bolted. Every holy bell pulled down. Every priest banished under threat of violent death. The name of God was forbidden. A terrifying silence of the soul hung over Tyrgovishta. And only I remained.
Father Benedict.
Jacob! My son, you must go with the others. Quickly!
Come with us.
I cannot.
There is still time.
My time is here. I am God's only link with this wretched prince.
I may yet save him from himself.
You cannot save him. He is forever damned.
My son, you do not understand.
I know this. Without you, his evil will have no meaning. Leave him now. Leave him, Father.
No.
I will not be far away.
You are commanded to leave Tergovishte under pain of death.
The people need me. They will keep me safe, hidden in the town.
Now who's looking for the martyr's death?
Not me. After what I've seen, I'm a coward. You won't find me preaching and ranting at street corners.
Just skulking in cellars, celebrating Mass.
It's the least I can do. Before God.
Take care, my son.
You also, Father. I will say Masses for you in the people's name.
Give them my blessing. Go now. Quickly!
I'll hide in the vest.
All out!
Goodbye, Father.
Priest Benedict,
Yes, my son.
we're not related, so none of that eyewash.
We are before...
Don't mention that name. It means death.
I speak that name without fear. God.
For his sake, then, Father, do not make me commit that crime. Not to you.
Do not be afraid, Captain Ference. I alone may speak that name, protected by Lord Dracula's favor.
Others aren't, though. And if I allow that name to be spoken, then it's me hanging from the highest stake, clutching my guts.
Black justice.
I'm his man, and I abide by it.
I want no man to suffer for my sake, Ference.
That won't be easy. With you protected...
Someone has to pay. I know.
Well, take care.
Was that the reason for you coming to this chapel?
It's to be walled up.
But it's my place of worship. His place.
There is no place for him in the castle of Tergovishte.
He is here, though. Isn't he?
I'm not here to talk. There's a job to be done.
Leave me time for prayer, at least.
I daren't. Lord Dracula demands your presence.
Now?
While we purge the castle of any priests who think they'll stay.
The last place they'd come would be this chapel.
That's why I'm ordered to wall up every door and window without searching it.
Give me 5 minutes. No more.
Sorry, Father.
Have you no piety?
I prefer to stay alive. Out you come, Father. Unless you want to stay in there with the spiders and the mice.
They are his creatures.
But there's none that you've a special regard for, is there? Or was the echo I heard...
What?
No more than an echo. I mean to say, if it had been a priest, hiding perhaps...
What makes you say that?
It was only a thought, but if it had been... Well, either I'd have to take him out and impale him outside the castle walls...
Dear God, not that.
Or he'll stay as quiet as a mouse as we seal him in and die in good company, without light or air or pain. Come away, Father. Either way, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing. Only witness.
No time for that, even. I must take you to Lord Dracula right away. Come along.
Hurry, priest. Mount your horse.
I am not prepared for a journey.
Soldier, give the priest your cloak. You may freeze, but my witness must be kept warm.
Sooner than he suffers, I will do without.
Take it, or he dies on his captain's sword now.
Thank you. Thank you, my son.
Remember, priest, accept.
Without question.
Or be witness to the consequence.
Where do we ride?
My spies tell me there is a village priest who calls me the accursed impaler. We ride to visit him. Forward, Captain!
Then you dare to spread your vengeance beyond the walls of Tergovishte.
Where it affects me, yes. But I will bring him back to Tergovishte and show him what he says is true. Headman, I am Lord Dracula.
I know it, my lord.
What is your name?
Fair Gay, my lord. I speak for all the village.
Your priest also?
He is not here, my lord.
That is unfortunate.
Rather than have your anger spill over against us, he left the village.
I came to show him the truth in what he calls me. Tepesh, the impaler.
My lord, no. Spare them.
This priest knows my ways, Gergely. When your priest returns,
You will present him with proof of what he claims of me.
Proof, my lord?
I am Vlad the Impaler. He will know it is I who passed this way, for the evidence will stand here, before his church. You, his congregation.
Less than 50 souls lived there. He spared none. As we left that small forest of impaled innocents, Lord Dracula turned briefly to me and smiled, coldly. I could say nothing for the grief that blinded me.
Tears, priest? Is the winter wind so bitter? There is worse yet to come.
His march of terror swept like a scythe through the villages and hamlets set about Tirgovishta. His soldiers, those terrible avengers, first savored, then sickened of the bloodlust that drove their master on. At last, blood lost its obsession even for him, and he turned his proud stallion's head homeward, to the next crossroads that would carry...
What is it, Captain? Do they fate us, or do they flee in terror?
Neither, my lord. They've caught a witch. They're testing her, then putting her to death.
Without my permission?
They seem to think her death will honor you, my lord.
Let us see this witch. Let the witch stand forth.
Speak, Janos.
She's cursed my cattle and Laszlo's too. 3 calves I'd
And the children, where are they? Make her speak.
Put her to the death. Oh, don't let her come close, master. She'll curse your beast.
Sign of evil is on her. Beware.
Silence! Stand close, girl. I would see your face.
Look into my eyes, if you dare.
The girl stood forward, dirty and ragged, but with all the grace of a young animal. Her hair was free, and although threatened by the villagers about her, she had a pride that made them her slaves. But it was when I saw her eyes that I knew she was evil. She was of the breed of Lucifer, and no one can look into those eyes and be called holy. I turned my face aside and prayed.
I am named Militsa. Call these dogs from me.
Give me good reason.
Because you are Vlad Dracula, and you have need of me.
We have proved her guilty. She must die.
I will interrogate her.
Torture her. She'll talk then. She must speak first. Here.
She will be questioned at Tirgovishta.
No, she must be destroyed. In the ancient manner.
Laszlo, Janos, the pitchfork.
Kill those 2 men! Take the girl on your saddle, parents. We ride for Tirgovishta.
I ride with no man but my Lord Dracula.
Then you will walk barefoot at my horse's flank, and if you fall, you die.
Ride on, then, my lord.
Salamander! Forward! Move, you black devil!
He will move only at my command.
Those peasants were right. You have cursed the beast.
Seat me at the pommel of your saddle.
I am not to be commanded.
I am. Lift me up.
Now, break the spell, witch.
Salamander, go!
Our return to Tirgovishta was swift. We paused for nothing. Salamander, as though possessed by the very powers of darkness, set a pace that only checked when we reached the gates of the citadel. The first of the winter storms was already upon us, cursing and howling its eerie song among the palisade of stakes outside the castle walls.
Why have we stopped?
Are these your enemies, set upon those stakes?
They are my people, delivered from a worse evil than death.
I have come too late, then.
Why? Would you save them?
No, my lord. They are past that.
Do they amuse you?
They are broken puppets now. But how they must have danced and bled. Salamander, go in.
Closer to the fire, priest. Warm yourself. It's going to be a long winter.
The girl, Melitza.
She is being tended now, bathed and dressed. She will be a welcome pleasure. I shall enjoy her.
She owes you her life.
She will pay for it. Did you see her body, Benedict? How it moved and twisted. Mother naked beneath her rags.
I saw only the evil in her eyes.
Did it draw you? Command you? Make you lust for her?
No.
Then you turned away too quickly.
I have no part in what she can give you.
You are my witness. I command your eyes.
No.
You will see her flesh, and my hand upon it. You will see my desire fulfilled.
He will see nothing.
He sees all, suffers all.
What I bring you is not for old men's eyes. See, he already suffers. Why do you think he cannot bear to look at me? Shall I set my lips upon you, priest?
He burns! See how he burns!
Get thee behind me, Satan!
I am Lilith, sweet daughter of Astarte Storoth. Can you deny Our Lady of Babylon? Or her handmaiden?
I do deny her, and all her evil ways. I call upon God to protect me and punish...
Oh, get rid of this old fool.
Leave us, priest.
I want him killed. Impaled. Now.
No.
He would cry out. Blood spurting on the stake. As I, upon...
No. No. While I live, he lives.
Is his power over you so great?
Ask him.
Priest, answer.
I stand for God, whom Vlad Dracula would deny.
Is that your revenge, Tepesh? Is that all?
Now, do not mock me, gypsy.
You're a child, smashing trinkets out of spite. That is no vengeance against his feeble deity.
The people cry out at my evil.
But that is not power.
No one denies Vlad Dracula.
The screams of dying men, the shudders of an old priest. Is that all you seek?
Do not listen to her.
There is a greater vengeance. The priest knows it. Ask him.
I will not answer.
Answer, or she...
Tepesh!
He faces a moment of truth.
Two-edged.
He knows it.
Step back. You are not beyond redemption.
You are afraid. For my soul's sake, you are afraid.
Yes. If you go on, you are lost to God.
But not to you. You are still my witness.
Release me. Give me peace.
Never.
Make him leave. Our night is before us.
Now, speak first. I wish to see the terror in his eyes for what he knows awaits me.
Look into the priest's eyes.
Look at me, Benedict. Through those aged tears.
My son, for the love of God,
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see love there, mingling with the fear. Poor old man. There is such a despair in your soul. I slip through your fingers like quicksilver. Do you feel me as I go from you?
Yes.
Ah, such a desperate sadness. Would you be happy if I gave you back my soul?
God would be happy, my son.
That's what I thought. Leave us and go to him. Tell him in your prayers that you have failed. Tell him I serve a new master. Go.
And while you pray, priest, remember, the initiation starts with me.
There was no part of that great castle in which I could escape the memory of those serenely evil eyes, gold-flecked like the great cat. The many soldiers were restless and on edge. Their serving women panicked at every shadow, while the horses in the stables around the courtyard fretted and kicked all night long. I found Captain Ferrance in a lonely turret.
Do you hear them, priest? The horses.
They know that something is wrong.
It's the storm. Never like a cold storm, horses don't.
Perhaps they know who raised it.
You've been listening to the serving wenches, superstitious sluts.
The soldiers too, then. They blame the gypsy.
Do you think she's a witch?
I know she is.
That won't save her from the master, if she fails to please him.
She's already her slave, bewitched body and mind. She will rule us all.
So soon?
You expected it?
He was getting sick of the blood. Something had to happen.
Something has happened. Something so evil.
Dracula bedding a gypsy girl. Nothing new in that. Where's your faith?
Riding the wind. It may not see this night out.
It will last longer than these castle walls. Why else do you reckon my Lord Dracula picked on you as his holy water jester?
Do you speak truth, Ferrance?
Common sense, at least.
Jacob was right. The Holy Church rests in the souls of the people. God save his memory.
The way you speak of him, anyone think he was dead?
What? But he cannot be alive. The chapel...
Yes, walled up. Doors and windows all.
Then how?
There's more ways in and out of this castle than you can see with your own two eyes, Father.
Passages. Tunnels.
Yes, for those who've got the guile to go looking for them.
From the vestry.
Is that a fact?
But where?
They do say that the old sewers, built by the Romans like as not, run clear down underneath the town.
Then he's safe. With the people.
The wind's so strong up here, you know. I can hardly hear a word you say.
Bless you, my son.
For a winter wind. Small blessing there.
It warms me like the fire of Christ, tempering my faith.
May it blow long and full then. For you'll need your faith with that black witch among us.
Gypsy girl, you are a witch.
A witch. But more than a witch.
Silver-bodied, like the slender moon.
She is my sign. As Draconis, serpent of the stars, is yours.
And together we rule the night sky.
But the moon is dying.
It wanes only to return.
My lord, I weaken also.
What are you saying?
I'm ruled by her. She is the mother of my spirit. As the moon dies, so I am plunged into darkness. Soon it will be time.
You cannot leave me, I command you.
Accept what I tell you. My lord.
You are not to die.
I shall return. Only accept.
What is happening? Your face.
Look away. Leave me now.
Come back! Come back!
Believe in my power.
I believe. Only stay.
Look into my eyes.
Melitza, what have you become?
At the full moon, I will show you a great secret. Come to me. Then...
No, I will not leave your side. I will call doctors, the greatest physicians in my land.
They know nothing. The owl knows all. It is time.
The moon. Melitza. The moon.
Father Benedict! Wake, priest, wake!
What is it, my son?
Come quickly. My lord commands you.
In a moment.
Now! You dare not delay!
What is wrong?
He has gone mad. The gypsy girl is dying!
Was it you, priest? What sacred incantation have you performed?
I have done nothing, my lord.
She has left me, she too, and if it was your doing...
I had no hand in it, I swear.
You will die as no man has ever died before. You will beg, and my only mercy will be greater pain.
If that is God's will.
Admit it! You wished her destruction.
To save your soul, yes.
Ah, there I have you, priest, self-confessed. Murder by sorcery.
But God in his mercy has spared me that terrible act.
Huh?
The sorcery is hers.
What?
See, I hold this glass before her lips. She is not dead.
There is breath. There is breath.
It is a witch's trance. A catalepsy.
She said, only believe.
By this she has made you her slave.
She has true power.
She is evil.
And I believe in her.
Then you are lost.
Until the full moon. Only until then.
My lord, dismiss me.
No. You are the watchman. You will stay here by her side. Only when she is mine again will I release you.
Vlad Dracula knew I had no choice. I sat by that living corpse, waiting for the moon spell to run its length of days and nights. By candlelight I watched that face, so young, and yet in its lifeless eyes, holding a knowledge so old, so ancient. Then, as the first sleek sliver of the moon rode the night sky, that face began to change. Each night, gazing into those fathomless eyes, I entered a dream so deep, so dark, it goes beyond memory. But when I woke each dawn, there was a flush of beauty on the gypsy's skin, the merest sign of brushed color from the sunrise. Her life was flowing back. I could not even pray. I felt so crushed by this dark power. And then, at the full moon, she awoke.
You have served me well, priest. Where is my Lord Dracula?
I am here.
Welcome, my lord.
Go, priest. This is no place for you.
I am young again, Vlad Tepesh.
And beautiful as the risen moon.
As full and as fertile. Fitting for the fruit of dragon seed.
You cannot know that.
It will be a son.
My son.
And your pledge to Lucifer.
What?
It is the price of knowledge. Accept.
I accept.
There is a pact to be signed.
I will sign it.
In blood, my lord. in blood.
Do you think I'm afraid? Here is my blade.
Oh, put aside your sword. What I take with an ace.
In his great passion for the witch girl, the grim castle of Târgovishte became the center of life for Dracula. His bands of cruel mercenaries terrorized the lands about him still, but Vlad Dracula never rode with them. His was a darker exploration.
Do not cease your prayers, priest. I only observe.
Leave me, witch!
Does my presence trouble you? Is the looseness of my perfumed hair a hindrance to proper prayer? Do these naked shoulders move you?
Begone, child of evil!
We have a bond, you and I.
No!
Those empty dreams. Do you remember? That life could be yours.
I will not remember.
That cross. Discard it. It is the last barrier between us. Then you will recall that dream and see clearly all that was promised you in every sweet detail.
I call upon all the saints and God Almighty to protect me from your evil tongue.
Oh, be silent, priest. Save your holy curses for the poor. Or I will set a mark on you. One you will long remember.
The blessing of God protected me from knowing her meaning. But those dark dreams were like a mighty silence looming over me. I feared what it contained, for I sensed those dreams were interwoven with a choice I had to make. But the decision was too great for me alone. I needed help.
This is as far as I can take you, priest. You'll come out in the cellars of the coaching inn.
And he will be there.
If Dracula's spies haven't caught him already.
And if they have?
They'll have made him talk, won't they?
You mean they'll know of this tunnel?
And you'll be taken at the other end.
I will tell nothing.
You'll talk. They always do. I know what they get up to in the way of persuasion. It isn't pretty.
You're risking your life.
Not if we're lucky, and you come back before dawn. If you don't...
It means I never will.
Remember what I said. Get the news to Lord Istvan. He'll know what to do.
But my son...
Get on, priest. You haven't much time.
Who's there? Miklos? It's me. Look at my face. Father Benedict. Brother Jacob. Is he here?
Come out of there and shut the cover. Yes, he's here. Just finishing a baptism.
Thank God. The people still have their faith.
Not all. There's some that take his lordship silver. That's why I'm on guard. Give you a surprise, did I?
I thought it was a trap.
And so it could be, Father.
My son, Jacob, God's blessing on you.
And you also, Father. But better give thanks to God that Miklos is with us. You are too trusting.
But I know Miklos. I christened his children.
That wouldn't have saved you, Father.
Why have you come?
I can live with such evil only by knowing there is hope here. I had to come.
You are free of him now. Escape. Join us.
He would kill every soul in Târgovishte.
I know. I am bound to him by the sword. I must remain there in that grim castle.
In spite of the degradation he thrusts upon you.
It is enough to know that faith still exists, my son. Will you pray with me?
Miklos, keep watch. I'll take Father Benedict into the chapel.
A chapel? Here?
The wine cellars of the inn are like catacombs. Where better? Come.
In the deepest wine vault, the sight of that makeshift altar, covered as it was with an unembroidered cloth, filled my heart with love. And I wept to be within the grace of Christ once more. But what monk Jacob next related to me left us both in deep despair.
It is always the young that are taken. 3 so far.
Innocent children. But why? For what vile purpose?
It is said they are used as sacrifice.
By the witch girl?
For their blood.
She is the most evil creature I have ever known.
But more than a witch, a Satanist.
God help us all.
You are in the greatest danger.
Where she leads Dracula, I cannot follow. Nor can I defy her power. I can only pray.
There are great forces against us.
Here you have the people and their faith.
But a faith that's kept well hidden. The people are like me, afraid.
There is one hope. Vlad's son, Istvan.
He finds glory skirmishing the Turks for King Matthias Corvinus.
He is not out of reach.
2 days' ride.
The people of Tergovishta are his people. Help us.
He is as cruel a lord as his father.
But more just.
He cannot give judgment in his father's kingdom while his father rules, when it is his.
That may never come to pass.
What?
The witch girl is with child.
Dracula's greatest wish.
Can you imagine a spawn of that corruption?
But what of Istvan's rights as son?
They mean nothing. This child of Lucifer will have everything, including all the powers of darkness that his vile mother will breed into him.
They say Vlad Dracula's bloodline stems from Genghis Khan.
Can such a monster live again?
Istvan loves his father deeply.
It is not returned.
He is a Christian, dedicated to serving King Matthias Corvinus against the infidel.
Would he stand by and see his father brought into corruption?
If his inheritance depended upon it, yes.
Then he must be persuaded.
And soon.
I am helpless. Dracula's captive.
It is not your mission. I will go to Istvan myself. Tonight.
I returned to my prison. At every step of my journey back into darkness, I considered how easy it would be for me to escape, as Jacob had pleaded, and so avoid the future that awaited me. But then, in my mind's eye, I saw the town of Tergovishta, razed to the ground, its sole monument a forest of impaled corpses. Was this the sum of all my days? Another ironic alternative offered me in the diabolic game of chess between Vlad Dracula and one poor priest. On the night of the first full moon, Vlad Dracula came to his satanic baptism. Commanded by him, I was there. But I wept as I was drawn into that corrupted house of God.
Horned Master, Lord of the 3 kingdoms, the 3 faces of the moon, the 3 rings of power, know me, your daughter, as I dance here before you.
All sacred images had been thrown down, and in their place, corrupting symbols of the flesh now stood. The altar, black-draped and gauded with occult markings, had on it the tools of their revolting practices. A single black candle flickered with unearthly light, and I fell to my knees, transfixed by the lewdness of her dance.
Melikazada, Farerishus, Raphael, I conjure you by the power of the lost tetragrammaton Habayoth. Draw this person unto you, through me, your daughter in evil. Vlad Dracula, name your will of him to whom all creatures are obedient. Him, the wielder of the words of power by which the elements are overthrown. The sea is turned back, earth shudders, and all the host of heaven, earth, and hell tremble and are confounded.
I desire oneness with the horned god through you.
How shall that joining together be?
As the moon covers the sun.
From that dark union comes new life. So shall you be renewed by this consummation of dark power.
Oh, Sabaoth!
The last image I recall was the face of the gypsy, alive with dark triumph, as she and Dracula came together in that unholy union. But I was to be spared that ultimate defilement, For God, in his mercy, struck me blind. My blindness gave me strength. I was not helpless, for I knew the castle from long past, and its darkness was my friend. But I was not free of Dracula. I could still hear. I could still feel, even sense the wickedness committed in my sightless presence. And I was aware of metamorphosis. The voice of Dracula, a man of nearly 60 years, grew younger, full of a new majesty and of darkness past my understanding.
Soon, my lord, the secrets will be yours. At the satanic baptism of our child.
You have given me knowledge, power, and great joy.
Look in this glass.
I do not need mirrors to tell me who I am.
Look hard. What do you see?
Vlad Dracula, as I was at the great battle of Nandothahevar.
20 years ago.
And you, how old are you?
Older than the mountains that hold this castle to the earth.
As old as the moon itself.
But she renews herself from death to life.
As you did also.
In a village of old women, I alone stayed young. They came to envy me the richness of my hair, the firmness of my body. Their envy turned to hate. When you found me, that hate had turned to fear. They called me witch. But only you know the secret of my death and renewal.
The ceremony of blood.
It is your secret, too. But we must beware.
No one in Tergovishta knows you for anything but young. But they know me.
The priest sees nothing now but Captain Ferenc. He fought with you at that great victory 20 years ago. He looks at you and frowns.
Then he must die. I will wipe away the past. When those all about me are gone, who will know them?
You cannot kill them all.
I have killed thousands.
There is no need. There are many ways to be reborn.
Is this some new sorcery? A spell to give me new form?
The secret of the seasons. Nothing more. What is born must die. To be reborn.
What are you asking of me?
Trust me.
Father Benedict.
Lord Istvan, my son, blessings upon you.
You are blind.
I know this place. I know your voice.
But why isn't my father here to greet me? Have I offended him? What is wrong?
My son, he is a dying man.
What? Was the monk Jacob right? Is it witchcraft?
You will see him in his chamber.
This gypsy wife.
He loves her. Do not speak against her before him.
Is her power so great?
This is not the time or place for questions, my lord.
What is your fear? If you will not answer, then my father will. Take me to him.
At his command. Otherwise, I dare not.
Old man, do not play with me. I am the son of Vlad Dracula. Stand aside.
The priest speaks truth, my lord.
Captain, put back your sword.
No man draws close to my lord Dracula without his word. Move now, and my men will act.
I am his son.
Times have changed, my lord.
You will pay for this with your life.
Do not rebuke him, my son. If he lets you past, he dies. Impaled outside the castle wall.
Kill my father! Tell him I am here!
He knows, my lord Istvan.
Who is this woman?
Did you expect a crone? Or an unwashed slut?
I'm the gypsy, Militza, wife to Lord Dracula. Your stepmother.
Where is my father?
I will take you to him. Come. No need to stare at my belly so. Your sibling brother is not ready for you yet. Come, blind priest. Lead us.
He's like a fallen tree.
The once mighty Vlad Tepes.
Space. He had the majesty of eagles once. Now, he is old.
Speak to him, my son. Gently.
My Lord Dracula, your son Istvan is here.
Father?
Must you weep before me? Are you a child?
Istvan is moved that you're sick, my lord.
Why are there no doctors here?
It is too late, I know it.
No.
Let him accept death. Leave him now.
You do not command me. He has not asked or answered me as yet.
Your battles do not interest me.
I want to speak of you. And what has brought you to this? Why do you refuse to fight? Where is the warrior in you?
You are talking to a dying man, Istvan. He's not interested in your questions.
What I ask is important.
Concerning what?
My inheritance.
How well-timed is your return.
How well-timed is your bastard brat?
My son, give your father peace.
Why aren't you praying for his life, priest? Why is he being allowed to die?
It is his wish. Now go.
I want him to live.
Obey her.
Father, it is my right to stay.
I order you to go. Your allegiance is to the king. Go to him. Serve him well. Bring honor to our name. But do not stay here.
Come, my son. He sleeps.
He looks so helpless. Why does no one help him?
Because they wish him peace. What do you wish, apart from your inheritance?
Do not challenge me. I am his blood, his heir.
Look into my eyes. Know my power.
You are evil.
You are nothing. Go.
Come inside. There is food and drink in the great hall.
Brother Jacob was right. This place is like an open tomb. The soldiers skulk like assassins. There's a stench of decay in every room.
If you had only come sooner.
Is it too late? Tell me the truth, Father.
He is beyond our help now. She has won.
You speak too soon. When I inherit...
You will have nothing here.
It is the law.
He can change it at a word from her.
He must be made to live. Father, pray for him day and night. I will summon doctors, physicians.
He will be dead before they arrive.
You are so sure. Why?
I know her power. I do not need to see her face.
And you accept it? You, who were once so close to him?
I am tired, my son. I have fought a mighty battle. And by his death, I will find release. At last.
A battle?
For his very soul.
He must die within the church.
He cannot, unshriven.
Then absolve him. It is your duty before God.
To receive God's mercy, Dracula must first confess. To confess, he must acknowledge God. He will not.
Then he will end unconsecrated.
His last gesture of defiance against Christ.
Priest, you're wanted, quickly.
What is it, Captain?
Not the end yet, my lord, but he wants the priest.
As witness?
Pray God he will recant.
Not while she's by his side.
Then remove her, Captain.
I wouldn't dare, my lord. And neither would you. Come, priest.
you see freedom, priest? Now that I am nearly gone?
No, my lord. I have no victory to offer God.
While I lived, you had hope.
Like God's mercy. Everlasting.
Then you will never be free.
My lord?
Did you expect a recantation?
Why else was I sent for?
As my witness.
To this, Vlad Dracula's final testament, and to his moment of death.
Sign.
Huh?
I will guide your hand, old man. It is done.
What have I witnessed?
The will of Dracula. You will know its contents soon. You fear what it contains.
Nothing is yours while he still lives.
If you could see, you would know he will die tonight.
You shall not thrust him headlong into death. I shall remain and pray.
But that is his wish.
His wish?
Blind man. You cannot see the night sky. Tonight is the new moon.
I sat by my lord, waiting for him to die. I knew her meaning. Memories of that terrifying vigil at her side pressed down upon me. The growing of the moon would bring even greater power to her. I was helpless before her, as was Captain Ferenc. Only Ishvan himself could rebel, as he surely would when the contents of that dying testament were made known. Suddenly the air of the chamber grew unearthly cold. The gaunt hand I held was rigid in my grasp. There was no pulse. Vlad V, Lord of Wallachia, was dead. I bowed my head and wept for his lost soul. At the heart of the great citadel of Tirgovishte was set the funeral vault that held the ancestors of Vlad V, including his mighty father, who found honor with John Hunyadi against the Turkish infidels. I could find no blessing fit to give, but a silent prayer, commending him to God's mercy. Then the iron gates were closed, and Vlad's testament was read.
This is the testament of Vlad, son of Vlad Dracul. In that my brother Radu is dead before me, no man is more fit to hold my power and possessions than Vlachim, my exiled brother.
What? Go on, Clark. Finish.
It is all his, to hold or share as he will judge. Witnessed, Benedict Estegom, priest.
Who is this Vlachim?
Your father's brother. Captain Ferenc rides to him now beyond the mountains. In 13 days, they will return. And this castle will have a new lord.
Captain Ferenc was never seen again. But the man he sought, Vlachim, came to the citadel of Tirgovishte out of that terrifying storm, its towering clouds hiding the full moon. Even I, set in perpetual darkness, felt the awful power of that dark night.
Father Benedict, he is here. A black Magyar coat with a matched hair, all jet black. I saw it from the west turret.
Tell me what this Vlachim is like, my son.
I didn't see him enter. Come with me to the great hall. He must be there by now.
The storm brought you to us swiftly, my lord.
Swifter still. No, but you greet me.
I am only your brother's widow, tolerated here, not welcome.
She leans close to him like a whore.
Their voices.
She must be stopped.
Where is Ishvan and the priest? I am here.
Where is Captain Ference, my lord?
He is dead.
How did he die?
In saving me from assassins on the mountain road.
He was an honest man.
Then you made your way here alone?
Tergovishta is not unknown to me.
When were you here last?
Why do you question me? I am your lord, not some traveling merchant. Give me the respect that is due.
Forgive him, Lord Vlachim. The death of his father makes him harsh-mannered.
I'm a soldier. I hold fast to facts.
So then remember that I, too, suffered that same loss.
After so many years?
Did he not speak of me, priest?
Never.
Your name was never spoken of as Uncle Radu's was.
You doubt me. And there is envy in your voice.
I have an inheritance.
You have nothing, other than what I grant. Step carefully with me, Istvan.
I am my father's son. I have rights.
Your father is dead.
Through her witchcraft, her sorcery destroyed him.
Priest, is there proof that this is true? Did you see with your own eyes?
I am blind, as you can well see.
Then you saw nothing.
He is old, and his mind twisted with grief. He had a great affection for my lord Vlad Tepes.
Then I shall honor you, priest, and you in turn will serve me.
And her? Will you honor her obligation to my father, her bastard conceived on Satan's altar?
Your brother?
No!
Of your blood, your father's line.
Hers alone. She is evil, and she is damned, and so is her brat. Reject her.
You spit upon your father's memory.
I honor his name.
But you reject this unborn child, his seed.
Yes.
Reject the child, reject the father. So, you in turn are rejected. Go now.
My lord, hear his case.
Priest, be silent. He has made his choice. He will leave Tergovishta at dawn.
I refuse.
Then you will never leave these walls alive.
My lord, let me speak with him. Let me persuade him.
Please, I will not.
Nephew, you have until sunrise. Listen to this priest in his wisdom, and be gone by then. Or you will inherit only death.
I tell you, Father, I will not escape. I will kill him first.
This passage does not lead to safety, my son.
Where then?
To your father's tomb. Inside these gates.
Father, explain.
My son, blindness takes away sight, but it keens the mind, bringing truth where seeing brings only confusion.
Tell me.
Your father was murdered.
By witchcraft? You have the proof?
If I am right, he will be different.
How?
There are ways, more secret and more vile, going back into ancient legend.
Her ways?
I believe she is a vampire.
God protect us.
All the evidence of her dark powers, her catalepsy at the waning of the moon, my own unspeakable nightmares as I sat in vigil beside her drained body.
What was it you saw?
Every dawn, her white body. Now, with more life, and under that pallid skin, the flush of fresh blood.
And my father?
Was her victim.
What must we do?
If he has been killed by a vampire, he is of the undead. He, too, must live for blood. Like her, he will change, take on that beastly form, and go out into darkness, only to return, satiated at dawn.
Even from the tomb?
Even from the grave.
But why him? Why not you, who sat at her side, helpless and unknowing?
This crucifix.
I have no such protection.
I have brought you this. Take it and wear it always. Her power is great.
And this Vlachim, what is he?
Her accomplice. Her familiar.
The devil himself. You did not see his eyes.
I have seen hers, remember, and I was in terror.
Then she and Vlachim must be destroyed. But how?
In the ritual manner. But first, your father. His redemption can only come from you. And it is a hideous act.
Tell me.
The ritual calls that he must be transfixed through the heart with iron. If he is a vampire, there will be a great fountain of blood, and he will groan in terror.
But he will be saved.
Not until you have severed his head and prayed before it at a holy shrine.
My own
if
father.
any part of the ritual fails, if it is not completed before sunrise, all will be in vain. He will escape us, only to reappear elsewhere as deadly and as evil as before.
But if we destroy him?
He is her victim. God's mercy will warm and succor him until he has atoned. And what we do will not be in vain.
Let us go in. Here is his casket.
It will be unfastened, ready for his return.
And when he comes...
You must act quickly. Here's the iron stake. Your sword must shear his head.
But guide me.
Open the casket. Do not be dismayed, my son. It is empty now, but he will return.
It is not empty.
God, what have I done?
It is filled with earth and stones. Why? What have they done with my father's body?
Then he is not dead. There is no brother. Rakim is Vlad himself. Like her, grown young.
See, the full moon, Militza.
And the town below.
A silver toy.
Our plaything.
By dawn, Istvan will be gone.
It will be our citadel alone. Our kingdom of the undead.
They will serve us well, my people.
My lord, there is a child to be fed.
Then let us go down.
Children taken from the village. The sorcery, the satanic mass.
All of it, the ceremony of blood.
I say we should take the castle.
No, my son. It must be the two vampires, by stealth, before dawn.
We're enough. Let's kill them swiftly.
Peace, Miklos, my son.
None for me until they're dead, father.
Miklosh's daughter was the 10th to be taken.
There will be no more.
Then let's act.
There's little time before the dawn. Soon they must return.
Brother Jakob, you and Miklos know what has to be done. The ritual.
Aye.
But Vlad Dracula must be Lord Istvan's sacrifice.
To God.
It will be done. I will not draw back. Let us get to their chamber quickly.
We'll need torches.
No, my blind eyes will guide us through the shadows.
We have all else we need, then.
Swords, the iron shafts, and hammer.
To each of us, a crucifix. And I have holy water to purify that evil place.
This will not be easy. Let us pray.
Each man to himself, then. We've no more time for words.
Kill them first. We'll pray for forgiveness later.
She is there. Upon the bed, alone.
Act swiftly then. By God, we will.
Who's there?
She's awake. She's sitting up.
Do not look into our eyes.
Too late, blind man.
God have mercy upon us.
They're my slaves. Would you know my power? Miklos,
Yes, my lady.
do you see the night sky?
I do, my lady.
It is the kingdom of the owl, the nighthawk, and the moon.
No!
Go from the window, Miklos. Cast yourself down into the arms of night.
Do not command him.
Who shall be next, priest?
Spare them.
Only if you come to me.
I cannot.
Then they die. Choose.
I am blind.
Then I will come to you. Only throw down your holy cross. And I will bind you to me with a kiss.
I could only obey. But I had one small hope left. I threw the crucifix down and waited. I could smell her white body, the fragrance of her hair, the moist heat of her mouth, as face close to mine, she spoke.
So, priest, I set my mouth upon your neck, and you are mine.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit!
I had drenched her vile form with holy water, and the spell was broken.
Priest, what has happened? Stand back. Do not let her touch you, Father. She's changing. What have you done? She's old. She's withering, crumbling into dust.
She is nothing. God give peace to her tormented soul.
Listen, that wind, he comes! Hold fast to God. Into the shadows, as he takes his human form, pinion and tie him from behind.
Dear God, destroy our enemies in evil. We have him.
Mistake!
Priest, you have betrayed me.
I am blind to your evil.
Then your eyes shall be opened to truth. My son, do not destroy me. In the name of God, die! Oh, God, the blood! Will nothing stop the blood?
Do not stop now! His head! His head!
Father, I beg your forgiveness.
Use your sword!
I cannot.
You must! In the name of God! Now!
Please, you forgive me what I do!
God's mercy sanctifies you, my son. But our task is not finished yet.
We have shamed him enough.
Give me the head.
No! No hand shall touch it but mine.
So wrap it in your cloak and bring it.
Where?
The cell, which is my room. There is an altar there and candles. We shall pray together for his salvation.
It is cold here, like the tomb.
It is the only sacred place in this whole castle. Bolt the door fast, my son. Set the head down between the holy candles.
I have never wept for a man before.
He was your father. Pray for him.
Istvan, my son, you are forever damned.
At the sound of that terrible voice, scales fell from my eyes, and I could see.
For what you have done, I pity you.
Standing there in the shattered doorway was my Lord Dracula, cloaked and grim, whole and commanding. He pointed at the altar, and we choked with horror and despair.
Look, see your act of justice.
God have mercy.
The head, set so piously between the candles, was not Dracula's. It was Brother Jacob.
Do you see now, priest? And you thought you had won.
Your sorcery has tricked us, but God will prevail.
You have trifled with God once too often. The sword is set against you.
You are evil, evil.
But I know God, and for that, pity me.
Pity? For you? Dracula the Impaler, the vampire. Let Satan take pity on his own.
He has no claim on me. My crime was to seek revenge against my God. Now I must suffer the irony of God's vengeance in my turn.
Pray for his everlasting mercy.
He is a cruel God, but just, and bitter in his judgment. What I am now is no triumph. I feed on evil and am sickened by it. for I have spat upon the face of God, and like the wandering Jew, I am condemned to immortality, an eternity of blood and evil. Pity me.
This petty lord, tainted with the same evil as his father, Vlad Tepes the Impaler, is condemned with ample proof for the brutal killing of an honest monk, Brother Jacob Cachuli, in this year of grace, 1476. The whole bloodline of evil rests with Istvan Dracula. The only remedy for such evil on earth is death. Let it be done.
Her eyes, Father, golden like a giant cat, yet dark, too, as the night owl's orbs. She was the queen of night. Did you have her, Father? She touched a priest once. How he must have burned, as I did, as my father did, in a hellfire of the flesh. Fire that consumed. They say the axe blade is hot as it shears the neck. Did you warm to that melting heat her mouth? Did you beg silently for her mouth upon your neck? Did you bleed?
My son.
My lord, it's time.
There's freedom out there.
Freedom and a short walk, my lord.
I'm glad it's morning. We see so many terrors by moonlight.
And you, Father, were you ever really blind?
I watched him walk bravely to the scaffold. Kneeling, he glanced once at the sky, and the shadow of a bird in flight passed across his face. The axe blade flashed. The head fell cleanly. It was done. With his death, my chronicle is ended. It is a bitter testament to truth, for with it my days of grace are past. Now, like Lord Istvan, I bow to the axe, for as the devil's witness, I had no witness of my own. Miklos is dead. Jakob is dead. Istvan is dead. Of the gypsy girl there is no trace. They say I was her accomplice in the murder of her lord, Vlad Tepes. For that, and as Istvan's unholy helper, I am condemned. But I smile bitterly as I see the axe that ends me is two-edged, double-headed as my fate. I have lived by truth, and in it I die. My judges think that by ending my life, they end the sorcery of Tirgovishte. They think that by executing Istvan, the evil is destroyed. They are fools. The jailer, he will understand. But will you, for whom this chronicle is written? I tell you, Dracula lives.
In Lord Dracula by Brian Hales, the part of Dracula was played by Kenneth Haig, with Nigel Stock as Father Benedict, Leanne Orkin as Melitza,
and John Rowe as Istvan. Gareth Armstrong played Jacob, Hedley Niklaus, Alonia, and Don Henderson, Captain Ferrance. Also in the cast were George Woolley, Betty Mallett, Patricia Green, Graham Rigby, and Philip Barber. The fanfares were composed by Stephen Hancock and played by a section of the Langley Band. The special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the production in Birmingham was by Anthony Cornish.
Afternoon Theatre.
Before the Screaming Begins, by Wally K. Daly, with James Lorison as Tom, Jennifer Piercy as his wife Sally, Patrick Troughton as the Prime Minister, and Donald Hewlett as A.P. Smith. Before the Screaming Begins.
Nice. You haven't gone off me yet.
Not yet. Ask me in a few years' time.
I'll just try it every anniversary.
Tom, do you think Sam will be all right at the moment?
A perfect babysitter, don't worry.
It's the first time we've left him.
I'm sure he's not going to begrudge his mum and dad popping off for an evening to the scene of the great beginnings. If this clearing in the forest wasn't so romantic, perhaps there'd be no baby Sam now. Here I proposed. Here we stopped as we passed on our wedding night. And here we've sat and watched the moon go down every anniversary for the last 5 years. And each time I've said I love you, and always meant it. A couple of years we'll bring Sam, let him into the secret. Oh, I love you, Sal.
I love you, Tom.
What is it? Don't know. In the clearing, I think. Got to get out of here. Start the engine.
I'm trying. Nothing.
Let me try. Right, open the door. Jump.
Drive, Tom. Tom, let's get out of... Tom, there's a light all around you. Blue light. It's hurting my eyes.
Look away.
Tom, so bright.
Look away. It doesn't hurt. Can't feel a thing. It's coming from the clearing. A pinpoint of light, laser thin. See? Who the hell's doing it?
Tom!
Why?
I'm frightened, Tom. Really frightened.
We'll be all right. Don't worry. What the hell's going on?
Let's get out of here, quick. It still won't start. Oh, what are we going to do, Tom? Tom, why are you looking at me like that? Speak to me, Tom.
Please stay in the car. You are not required. You may leave in a few moments.
Where are you? But I keep telling
Madam,
you...
please try to keep calm.
How can I keep calm when my husband...
It's not helping at all getting hysterical about
What
it.
am I supposed to do? Sit here smiling? My husband has just disappeared before my eyes, and you ask my name and
There
address.
is a procedure laid down for missing persons, and it must be adhered to.
Person? Oh, can't you see? Don't you understand? My husband... My husband. Oh, it's no use. Why don't you believe me?
I'm sorry. I do understand, but look at it from my point of view, madam. We get some pretty amazing stories from that side of the counter, but yours really takes the cake. A pencil of light from a torch you can't see, and no husband. You must see, we've got to check you out. Make sure you're even married, for instance. We've been hoaxed before.
This is no hoax. I am married, and my
I'm
husband...
sure you are, but we've got to check. And while we're checking, there's a couple of policemen on the way to the clearing where all this is supposed to have taken place.
It did take place.
So there's nothing more you can do except help me to get the details down.
Leave the lights on, Walt.
Okay. Reckon this is the place?
Yeah, gotta be. Moors cops, lovers cops, they call it, local to the house for miles. Watch the moon go down and the fairies dancing in the clearing with no one to bother you. Very poetic. Now, let's see if we can find out where they're supposed to have parked. Man, wife, and mysterious vacuum cleaner.
Bleeding creep if you ask me. Wandering around the country in the dead of night. Not what I'd join the force for.
Yeah, cold feet, my little partner. You're in cold feet, aren't we?
Two things I can't stand is owls and little green men. Give me half a dozen villains to face any time.
Well, I don't believe them myself, so there's no problem.
Hold it, John. Over there. Car tracks in the mud.
Okay, we're on our way. Follow them in. Sherlock Holmes, his trusty assistant Watson holding the torch. Heads into the unknown.
It's my turn to be Sherlock Holmes.
Rubbish, you were Sherlock Holmes last night in the timber yard.
Well, that was a false alarm. Doesn't count if nothing comes of it.
Of course it does. Even Sherlock Holmes had false alarms too, you know. So my turn.
Oh, it's always your turn.
Anyhow, how far in did she reckon they parked?
About 50 or 60 yards.
Right. Should be about...
Bank just ahead there. See? A deep rut. That'll be it. Mud's a bit soft.
Right. This looks like the place. Yeah, a lot of spin at the back where she shot off afterwards. Grass chewed up. If they were facing the moon that way... She reckons the blue light shone from the right, over there, right? We'll swing the torch over, Walt. Right. Better call the station.
Don't you think we should take some measurements or something?
I think it's best we just keep away. Just tell them that what appears to be a perfect circle has been burned out of the grass and bushes. At least 10 yards in diameter.
Control 1. Unit 35 contacting. Subject 12 has been boarded. Static pressure satisfactorily. Received.
Unit 35, Control 1 contacting. Received. Mission was seen by witness as demanded by Control Central. Received.
Received. Mission was seen. Surface brain scan reveals the subject's plate was the viewer. Reactions are registered. Base approach now 4.872 units. Received.
Received.
Come on, then. That's a good boy, Sammy. Come on.
I'll get it down.
Go on.
Come on.
Who is it, Mum?
It's someone to see you, dear.
It's someone from the police station.
Any news?
Look, I'll get Sam into bed. Come on. Granny's ten. I'm frightened, Mum. Better get it over. It's either good news or bad news or no news. And the sooner you know which, the better it'll be. Now, come on. I'll send him in, Sam.
Oh, you're right. It's just that I don't want it to be bad news.
Would you like to go through, please?
Thank you. Mrs. Harris?
Yes.
I'm Detective Sergeant Forbes.
Have you found my husband?
I'm afraid not.
Oh.
That's what I've come to talk to you about.
I'm almost relieved. The look on your face, me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry I haven't brought any good news. And I'm sorry about my face, but I'm stuck with it. Now, most of all, I'm sorry about the questions I'm going to ask you now. But they've got to be asked.
I'll ask away. I don't believe any of this is happening anymore. When you get caught up in something as unreal, another bit of unreality doesn't count. Heard the one about the husband who disappeared up a beam of light. If it was anyone else, I'd laugh.
I said I'm sorry. It's not your fault. We find a story hard to take, but we're not laughing.
I find it hard to take myself.
Well, let's get over with it. Mrs. Harris, you reported your husband missing a week ago today, right?
Our 5th wedding anniversary, yes.
And there's been no sign of him since? He hasn't been to work, been seen by any of his friends?
No.
How did you get on with your husband?
How do you mean?
Would you consider yourself happily married?
Well, yes.
No quarrels?
Well, naturally, we had the odd row.
Any quarrels recently?
Beg your pardon?
Recently? Let's say in the week before your husband went away.
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Not even the night he disappeared?
Look, what are you trying to say? Surely you can't
I don't think anything. I've just got to ask the set questions. Like, was your husband heavily insured?
No. The house is covered if either of us die, but apart from that... Look. Get to the point. What is it all about?
I'll tell you the problem. Normally, when husbands go missing, it's fairly straightforward. A cheery, goodbye, darling, out of the front door, and that's it. Never to be seen again. That's your average husband's disappearing trick. But now, in your case, it's different. It's not just a nice, straightforward goodbye, darling job anymore. What looks on the surface like a gigantic red herring has been introduced. A gigantic flying red herring carrying a big blue torch. And it's got the brass worried, and they're worrying me. They want to know why, and they're nagging me constantly to tell them why. So, I've got to sniff around until I discover why. And then, I'm going to tell them why you told such a big fib.
And if it's all true...
Doesn't help. I'm one of those people who, when the magician waves his hand to divert attention, I always keep my eye on his other hand, the hand that's doing the manipulating. And what will I discover? Someone making a fortune in the papers with, I travelled with the Mars man, or murder. And a wonderful reason for not looking for a body.
You're joking.
Well, you've got to admit to yourself it's all a bit more reasonable than looking for a bloke who's been sucked up a torch beam now, isn't it?
Well, there we are. Settled down, finally. I thought he'd never go off missing his dad, I suppose. Right. Well, I'll make us all a nice cup of tea,
Okay,
shall I?
not for me, thank you. I better be off.
Oh.
Well, Mrs. Harris, I'll leave you now. You know where I'll be if you want me. If you want to tell me anything additional that may help us with the case. And be assured it is getting our full attention. The smell of red herrings is hanging very heavy around the station. I'll see myself out. Good day.
Oh, no, love, don't. No.
Oh, Mum, they don't believe me. They don't.
Control 1 to Unit 35. Contacting received. Unit 35, Control 1, received. Base relationship .75 unit. Subject 12 to be transshipped at 652 Galactic. Imperative, not seen. Received. Received. Blanking procedure will be utilized. Order re-subject's memory wipe and reactivation stands. Received. Received. End. Control 1 to Unit 37. Contacting.
Sarge? Yes, what is it? There's a visitor in your office. Looks like big brass. That's all I need. Anything new on a disappearing torch beam? Nothing that smells. Keep digging. I'll go and see the brass. I'm Forbes. I believe you want to see me.
Ah, Detective Sergeant Forbes. What a pleasure to meet you. A charming blonde WPC was kind enough to give me a cup of tea. Makes me feel quite at home. Now, let me see. I've got my little card somewhere. Ah, yes, here we are. Smith. A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Nice photograph as well, don't you think?
Orange section. You wanted me?
Well, we don't exactly shout about it at the ministry. It's what we call a bit of a giggle maker. Best to keep it quiet. Just plod on without trumpets, as they say.
Doing what?
Filtering, really. Yes, filtering is the word. A surprising something here, an unlikely something there, bits and bobs, and facts and fiction. Mix them all up. Have a look at them.
Yes. Well, Mr. Smith, I wonder...
We do a lot of reading as well. Pulp, mainly. A whole section for that in case somebody stumbles across something they shouldn't stumble across. Surprising how often it happens. Science fiction, mainly. Very little fact. Check out the spoon benders. That sort of thing. Ticks.
Mr. Smith, I wonder...
You wonder what I'm doing here. And quite rightly so. A story in your local paper, 2 lines in the Nationals, and the Ministry popping in on you. Strange world. It's your Mr. Harris I've come to chat to you about.
Harris? Look, you're not buying the little green men with blue torches, are you?
As I said, a surprising something here, an unlikely something there. Who knows what one finds? I admit missing persons fascinate me in any case. 120,000 people a year, and rising. You'd need Wembley Stadium to pack them in. They're fascinating, all right. But you're Mr. Harris, especially so. A missing person seen going missing, now that is a bonus.
And turning up again to cash in on it, I shouldn't wonder.
Oh, yes, we're pretty certain he's going to turn up again. But I don't think there's going to be any cashing in.
We'll have to see about that.
But you see, we have a feeling.
A feeling? You mean you know something?
Filtering. As I said, we filter. Nationally and internationally. And we discovered your Harris hasn't gone solo.
How do you mean?
There were others. All witnessed.
Some sort of conspiracy throughout the country.
No, that's a touch parochial, Mr. Forbes. The world. Throughout the world.
I don't believe it.
Now you're talking like a detective. Detective Sergeant Forbes, and quite rightly so. But look at it from our point of view, and ask yourself the question we must ask ourselves.
Oh, yes, and what's that?
One simple little word. Why? You see, as far as we can ascertain, every country, major and minor, has had at least one person disappearing in this rather overly dramatic fashion. And within yards of each disappearance was found a perfect burnt circle 10 yards in diameter, in what we've come to term flying saucer shape. And all this occurred, allowing for time zones, at exactly the same time. Now, even you, Detective Sergeant Forbes, must admit that that is interesting. And you must admit as well that simple little why becomes possibly quite important.
Here, careful where you're treading. You'll get sand on the sandwiches.
I'm sorry,
Look, are you all right?
I wonder if you could help. I do seem to be a little lost.
Where do you want to be, Squire? Tea stalls that way.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Which way have you come, dear?
I came from over the dunes there. Yeah, look, mate, would you like me to contact someone? Well, are you with anyone? What's your name?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Please, help me.
He's fainted.
You hang on. I'll get the law.
Control 1, Unit 35 contacting. Subject transshipped as stipulated. Received. Unit 35. Control 1. Received. Complete report 35 received. Received. Blanking procedure was plus. Scan shows negative sighting. Memory wipe still held. Reactivation phase 1 will commence as per program. Received. Received. Proceed to stage 2 position. Stage 2 position.
Take it very easy first, Mrs. Harris is very, very tired. I don't know what he's been up to, but he's certainly worn out.
There's nothing drastically wrong, is there?
Nothing at all. A bit of rest and he'll be right as rain. Just a touch of exhaustion, if you ask me. And with all the experts flocking in, you'd think... Aye, people from London by the trainload. He's been checked out like nobody's business. You'd think he was an astronaut rather than amnesiac the way they're going on. Shall we go in?
Sal?
Tom! Oh, Tom! Oh, are you really all right?
As right as rain. Literally hundreds of specialists confirm it. I'm sorry about last night.
Oh, it was awful. You didn't seem to know who I was.
Oh, I didn't. It was rather nice having a strange woman giving me cuddles, though. Pretty as well. What a bonus. It seems all right now the fog's lifting. I just had a detective in here, a Sergeant Forbes.
Oh, him.
Did you know him?
We've met.
He seems to think there's something fishy going on.
Didn't he tell you?
Tell me what?
About... Tom, what exactly do you remember?
About what?
About anything.
Well, I remember we were having our anniversary cuddle in the car in the usual place. You said, would Sam be all right with Mum? And I said, yes. And bingo. There I was, walking from the dunes onto the beach and stumbling and kicking sand on some kids' sandwiches.
And the light. What do you remember about the light and the noise?
What light?
In the clearing. The blue light. All over you.
Oh, sorry, Sal. You've lost me.
Hasn't anybody told you?
Told me what?
We were in the clearing. There was a fantastic noise. We couldn't start the car. We couldn't get the doors open. Then there was a light shining from the copse. It shone through the window onto you, covered you like a haze. It didn't touch me at all, but it was so bright it hurt my eyes. You said, don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Close your eyes. And then there was a funny noise. And you disappeared.
I hope you didn't try telling anyone that. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. It's hysterical.
Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not funny, Tom. It happened.
Oh, but...
Marks were found nearby. A large circle burnt out of the brushwood. The papers say it was a flying saucer.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't seriously expect me to believe that I went in...
I saw what happened in the car, Tom. After that, I'd believe anything.
May I come in? Oh, good, Mr. Harris, you're awake. How do you do? My name's Smith, A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Mrs. Harris, I believe? Nice to meet you. Ah, a lovely dress, if you don't mind me saying so.
Not at all.
Now, I'm sure you've got a lot of catching up to do, so I'll keep it brief. Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Ah, that is a relief. I walked through the park to get here. Thought I'd check how spring's coming along. My feet aren't really up to it anymore, but such a lovely day I couldn't resist. Lovely day. Don't you agree it's a lovely day? No reply. Who is he, I see, writ large on both your faces, or perhaps get to the point. Whichever it is, your prayers are now answered. To the point, I will get. I don't know about you two, but I find it extremely irritating when somebody says they'll get to the point and waffle on absurdly.
And what is the point?
Good question. Space trips, and the reason therefore. Flights in flying saucers, and mysteries to be unraveled.
I should tell you before you go any further that I don't believe.
Tom, I told you what I saw.
I know, love, and it isn't a question of not believing you. Obviously, we've been caught up in some sort of accident, and it's left you with some strange memories, and me with none at all. And I'm quite sure it will all finally be explained, and the explanation will be logical.
I didn't dream it, you know. It was the most terribly real thing I've ever seen. You just disappeared.
It's not my place to interrupt a family discussion. But for the purposes of my visit, it might make it easier if we assume, Mr. Harris, that you did disappear and that you were flown off.
I'm sorry. I just find it impossible.
I understand your point of view. But I inhabit a funny little world where fact and fiction sometimes get jumbled together, and it's part of my function to try to do a bit of unraveling. Now, when it comes to extraterrestrial visitings, there are those who turn every barrage balloon or wisp of cloud into alien craft. And others who, if a little green man with a goldfish bowl on his head stood in front of them saying, "Take me to your leader," wouldn't believe him. But my department looks at them all. And 99.9% of the time is all down to Ballard's balloons and wisps of cloud. But the 0.1%, we have to admit, we do find fascinating.
You say your department?
Oh, sorry, how remiss. Here we are. Smith, AP, Ministry of Defence, my card.
Defence?
Yes, RM section. Rather a good photograph, don't you?
I don't get it. Why the Ministry of Defence?
And what's the RM section?
Ah, how nice. Now we're all getting to be friends. Ladies first. RM section looks at the peculiarities that sometimes manifest themselves in this world of ours. Gentlemen second. The Ministry of Defence, because you, Mr. Harris, might be, for want of a better word, a security risk.
What?
An unwitting one, of course. All those lovely people who've been checking you over this morning will try to come up with something interesting physically or mentally that perhaps will give some clue as to the purpose of this alien exercise. Oh, I should mention, if it's any comfort, you weren't alone. In every country with which we have departmental contact, reports are coming in that individuals like you are being delivered safely back on their doorsteps after disappearing in similar circumstances to yourself for 10 days. And you see, the powers that be find that both fascinating and alarming.
Silkin here.
Oh, sir. No, sir. At the moment, Mr. Harris is still in hospital under observation. No, nothing. He's been checked out from top to toe. Yeah. Well, one of our RM men is liaising with the locals, and the general consensus of opinion is that very shortly he's going to want to leave. So we've agreed departmentally that it would be politic to take him into custody rather than... Yes, Prime Minister, but we do feel... Of course, sir. Well, we could offer him protective custody. With respect, sir, that's something we can't be absolutely sure of. No, nothing else from the Russians. There does seem to be a general clamping down all round. The Americans are obviously taking theirs very seriously. They've quarantined their chap's hometown and ringed the whole place with troops. Very ostentatious, I agree, sir. No, of course, we couldn't. Very good, sir. I'll keep you informed.
Look, it's gone beyond a joke. It's been 4 hours now.
It's no fun for me either, you know. I'm supposed to be out catching criminals, not playing nursemaid for the Ministry of Defence.
So what's going on? An ambulance arrives to take me home from a hospital where I've spent 3 days having hundreds of tests that prove beyond doubt that I'm the fittest man in there and could have run home, never mind being taken by ambulance. But instead, I end up in a country farmhouse with you and 2 alleged ambulance drivers built like all-in wrestlers.
Have you finished?
No. If you're not prepared to let me go home and see my wife and baby, who incidentally have been kept away from me as if I had the plague rather than some vague kind of amnesia, then I insist I be allowed to contact my lawyer.
Mr. Harris, I personally have no belief, but I'm stuck with it. My chief tells me I'm seconded to this, and like it or not, I do what I'm told. My orders are you communicate with no one, and that we sit and wait further instructions. So, you best make the most of it. Same as I'm trying to do.
You can't do this. It just doesn't happen in England. It's nothing more or less than kidnapping.
People trotting off up bleeding blue lights doesn't happen in England either, but apparently someone's taking your alleged trip very seriously.
Well, not me.
Not me either, but somebody.
Now then, there's a fine greeting, I must say. Another day like this, and voices raised, what will the cows make of it all?
I want to know what's going on and why
I want to be relieved from my duties with your department, sir.
Boys, one at a time. You're doing a valiant service, Mr. Forbes. The department quite rightly thought Mr. Harris should have a friendly face along with him when he took his trip into the countryside, so he wouldn't be frightened by those rather over-muscular drivers. And from the look on Mr. Harris's face, he no doubt echoes those sentiments, Mr. Forbes, but needs must. Now, I think we should just sit down and I'll bring you up to date. Oh, first of all, A little bit of melodrama to captivate both your attentions. For you, Mr. Forbes. Primed, oiled, and ready to go. Safety catch on, of course.
A gun?
Oh, very astute and perceptive. Though the barrel, handle, and trigger's a bit of a giveaway. Forgive my little joke. Yes, a gun. Smith & Wesson 32. Same as you used on the pot shot course you attended. The report of which I read with some pleasure. Congratulations on your marksmanship. I'd be pleased if you put it away somewhere safe. Now, but no buts at the moment. Too much to do. Oh, yes, of course. You were going to ask about the holster. Here we are. Perhaps you'd be good enough to do the necessary.
But...
Ah, very good, yes. Now, the cloak and dagger deepens. Who did you vote for, Mr. Harris?
Pardon?
You're right, of course. Damned impertinence on my part. Trying to impress you with the brass. Let's just say there's an almost 50-50 chance that the message I've got for you comes from the leader of the party you voted for in the last election. And therefore, you probably trust his word. A little bit. Namely, the Prime Minister.
What?
What a monosyllabic group we are. Yes, the Prime Minister, no less. And his message to you is, come quietly.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Protective custody has been offered to you. And the Prime Minister thinks it would be a good idea all round if you concurred.
What does the Prime Minister know about me, and why protective custody?
Both good questions. The Prime Minister knows about you belonging to a pattern of incidents on a worldwide scale, the point of which is not yet known. But he's being constantly informed. And protective custody, because our information indicates, firstly, that certain governments are in the process of trying to collect together by fair means or foul all the participants of the said incidents, hence Mr. Forbes' gun. And secondly, there is a vague possibility that you may have been programmed to do something rather nefarious against the security of the country or whatever, of which we are as yet unaware.
But that's preposterous.
Preposterous, I agree. But protective custody is an insurance policy that works both ways. You're protected, we're protected. So what's your answer?
And Sally?
At this moment, at home, with a small company of trusted ministry servants, some of whom even now are arranging to take away certain foreign gentlemen who've also been watching your flat for the last couple of days.
God.
Your wife simply awaits the phone call confirming that you want them to join you.
Where?
Another good question. However, I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact destination till you're aye or nay. Let me simply say it's safe and a comfortable place to sit awaiting developments.
And if I say nay, I've got my job to think about for a start.
It's been thought of. The manager was very understanding.
It seems to be moving out of my hands. You can say that again.
Gentlemen, look on the bright side. We're all caught up in an adventure, the end of which no one knows. And that is, you must admit, rather exciting. What do you say, protective custody?
All right. If Sal agrees, it's on.
Good chap. There's a phone in the car.
What about me,
Still seconded, Sergeant. Still seconded. Special duties.
Well, Mum, I think that's everything. Yes, dear. Well, I'll say goodbye then.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Yes, of course. They promised to drop me off home and keep an eye on me.
Oh, Mum.
Don't you worry about me, Sally. It's you and Tom who've got to watch out for yourselves. Now, you sure you don't want me to look after Sam for a few days?
No, Mum. Apparently they've got very good facilities there. Wherever there is. He'll be fine.
Yes, well, bye-bye, dear. Now, look after yourselves.
Shall do. Come on, Samuel. We'll go and see Daddy. Wherever he is.
And voila, back she slides.
I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, we live in a wondrous age, Mr. Forbes. A wondrous age.
Not a bad trick, if I say it myself. You press your hand on a plate and a 20-foot concrete door slides effortlessly aside. Beats open sesame.
Same sort of principle, Mr. Harris. The door's geared to my handprints and that of a few others. I'm told they could have made it the voice. The same individuality applies. Well, I suppose it makes it a little difficult if you've got a cold. Besides which, one would feel rather silly standing in an open field, shouting open sesame at a lump of concrete.
Where exactly is this place?
a secret research establishment, physical mainly, with this bolt hole built on. Now, be patient, and all will be revealed. Shall we enter?
Hey? I don't get it. There's nothing here, just a 6-foot square concrete cube.
Another door plate?
Oh, 10 out of 10. You must forgive me, but there's so few opportunities of showing off this particular toy, I do rather revel in it. As you say, door plate number 2. I put my hand on, like so, and door opens in the concrete cube, and...
A blooming lift.
Just so. Into which we shall now step.
Well, blow me down.
Only one button.
Only one stop. Hang on to your tummies, gentlemen.
I'll get that cough of yours seen to, Silken. Could be catching.
Yes, Prime Minister.
All right. Let's hear the worst.
The whole operation has so far gone very smoothly. Mr. Harris has arrived at the establishment, and his wife and child are on the way there now.
Fine. Has he been told the score?
Well, sir, we did think that rather than spell it out, we'd let the knowledge sink in slowly. Let them come to their own conclusions, as it were.
Fair enough. But he won't be exactly over the moon about it when he does work it out. How about that RM man, Smith? Does he stay?
Oh, no, sir. He'll pop out as soon as they're settled in. It seemed politic. He is, after all, a sort of walking door key. But we have arranged for a detective sergeant to stay with them. Armed, of course.
A good man?
Oh, impeccable. Detective Sergeant Forbes. Local. No family ties to speak of, and no departmental problems.
Fine. And the press?
Well, the D-notice seems to be holding, and providing the foreign papers don't start shouting, we should be able to keep the lid on for a little longer.
Anything new from abroad?
Nothing, sir.
Right. Well, you push off back to your office. Keep me informed of aught else that comes in.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and Silken.
Yes, sir?
I would honestly prefer boy you to that ridiculous cough of yours.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I think that's everything. From games room to television lounge to self-service laundrette, all is now at your disposal. It only remains to choose which of the 20 tastefully furnished bedrooms you're going to inhabit, and then perhaps we should meander down to that rather pretty, artificially sunlit garden that produces our oxygen, and await the arrival of Master and Mrs. Harris.
I think the whole place is absolutely incredible.
Who would have thought it, this deep underground? It's unbelievable.
I must admit, I found the adjectives rather hard to find myself the first time I was brought here. Tell you what, let's go into the conference room, and I'll play at being an executive while you fire away your questions. Here we are. Gentlemen, the boardroom.
Well, very plush. But what's it all for?
Well, it was built in the nasty 60s as a self-contained life support shelter. Enough food, frozen and dehydrated, to last 20 people a minimum of 2 years. Bulletproof, bomb-proof and burglar-proof. Actually, it's the smallest of a chain of over 200, stretching from Land's End to John O'Groats. But don't tell anyone I told you.
How long are we here for?
Well, let's say tonight and tomorrow, and leave the rest to chance. Mr. Forbes, your turn.
What's my function here?
I'd say referee. Yes, referee is a good definition. A buffer between the soulless Secret Service and society's possible suffering from subjects under suspicion. Oh, that's very alliterative, but most apt.
Look, am I really under suspicion?
Being honest, they don't know enough to be sure yet.
They? Who the hell are they?
Ah, I feel that Mrs. Harris and Baby Harris are awaiting entrance. Shall we go and greet them?
Emergency. Unit 74 to Control 1. Receiving.
Control 1 to Unit 74. Receiving. State emergency. Receiving.
Receiving. Subject 18. Earth terminology. North America. Non-contact. Repeat. Non-contact. Believed laser light.
Received. General, all units, Phase 3 immediate. I repeat, Phase 3 immediate. Phase 3.
Yes.
Silkin, sir.
Yes.
Sorry to disturb you at this time in the morning, but bad news, I'm afraid.
Well?
The Americans apparently put up some sort of wave screen to black out all communication right across the spectrum. An experiment to protect their space traveler. But it looks as though something went wrong.
What? Exactly?
They've been wiped out, sir. The whole town. All the troops who ringed it, everyone within a 10-mile diameter wiped out.
My God. How many?
About 50,000. Except for one, sir. Only one came out alive. Apparently he was naked and crying. It was their space traveler, sir. The only one to escape.
The only one? You're certain?
No doubt, sir.
Right. Get on to Smith. He knows what to do. We can't risk an accident here.
No, sir.
Ring me as soon as it's over.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's happy enough this fine synthetic morning.
Pleased to see his dad, shouldn't wonder.
And his mum. You pleased as well?
Gurgle, gurgle.
That's my girl.
Hello. You've changed your tune. What's the matter with you? You got wind?
No, actually he wants his rattle.
Good thinking. Here we are. How's that?
No. The one with the ducks on it, the blue one.
Right, now. There we are now. How's that? Good. Oh. How did you know?
Pardon?
How did you know?
How did I know what?
Which rattle?
I read it, Sal. Right off the top of his head, I read his mind. I can see the shape of it. I can see what he's thinking.
Can I come in?
Just keep it quiet, okay?
Yes. Come in.
Morning. Could I just say one thing? If we're going to be cooped up in this posh basement alone together for any length of time, I think the least we can do is go on first names for a bit, don't you? What would you say?
I agree.
Fair enough.
All animosity forgotten. I'm Sal.
I'm Tom, and you're Brian.
Well, that was quick. Oh, did Smith tell you?
It's a nice name, Brian. Morning, Brian.
Yes. Morning, Brian.
Morning, Sal. Morning, Tom.
Well, I'm doing bacon and eggs for breakfast. Want to join us?
Love to.
Great. I'll start frying.
You mind if I talk for a bit out loud? Get some things sorted out in my own head.
I'll go on making breakfast. I'm starving.
Now, this is how I see it. You and I, Tom, are brought here by Mr. Smith, who can operate the locks with his handprint, right?
Right.
Then Sal and Sam arrive, are given the conducted tour, and then we all settle down for the night in our cosy little bedrooms. But Mr. Smith lets himself out again with his handprint because he's got to report in, and he can't do it from down here as there's no communication, right?
Right.
And here we are, by ourselves, alone in a space-age underground palace with 2 years' supply of bacon and eggs and all mod cons, right?
Right. So how do we get out?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, but we're here because we agreed to be.
I know that, but let's say in 5 minutes' time you don't want to agree. How do you get out?
Well, no phone.
No phone, no key, no way out, unless Smith comes back. Our handprints won't open the door. I've tried.
Oh, but of course he's coming back. He said so.
Did he? Must leave now. I have to report. You just settle yourselves in and make yourselves quite at home. Goodbye. No, goodbye for now. See you tomorrow. See you next week. Just settle yourselves in. Goodbye.
Prisoners.
Looks that way.
But what about you? You're a policeman. Why you?
But a policeman with a gun. You think you're a kind of prison warder.
That, Tom, is precisely what I think.
But
makes good sense. Give me a gun, stick me down here with you two, and if Tom shows signs of turning into anything more than human, I'm on hand. No good leaving Smith or anyone else who can get out down here. As it is, you'll need an atom bomb to blast your way out of this place. Great place to keep someone in check. Sorry, Sal. Sorry, Tom. Looks as though we are prisoners of one sort or another.
Perhaps more than prisoners. But Mr. Smith will soon tell us.
And on cue, the visitor's buzzer. Just to prove you're wrong, Brian.
Well, thank the Lord for that. Too many detective stories, that's my trouble. Well, I'll go to the lift and see if it's our friends.
I'll be with you in a sec.
Right.
Sal. Things might start happening soon. Things outside my control. Try not to be too frightened.
What do you mean, Tom? What's going to happen?
I don't know quite, but whatever it is, whatever happens, remember, it's me inside here somewhere, and I love you.
Oh, Tom, don't. There is nothing going to happen.
Is Smith in the lift? He's just got in, pressing the button. Now. He's been sent to kill me. Doesn't want to. Has a gun with a silencer in his briefcase. He's going to ask me to go to the conference room with him. He'll ask Brian to check breakfast, get him out of the way.
Tom, this is crazy.
Not crazy. Frightening. I'd better go. The lift's halfway down.
A deputation, no less. How pleasant. Morning, Mr. Harris. Morning, Mr. Forbes. And the unmistakable smell of bacon and eggs filtering along the corridor. How are we this fine and sunny morning? Sleep well?
Fine, thank you, sir. Good morning.
We'd just decided we were prisoners. Any comment?
Very interesting indeed. And not too far from the truth, I'm afraid.
You mean we are prisoners?
Oh, a harsh word. Let's say guests of convenience.
How long for? I've got a job to consider.
Not long now. In fact, that's what I've come to talk to Mr. Harris about. Things are moving rather more quickly than expected. We may have you back to your station quite soon.
Something happened?
Indeed it has. Now, Mr. Harris, if you'd be good enough to join me in the conference room for a private chat, I'll explain. And then perhaps we could join your good lady and Mr. Forbes for some breakfast. How does that sound?
Sounds fine.
Would you organise the breakfast, Mr. Forbes?
Right. I'll go and warn the lady to make it bacon and eggs for 4. See you shortly.
Shall we step into the conference room? Here we are. Board meeting now in progress. Your face indicates that you may have some inkling of my mission, Mr. Harris. Exactly how much do you know?
Everything.
But no trace of fear.
It may be for the best.
True. When were you aware of your new capabilities?
This morning. Sort of crept up on me. Slowly at first, but it's increasing rapidly. I've developed some sort of telepathic skill. I noticed my son's mind was wide open to me. I could actually see what he was thinking, and I had to make a conscious effort not to look.
You saw him in the night?
I looked before I could stop myself. Perhaps it would have been best if I hadn't. I'm finding how to control the power now. I'm just aware of your mind in a different way, same as I'm aware of Sal and Brian's over that way in the kitchen, like a series of small fogs, but I know at any time I can push through the fog and see what you or either of them is thinking, but it does seem as though I have some control over it.
Anything else?
Telekinesis. In the bathroom this morning, I knocked the glass tooth mug off the shelf, and I knew it was going to smash onto the tiles. I wanted to grab it to stop it from breaking and making a noise, waking Sam. I felt it,
And just before the glass hit the tiles for a split second, I held it. Just by thinking. Broke its fall. And it landed without any noise. I haven't dared to test the capability further.
The rather chunky cut glass ashtray in the center of the table there. I wonder if you'd be good enough to pass it to me. No, don't move. Just think about it. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Oh, God. It's so frightening.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. You're already showing higher capabilities than I ever came across. And I presume they also are developing.
Yes. But
you want me to get on with it. There was, for want of a better word, an incident last night in a small town in the American Midwest. A town that was ringed defensively by troops. The town and the troops don't exist anymore. Approximately 50,000 people are dead, and only one person left the area alive. I doubt whether you know him, Mr. Harris, but you both have something in common. You both disappeared along a thin blue light and went for a trip in an alien spacecraft.
How did it happen?
One theory is that a new screening device the Americans were using backfired. But our department can't afford to take chances. So I've been sent down with this, plus a highly effective silencer.
Yes. I know.
Mr. Harris, the duties I've performed for my department over the years have largely been a pleasure. But I've always been aware that I could be called upon one day, as part of my duties, to undertake a certain task so onerous that even the thought would repel me. So, over the years, I've tried to wipe the knowledge of that possibility from my mind, blank it out. But now, unfortunately, the moment of truth has arrived. I've been instructed, on the highest authority, to kill you. As I say, the thought revolts me. But I must do it.
Sorry to disturb, but the good lady says if you don't come to breakfast now, what the hell's going on here?
Go outside and close the door, please, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, no, you don't. Right, Mr. A.P. Mighty Smith. The gun you so kindly provided me with is now pointing at your back. So I wonder if you'd stop pointing yours at Thomas. We're making a ridiculous sight, and let me know what the hell's going on here.
I'm afraid I can't do as you say, Mr. Forbes. I know that by the time your reflex lets you fire, I shall have carried out the worst assignment of my life. And hopefully your bullet in my back will still the memory.
Drop your gun, Brian.
No.
Drop it.
What the hell?
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I'm really sorry about this.
Good God.
Looks as though we were right to worry, sir.
Yes, Mr. Smith. It certainly does.
Control 1 to all units. Imperative all subjects worldwide moving to prime targets by 915.5 galactic latest, irrespective of time zone. Assist from non-site zone, 2.5 units from project zone if necessitous. Indicate receive in rota. Received. Unit 2 to Control 1.
Gentlemen. This is the cabinet room, not a 4-ale bar. If you're out to say it through chair, else we get nowhere.
Prime Minister, we appreciate the fact that you made this an all-party meeting, but some of us are disadvantaged by not as yet being up to date with all the facts.
Yeah. Right. I'm disadvantaged. give you the facts as we know them, which is not much, and you can make up your own minds from there. First of all, thanks to you all for coming. I think for the moment best bury the differences, and for the benefit of this meeting, let's forget the point scoring and think country first and party second, right? Right. Now, you've all been briefed at least that something damn funny's afoot worldwide. All countries are being fairly cagey, ourselves included, but it seems everywhere's the same. We've all got someone who's been whipped into space for 10 days and sent back home safe and dozy. I think the polite word's amnesia. Well, generally, each country's been keeping an eye on their own chap, and nothing very drastic has happened to any of them. Until last night, that is, in the United States. As you've heard, 50,000 people are dead, troops included. Now, without going into the ethics, we, and a lot of other countries, decided to get rid of our space trippers. Hang on, at least let me finish. The French have let theirs out on a very loose rein, wandering round Paris under surveillance, but with no restraints. In the early hours of this morning, he left a cafe where he'd been drinking with friends, and a car came at a hell of a lick round a corner, out of control, not to do with their security boys, Mark, you're just out of control, and hit him as he crossed the road. No messing, a full-blooded smack square on. The car disintegrated, complete write-off. 4 passengers all dead. But it didn't shift him, their blue light bloke. Oh, no. He just stood there, bemused, in the middle of the road, surrounded by carnage, till the French security boys took him in.
What about our chap? Is he been held?
He's been held, all right. Top marks to security for skill and diplomacy. They've got him in one of those atom fallout places, and no way out except by our say-so. Trouble is, they sent one of their blokes in over an hour ago to do what should have been a 2-minute job, and he hasn't reappeared yet. So I think they've got to fear the worst and act accordingly.
And do what?
I've had the place ring with troops. They're going to wipe out anyone who shows his face.
You don't mind me saying so, Mrs. Harris, that was an exquisite breakfast. Delicious. Quite delightful after all these bachelor years to find myself part of a family breakfast again. Baby crawling at my feet, host's wife glowering at me across the table.
You know, you amaze me. Half an hour ago, you were trying to film my husband full of holes, as if you were taking part in a gangster film. And now you sit there, the soul of charm, as if you hadn't a care in the world.
Well, that's the curse of the diplomatic service, Mrs. Harris. Diplomacy. Not that I'm a member, but I suffer the disease. I rise above the embarrassments of this life as the phoenix from the ashes. I miss my calling by a whisker. Diplomacy shows defense instead.
How could you bring yourself to do it? An unarmed man.
Duty, Mr. Forbes, an overriding sense of duty. And also, being honest, a fun little feeling somewhere at the back of my mind that it would all come out all right.
How can you possibly say that? You had no idea.
Oh, didn't I? Quite sure about that, are you? Your husband knew what I was going to do, and he wasn't frightened at all, were you, Mr. Harris? Not one flicker of fear at your own imminent demise. Struck me as strange. You see, whether consciously aware of it or not, you knew I couldn't hurt you. It was written in your eyes, and I knew. Your powers of telekinesis are such that you could have, without effort, and without moving from where you were sitting, put the safety catch on the gun, or stop the hammer falling, or turn the gun to one side, or tip my chair up, any of a dozen things. But you felt the need to test your powers of survival. A gamble, I admit, but a small one. So you let me pull the trigger, and let me see the bullets disintegrate against what is obviously some sort of force field that automatically surrounds you when danger is present. I should imagine, Mr. Harris, one can slap you on the back in friendship, but I think if one tried to slap you on the back in anger, one would get a broken arm without managing to touch you.
But now you're trying to make him out some sort of monster. He's Tom, my husband.
Whether you like it or not, Mrs. Harris, he's Tom plus X. Monster in the making, and who knows for what purpose.
Oh, this is all getting preposterous.
Tom. Tom.
What's wrong with him? Keep away, don't touch him.
That blue light. The same blue light he's surrounded with with it.
Look away.
My eyes!
Look away, look away. Get down, onto the floor. Out of the bed.
He's just sitting there. Do something, Brian. For God's sake, do something. He's in pain. Tom! Tom!
Oh, knock him out. He's going to burst a blood vessel.
Stay where you are, Forbes. Don't touch him. There's stuff flying around to kill you. Forbes, come back. Don't touch him. Sorry, Tom. Gotta do this. He must have been thrown at least 5 yards by the shock. You check the husband. I'll see to Forbes.
Tom.
Steel band being twisted in my mind like pulling plasters off my mind. It's so much coming in, it hurts. Too many voices, Sal. I can hear too far, too much.
Chalk up your first victim, Mr. Harris. Forbes is dead.
No, let me touch him. No, Sal, let me go to him. It's all right. I can see what it is. Pressure zone, upper brain. Just have to squeeze there. He's okay now.
Oh, see?
Oh, my head. Too many voices. I can't stop them. I've got to get out.
Tom!
Leave it.
Hundreds of people gathered above us, overhead. Helicopters. Too much noise. Got to get out.
Tom! Wait!
Got to get out!
Tom! Tom!
Did I see what I thought I saw? A door smashed open with a fist. Or am I still dreaming?
You saw what you thought you saw, Mr. Forbes. You can't hurt him, and he can't hurt himself. The door was simply kicked out of the way by the force shield.
Where does he think he's off to now?
Out. He's leaving.
What? There's no way of working the lift.
Look, you've just been brought back from the dead, Mr. Forbes. The merest touch behind your ear, and you are back from the dead. So the lift, one of the most sophisticated pieces of electronic security known to man, will, I'm sure, be child's play to him. Or to it, as the case may be.
3 more contactors.
Listen to me. I don't know what it is, but I can help, Tom. Talk to me, Tom. Let me help.
No one can help. Must go. Got to get out.
And let me come with you.
Head so tight. Safe here. You're safe here, Sal. Tanks, soldiers outside. Want to kill me. Stay with Smith. Can't get out now. Wiped his prints. Safe.
Tom!
Sergeant, the lift's on the move. All right, men, your position! As the outer doors open, I shall give the command! Keep firing till I order you to cease! Hold those tanks back till I tell you!
Kill me. Trying to kill me with noise. Must stop it. Must stop it. Must stop the noise.
Stop thinking!
Maybe 1,000 blank-eyed soldiers, frozen in position. Oh, no. I forgot the helicopter. The pilot's out of control. Oh, God. No. Must get away. Away. Must get away.
They did what?
They let him through, sir.
Oh, marvellous, Silkin. In disguise, was he? Dressed up as the bleeding Queen of Sheba, was he? Very nice of them to let him through. Thank them from me, personally.
They can't explain it, sir. Their minds went blank. They couldn't think.
You don't have to think to pull a trigger. Half the country complaining about the cost of the armed forces, and we end up with soldiers with rusty fingers.
It seemed as if they were rooted to the spot, sir.
That only happens in books, Silkin, so don't give me any of that rooted rubbish. Right. Where the hell is he now?
Well, we don't know, Prime Minister.
Don't know? You don't know? I'd be better off with half a dozen Boy Scouts than your lot, Silkin. Find him. And while you're at it, I want London ringed off completely. We're getting reports in from all over the world that these blue light people are making for the capital cities. I want every vehicle coming in stopped and searched right down to the last milk float. You got that? Every vehicle, every train, every plane, every boat, out that moves on legs or wheels, stopped. Close the capital tight. He must be captured. Have you got that, Silkin? Absolute red alert.
They mustn't come near. I don't want to hurt them. Keep away.
England. Harris, England.
Inside my head.
Are you there, Tom Harris? Who are you? Where are you? Bristol, Belgium. On my way to my capital, Brussels, just as you are going to London.
Have I gone mad?
No, you're all right. I'm real. Far away. What they did to us last was tough, but we've come through it now. Been trying to raise you for an hour. Are you okay?
Fine. I can hear you so well, it's amazing.
And understand, no language barrier.
What's happening?
We don't know. France and Holland contacted me, and now we're trying to contact the controlled mines in other countries, so at least we know the pattern.
If anything emerged.
We're being pushed towards our own capital city. We have no choice. We think the aliens are hovering, tracking us, but staying blanked out to us.
What can we do?
At the moment, nothing except go along with them. Head for the capital. Try to contact the next mine, so finally there is a chain of us.
And then what?
Don't know yet. We'll work something out. We've got a lot of power between us.
What's their plan? The aliens. Why have they done this to us?
Only God or the devil knows. I think we'll find out soon enough when we reach the capital. Good luck, England. Control your mind. We can kill too easily.
Good luck, Belgium.
Don't forget, you are not alone.
It has also been reported that the large-scale troop movements in the vicinity of the Dorset Close Research Establishment in the Midlands, reported in our earlier bulletins, are part of a series of exercises the government is undertaking to establish the country's readiness to face internal invasion. The exercise was so successful that it's been decided to extend it to cover the whole of London. We've been informed that local and metropolitan police will combine for the first time with members of the armed forces to throw a cordon around the capital. A photograph has been issued by the Northampton Police of Thomas Harris, a 35-year-old bank clerk whom they wish to interview with regard to certain unspecified security matters. Anyone seeing him is advised that under no circumstances must he be approached. Simply inform your local police or telephone the following special...
Unit 35 contacting. Received. Control 1 to Unit 35. Received. Subject 12, Phase 4 reveal completed by 915 Galactic as programmed. Subject heading towards target zone. Phase 5 to commence at 918 Galactic as stipulated. All assistance being given for subject to reach target zone. All assistance being given for subject
Sorry, sir. Neither sight nor sound of him. Oh, false alarms, of course, but nothing. No, sir. But our man Smith... That's right. Well, no, Smith's still in there with the wife and detective. Well, nobody's prints seem to work, sir. It's not easy, Prime Minister. It's a very sophisticated piece... Yes, sir. As you said, absolute red alert. The roadblocks are as tight as a fist round the city, and every field and hedgerow is covered. Oh, we'll stop him, sir. We'll stop him. You can rely on that.
London. Must get to London. Car. This'll do. Corporal driving. Corporal Wilkes.
Dear mate, what the hell do you think you're playing at, jumping out like that and waving your arms? Could get yourself killed, you know. Anyway, haven't you heard? There's an army exercise going on. Civilians off the street... Yes, sir. Any problems at roadblocks and you'll take care of them. Very good, sir. 3 major ones at mile intervals on the outskirts, sir, and Free-range patrols inside. Certainly, sir. Get the blocks over with first and worry about the patrols after. Very good, sir. If you want to lie on the floor at the back, sir, that's fine with me.
Good evening, sir. Watch out, Wilkes, old son. How goes it?
Hello, mate. Good to see you again. Want me pass?
Afraid so, mate. No. That's all right. No, your ugly mug well enough by now. See anything fishy coming in?
Nah. Dead as a doornail. The other 2 blocks are just as quiet as this one. I reckon everybody took that TV appeal to heart and stayed at home.
Yeah.
Much traffic inside?
Nah, apart from patrols, which are thick on the ground, nothing much at all.
Any sign of Harris?
Yeah, thousands. He's everywhere from Land's End to John O'Groats, none confirmed yet.
Well, we'll get him finally. I better get on. See you, Jono.
Yeah, see ya. Where you heading?
Downing Street. Number 10, would you believe? Lord knows why. Just had orders. Bye, Jono.
Ta-ra, Wilkes.
Corporal!
Sir?
Who was that you let through?
Corporal Wilkes, sir. Ordnance Corps.
Why didn't you check him out?
Well, sir, he's an old mate. He didn't seem...
An old mate, you know the orders, Johnson. Even a bleeding field marshal doesn't get through without his transport being given the once-over. You've checked everyone else, Johnson. Why the sudden change?
I don't know. I suddenly knew I mustn't check him.
Suddenly knew? That's a damn funny choice of words. Where's this Corporal Wilkes based? I'll have him checked out.
Dagenham, Sarge.
Right, I'll radio for a patrol to intercept him on the way.
He's not going to Dagenham, Sarge. He's on his way to Downing Street.
He's what?
He's on his way to Downing
I
Street.
heard you, you great bird. Don't you realise this could be it? I've got to get the brass on the radio. Get a patrol unit chasing after him now, Johnson, now!
Yes, sir.
Have you checked all units?
Yes, sir. All in position. The entire Downing Street area is secure.
Secure. We'll see. Any sign of this corporal, chappie?
No, sir.
Well, tell everyone to keep a sharp watch. They said he was heading this way.
We've got Wilkes, sir.
Good show, Captain. Harris with him?
No, sir, by himself. Bit bemused. Just sitting in the car other side of the park. Thinks he's been there 5 minutes or so. Can't be sure.
Well, that spaceman, chappie, may be on the loose, but he certainly won't get through this lot, number 10.
Lovely cup of tea. Fine chances sleeping with this kerfuffle going on. Army and police everywhere. I'll go through to the parlour. Put my feet up for 5 minutes. Now, where's that light switch gone to? Oh, here we are. Oh,
Good evening. Don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. It just gave me a bit of a start seeing you sitting there in the dark. You should have switched the light on like a sensible chap.
No, I wanted to sit and think for a minute. If you don't mind, I was trying to work out what I was doing here.
Well, now you come to mention it, I'm wondering that myself. I mean, this great barn of a place that goes with my husband's job is not exactly home from home, but I like to think of this parlour as a bit private, you know what I mean. I don't even let any of the staff in. I just it myself, that sort of thing. You know, I like to remind myself I'm a housewife as well as the Prime Minister's wife. I honestly don't know you from Adam. Are you official?
I'm Tom Harris.
Tom Harris? No, I'm sorry, it doesn't ring any bells. Are you backbenching?
No, I'm not in the house. I'm Tom Harris, the man who's been in space.
Oh, that Tom Harris. All this noise I've been putting up with from police and army out in the street, and you're here all the time. You've got to laugh, haven't you? How'd you manage to get past them all?
Hard to explain, really. Just sort of make them look the other way. A bit creepy, like being the invisible man suddenly. I got the policeman out front to open the door for me, and then to forget that he'd done it.
Oh, that's Ted on tonight. He'll be furious when he finds out he's a right stickler for duty.
And I've been meandering about, wondering what happens next. Found this nice room here and decided to sit down and have a think.
Good idea. Only comfortable place in the house. Well, what does happen next?
No idea. I knew I had to get to London, and then I knew I had to come here, but next... You see, I've been taken over.
Not much fun, I'm afraid.
Shouldn't think it would be. Mind you, it's not much fun for my husband either. He's been up in the conference room all day with the cabinet and all the shadows waiting developments. I mean, it must have cost a fortune in sandwiches. Thank goodness it doesn't come out of the housekeeping. And as for his also... I tell you what we'll do. I've just made a pot of tea, and I think we should go and have a cup now, and then I'll take you up to the cabinet room and introduce you. Show them you're not really a two-headed monster. All right?
Sounds good to me. I haven't had a bite since breakfast.
Shall I bite you? Oh, just a little joke, Mr. Harris. Come. I think there's a bit of fruit cake and a piece of apple pie in the kitchen.
Control 1 to all units. Phase 4 reveal should by now have placed subjects at target zones worldwide. Phase 5 reveal. Commence 918 Galactic. Confirmed received in rota. Received.
Get out now! Here, where's Mrs. Starr?
Now stop panicking, for God's sake. Look out the window. You've got half the British Army and Metropolitan Police out there. There's no way he can get through.
But you said yourself, we don't know what his capacities are. If he got out of that shelter, what's the stop him getting in here?
You place the whole cabinet at risk by gathering us all together.
Hang on. Yes, Prime Minister speaking. No, I'm not. Cabinet and all party representatives. What do you mean, hope? You damn well make sure we're safe. What? I see. Right, well, we'll pack it up here and transfer to that underground place at the Mall. No, I think everyone here will agree it's expedient. Right? Right. Bring me back direct. For God's sake, Silkin, stop gawking and get the door.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it doesn't look good. Reports indicate no one's managed to hold their space troopers, and their movements worldwide indicate they're making for heads of government rather than seats of power, which means we're obviously the ones at risk. So I think it's best all round if we go for the double security of the war centre. I don't think there's any possibility of this chap Tom Harris getting in there. Yes.
Your wife, sir.
Sorry to interrupt like this.
Mari, how many times do I have to tell you?
But I've got a visitor who I think you've been waiting for. Tom Harris.
Good God, it's him. Get him out of here. Prime Minister, this is a disgrace.
You, not it's your fault he's here at all.
If we'd been in power, this never would have happened. I told you we should have gone to the place of the Mall.
Now, hold on, everyone. Keep calm.
Calm? How can you talk about calm? You've put our lives at risk.
I'm getting out of here.
Adjourn the meeting. Adjourn the meeting.
You silly, pathetic people. How can you squabble among yourselves at a time like this? Petty politics is finished. Your future, if you have a future, lies in forgetting the differences, local and international. The universe is knocking at the door, and you squabble over the responsibility for it happening. I've suffered to be here. People have died so I could get to you. Well, stop your childish bickering while we await whatever message these alien gods intend to send. For, as sure as by earthly standards I'm a strange monster to you, by their standards I am simply a messenger boy. You're all thinking, but has he any power? You're thinking, he's a trickster. He's fooled others, but he doesn't fool me. Well, let's play games while we wait their commands. Stupid people deserve to have their stupidities aired.
How dare you talk to us like this? You trick your way in here, and then...
What about all the people you tricked, Mr. Parker? You think your secret is long buried?
My secret?
Gibraltar, 1964, property deal, £1.5 million. 2 other partners. Do you want me to spell out the rest, or do you believe I have certain powers?
Everyone deserves a hearing.
All of you, your dirty little secrets are bubbling up to the roof of your minds, just dying to be read. You, Thompson, a 17-year-old mistress, and you, Mrs. Transhaw, cabinet leaks and corruption. Smith, a drunk, you hit him with your car, left him dead in the ditch. All of you, cesspool minds revealed. Believe me, I don't want to have to hurt you to prove my power.
It's just party tricks, Harris. Well-researched party tricks.
Speak your piece, quick, before I have you thrown out.
Throw him out now.
Tell lies about me.
Let's get him out of here.
Idiots! You idiots deserve to be taught.
I could kill you, all of you, just by thinking it. Instead, I hurt you a little. Tricks. I could rule this country, turn it into a nation of zombies without even overstretching my powers. Thrown out, Prime Minister, there's nothing yet invented in this puny world of ours that could even scratch me. And I'm frightened. What am I doing here? Why has my mind been ripped apart? What is my task? What is my message? For God's sake, aliens, tell me! Tell me!
Look! Just outside the window. I don't believe it. What is it?
A flying saucer.
Tell me what you want!
Look at the light. It's all over him.
Blinding. Don't look. Turn away.
We won't allow it! No! We'll never agree, you hear? We'll never agree. Go away from this world. Leave us our innocence.
You can escape. We can escape.
They're going to drive us mad. They want to rule.
Escape, England. Look behind your mind. You can escape. You must escape now, Harris. Now. Search out the pathway. Escape, Harris. Escape.
He's starting to shiver.
He's evaporating.
Oh, my God. The whole bloody shooting match has disappeared, including Harris. What the hell was that outside the window? It's gone now. That's all that matters. We're safe.
That's not all that matters. What about poor Mr. Harris? What's happened to him? Where's he disappeared to?
I bid 6 no trumps.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What a swizz. What on earth? I'll go check. Quick! It's Tom.
Tom!
Lift him up.
Oh, Tom.
I'm okay. I haven't got long. They'll be searching.
Well, who? Who will be searching? Where have you been?
I'll check here. Let's get away.
Mr. Harris, are you yourself at the moment, or alien?
This is me, all right. How long for? God knows. They can really hurt. I escaped.
How did you manage it? I heard no lift.
Teleportation. Fantastic but true. One moment with Prime Minister and Cabinet at 10 Downing Street. Next moment, merely by looking behind my mind and thinking of this place, I'm here. Belgium explained it.
Belgium?
One of the other blue light blokes. We're in contact with each other. The aliens slipped up, made us too efficient. We can escape, fly through the paint net.
But the message, Mr. Harris, what was your mission? What did they want of you?
The message is simple. Mankind, as we know it, is all over. You're looking at new man. All over.
New man.
Thousands of years. We've been in quarantine. We had our sixth sense blanked out. All those years ago, some sort of space council adjudged us savages and blanked us out. Now, the blanket's going to be ripped off. We haven't improved at all. They're going to let us look at ourselves, mind to mind, see ourselves as we really are. Result, end of mankind.
I don't understand. It can't be that bad, surely, having an extra sense.
Can't it? Imagine having lived a lifetime without hearing. Noise escalates. The whole world becomes a madhouse of sound, and it doesn't matter. No legislation, no safety laws, nothing. It doesn't matter. The world is totally stone deaf. No problem. And one day, click, the whole world can hear. You think that wouldn't matter?
Bedlam. Death and destruction.
Surely. We just have to learn how to put our hands over our ears.
How do you put your hands over your mind, Sal? That's why I was taken away. They taught me how to control what was coming in, how to put my hands over my mind, if you like. Even so, it was agony till I learned. Listen, Sal, I screamed for quiet, and the helicopter pilot died. In a short space of time, if I hadn't found the control they'd given me, I would have been driven mad. I would have been a screaming wreck. But the think of the damage I'm capable of doing in that madness just by thinking about it. The other powers that come along with the mind reading are just as terrifying. Add to that the fact that I'm virtually indestructible. We'll all be the same. I'm afraid mankind as we know it is doomed.
And the aliens? Presumably they made an offer to help.
Oh, yes. They'll help, all right. They offered to be our warders. Warders in a world of madness. Heads of government are being given 20 weeks to decide whether they come before or after the nightmare begins. Makes no difference to the aliens. Either way, we end up their serfs. For this service, they expect and demand sole rights to trade the produce of this world in the galaxy.
Friendly souls, aren't they? Elizabeth I would have loved them. We sit back and wait, do we?
No, we fight them. There's a thin circle of blue light around the world, and we blue light men are the new freedom fighters. Politics, creed, and color no longer exist. We're unified in a common aim. Beat the aliens. We have the power. We have the control. Now, we must start teaching, passing that power on. I start here tonight, if you agree, and we leave here soon as equals. We'll teach others. In England, it starts to ripple outward from this shelter. A race, an impossible race, to educate 50 million people in 20 weeks. And that's just this country, but think of the power the aliens will face when they return. Even if we're only half successful, so many minds in unison should be able to perform miracles of defense.
But what happens to the ones who don't get taught, Tom? The ones who don't believe or don't care? What happens to them when the 20 weeks are up?
People like me who refuse to have their minds played with. What happens to us in your brave new world, Mr. Harris? We who eschew the pleasure of being ants in your new society. What happens to us?
Don't be angry, Tom. There's going to be a lot of people who react like that. You can't force the world to your way of thinking, not in 20 weeks. No matter how right you feel it is, how necessary you feel it is.
I don't even intend to try. No, I'm not forcing anyone. You're all right. You're right, son. Some won't want to get taught, won't believe, won't care. And you're right, Smith. Some will see it as a threat, a negation of their individuality. And you're right, Brian. There's no way I can force my decision on the whole country, not in the time available. For once, each individual will have to make up his own mind. For once, those millions out there will have to climb down off the fence. Make a decision. I know. The choice is simple, believe me. Learn and have a chance of being saved. Disbelieve me. Disbelieve the threat is real and go under. And they must decide which option to believe. Yours or mine. And act accordingly.
And the ones who decide not to go along with your little scheme, Mr. Harris? What happens to them?
In 20 weeks' time, they'll all start screaming.
Control 1 to all units. Reports indicate subjects worldwide performed as anticipated. Phase 6 will commence in 20 Earth local weeks. All units to oversee defined areas from non-site zones.
James Lawrenson played Tom Harris and Jennifer Piercy Sally in Before the Screaming Begins by Wally K. Daly. The Prime Minister was Patrick Troughton and A.P. Smith, Donald Hewlett. Sergeant Forbes, Robert Trotter. Prime Minister's wife and Sally's mother, Catherine Parr. Silken, Peter Wickham. Brostow, Nigel Graham. Corporal Wilkes, Geoffrey Leasley. Corporal Johnson and the newsreader, Eric Allen. Nurse and Cabinet Minister, Maggie Ollerenshaw. Desk Sergeant and Opposition MP, Peter Williams. An alien voice, Malcolm Gerard. And the alien controller, Manning Wilson. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Before the Screaming Begins was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Repeat, 20 Earth local weeks.
There's time to prepare yourself, though, during the feature-length drama, a complex political thriller harking back to the Cold War. Dogtooth.
All right, then, come on.
All right, now, easy. Keep his head up. Keep level. That's it. Yes, now. Hold him level. Easy, Mr. That's it. Down, gently. Come along.
Is he still alive?
Just... Hurry with the stretcher. Right, there. Come on, we haven't got a moment to waste. Blanket. Oh, wait. No. He's dead.
Dogtooth by Eric Sayward, with John Hollis as Detective Inspector Marlin, Manning Wilson as Detective Superintendent Hunter, and Geoffrey Matthews as Detective Inspector Meyer of the German police. Dogtooth.
Inspector Meyer. Who? No, one moment, you've come through to the wrong extension. Schiller! A Fräulein Harbour for you, again.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll take it on the other line.
All right, you do that. How much longer are those workmen going to be, Schmidt?
It's at least another week. Have you seen this, sir?
Yes, sir.
It's just come through from Traffic Division.
Heinrich Zimker. Oh, do I know him?
Now, here's his file.
Oh, yes. Herr Party Secretary Zimker.
Apparently, he went off the road at 140.
Oh.
Smack into a flyover stanchion.
Is there an accident report?
Only a provisional. The full lab report's not come through yet.
Front near and offside blowout. Unusual for both tyres to go, isn't it?
Well, at that speed, anything could have happened. Second tyre could have gone when he hit the bridge.
That's true. Meyer. Yes, I'm looking at it now, sir. It seems like a straightforward accident case. Don't quite know why it's come through to us. Yes, I see. Right away, sir. Our fearless leader.
What does he want?
A word.
Sit down, Meyer.
Thanks, sir.
What do you know about Heinrich Simker?
Only what his file tells me. He's party secretary for the Federation Party for the Re-Germanization of Germany.
Precisely.
Sir?
It occurred to me it might be useful if we had a look round Zimker's apartment before his colleagues got the chance to tidy up his personal papers.
Well, are we looking for anything special?
No, I just want to know if they're up to anything.
Right, sir.
Traffic police are withholding the news of Zimker's death until 11 o'clock. Oh, that should be sufficient time, I think.
Yes.
Make sure you're clear by then. I don't want any trouble. Your visit is strictly unofficial.
Oh, I see.
Take Schmidt and Schiller with you. I've arranged for a locksmith to meet you there.
Right, sir.
I've never seen so many books outside a library before. How many do you think are here?
God knows. Thousands.
We haven't got to go through this lot, have we, sir?
No, we haven't got time.
Well, it's incredible. He has absolutely everything. It's philosophy, economics, political theory, religion. Do you think you read them all?
I should think he'd read the lot. Go on, let's get on with it.
There's a locked filing cabinet here. Do you want it open, sir?
If you can do it without damaging it.
Right, sir.
What exactly are we supposed to be looking for, sir?
Anything that looks interesting. In other words, photocopy everything in his desk.
Filing cabinet's open.
What's in it?
It looks like carbon copies of magazine articles.
I'll leave them.
Right, sir.
What do you make of this, sir?
What?
This photograph.
Where'd you find it?
The back of the drawer.
Can you read the inscription?
No, my English isn't up to it.
It says, to Heinrich, my mentor and advisor, with much love and affection, Jonathan.
Zimker a homosexual? Oh, I don't recall that in this file.
It isn't, is it? Seems we don't know everything about Herr Zimker, after all.
Do you think that's his boyfriend?
Well, it's certainly not his mother. Might be interesting to find out who he is. He's a foreigner. Immigration should be able to help.
Not without his surname.
Should be too difficult. This is the work of a professional. Yes, there we are. Conveniently franked on the back is the name of the studio, with an address in our own fair city of Bonn. Couldn't be easier. Telephone call should tell us all we want to know. Now get this through the photocopier and get on with it. We haven't got much time.
Oh. Yeah. What do you mean, where the bloody hell am I? I need bed, of course. Time? Oh, God, the clock stopped. Well, what time is it? Well, I'll be in half an hour.
Good morning, sir.
Is there any coffee left?
Here, have mine. I've already had a cup.
I feel rough.
Are you ill?
No, I'm not. Do you remember Charlie Stone?
From Hammersmith?
Yeah. Well, I met him in the pub last night. He's just been made up to DI. Well, so we had a few to celebrate, didn't we?
Yeah.
How the hell I got home, I don't know. I couldn't even find my bloody watch this morning. And what time is it?
10:20.
Is anything happening?
No, nothing. It's quiet.
Thank God for that.
Although the super did say he wanted a word with us when you got in.
Did he say why?
No.
Well, I need a fag before I can face him. You want to see us, sir?
Ah, yes. Come in, Marlin.
What's up?
Oh, nothing very exciting. Close the door, Sutton.
Sorry, sir.
Right. Now, this has just come through from Germany. The photograph is of one Dr. Jonathan Dempster, Ph.D.
Oh, it's nice.
I wouldn't get too excited. I don't think he's your type.
Who is he?
He is a plant pathologist attached to our embassy in Bonn. Apparently he's been mucking about with some kraut pansy called Heinrich Simker.
Am I supposed to have heard of him?
Not unless you're into the more esoteric side of German politics.
I'm not.
It seems he's policy coordinator for some tiny little right-wing party there, calling itself, Die Föderation Partei zur Wiederdeutschung des Vaterlands.
Serves him right.
At least he was. He was killed yesterday in a car crash.
How did they get on to Dempster?
Well, the Krauts took Simker's sudden demise as a cue to spring clean his flat, and they came up with that photograph, complete with loving inscription. Needless to say, it took them about 2 minutes to trace Dempster to our embassy. I gather the ambassador has been prostrate with apology ever since.
What's it got to do with us?
Well, apparently Dempster's on leave in Blighty, so the Germans, forever efficient, put the photograph on the wire to us.
I bet that pleased the Foreign Office.
It did. They're livid. They've already been on to Commander Armstrong, complaining that it's got nothing to do with us.
Has it?
Armstrong reckons it has.
Oh.
So, we jump. Now, should you, when you get there, find Dempster's place crawling with FO security types, kick their bums out of it. It's got nothing to do with them at the moment.
Was Dempster politically involved with Simker?
We don't know. That's what you're to find out. But the Krauts certainly don't want him back. They feel they have enough of their own troublemakers without harbouring ours.
Right, sir.
And, Marlin, don't lean on him too hard. Apart from the fact he might fall over crying, we don't really know enough about what's been happening to play the heavy.
Now, as if I would,
yes, well,
sir.
I just thought I'd mention it. Oh, and Marlin.
Sir?
Shave before you go and see him. Fairies tend to appreciate little touches like that, and so do I.
No one's at home.
Try again.
We should have phoned first.
Yes, Sutton.
We usually do.
Ah, you know me. Any excuse to get out of the office.
Why is the FO so touchy when one of their blokes goes astray?
Well, it shows them up, doesn't it? I mean, it's not very diplomatic to send someone to West Germany who's no sooner off the plane than he's having it off with the local Nazis.
Do you think there's been a breach of security?
Yeah, can't see it myself. Then what was he? An agricultural advisor. Unless we've started using our latest fighters for crop dusting, I can't really see what he could tell them. What time is it?
11:48.
Well, there's nobody at home. Log the time, and that the visit was a waste of shoe leather.
Right.
Oh, God. I'm absolutely shagged out. I'm glad Dempster isn't in. I don't think I could concentrate long enough to think of a sensible question to ask him. Come on, let's go and get an early lunch.
Hey, did you hear that?
Yeah. He's in there, the cheeky beggar. You probably heard every word we said. Come on, Dempster. Open up. This is the police.
Look through the letterbox. Can you see him in there?
Yes, I can see him. Get that bloody door open, quick.
Right, Marlin, what's been happening?
But Dempster's been beaten up.
Yes, I know that much. Where is he?
On his way to hospital.
Is he bad?
Yeah. Ambulance men were amazed he was still alive.
I suppose he didn't say anything.
Not a whisper.
Have the forensic and fingerprint boys arrived yet?
Yes, they're already at work, and I've got Sergeant Sutton coordinating the interviews of the other residents in the flat.
Good, good. Marlin?
Sir?
Why is the front door lying in the hall?
We had to break in.
Yes, I can see that. What about all these courses you keep going on? Haven't they taught you how to open a door yet?
Well, after careful consideration, sir, I decided the quickest way in was by brute force.
Well, it's blokes like you that get coppers a bad name, you know. Any excuse will do for the chance to use a little brute force and violence.
Yes, sir.
Are we allowed to touch anything yet?
The telephone, the kitchen, and that desk have been dusted.
Right. I say, we haven't made all this mess, have we?
No, sir. It was like this when we arrived. Either Dempster was a very messy person, or the bloke who brained him was looking for something.
I say we didn't find it. What are you doing in there?
I thought I'd make some tea, sir.
This is not a picnic, you know. No wonder our success rate is on the decline with blokes like you on the force.
Yeah, I was also taking the chance to have a bit of a look round while waiting for the cab.
Yes, yes, go on, get out of here.
Can I just show you this first, sir?
What is it?
It's this pine panelling.
What about it?
Well, over here, the panelling's been mounted directly onto the wall, you see?
So?
Well, on this wall, it's on buttons. It could be this wall's damp and they wanted to leave an airspace, but over here, behind the fridge, you see, there's a bit missing. I was just about to pull the fridge out, see if anything had been rammed up between the wall and the panelling.
I'll give him a hand, Marlin.
Right, sir. Come on. Yep. Hey.
Yeah, I think I can reach now.
Anything?
I can't feel... Wait a minute.
What?
I think this bit's loose.
Ah, very neat.
Well, it looks as though the whole section's designed to lift away from the wall.
Well, let's have it out of the way.
There's a small recess.
Yes. Anything in it?
Yes. A parcel.
Well, don't touch it. Leave it for the fingerprint boys.
Right, sir.
Ah, well done. What's your name?
Down, sir.
Well done, Down. I think you've earned that tea you were making.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. There's a bloke out here who wants a word with someone in authority.
It's not the press, is it?
No, sir. He says he lives here.
Mr. Simmons?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Detective Inspector Marlin. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. I know you've already made a statement, but I'd just like to go over one or two things again.
Do you think I could have something to drink? I'm very thirsty.
Oh, of course, sir. Coffee?
Without milk and sugar, if that's possible.
Oh. Constable? Sir? See if you can rustle up some black coffee.
Aye, sir.
Well, I realise you've had rather a shock, so I'll try and keep things brief.
Are you from the Special Branch?
Yes, sir.
Political police?
Oh, hardly. At the moment, we're doing straight CID work.
Is there any news about Jonathan?
No, sir, but we would have heard if he'd taken a turn for the worse.
Poor Jonathan.
Yeah. How long have you known him, sir?
We were at university together. That's where I met him.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it must be 20 years.
Do you own the flat you live in?
Yes. Jointly with Jonathan.
I see. So, you do know that Dr. Dempster is a homosexual?
Of course.
Did he ever mention a man to you called Heinrich Simke?
I don't think so.
You're sure?
Pretty sure.
Would you say that Dr. Dempster was a political person?
In what way?
Well, for example, was he a member of a political party?
I don't think so. I doubt it.
But you never heard him express strong right-wing views or show any interest in an ultra-right-wing party?
Well, absolutely not. I think in many ways Jonathan was apolitical. A founder member of the silent majority, which I suppose might have put him right of centre in a somewhat reactionary, unthinking sort of way.
When was Dr. Dempster last on leave in this country?
4 months ago.
Had he changed at all since then?
Not that I'd noticed, no.
I don't know whether you're aware, sir, but we believe that Dr. Dempster's assailant was looking for something.
What?
Well, we're not sure, but during our search of your flat, we found a parcel. It was concealed behind the pine panelling in your kitchen.
What was in it?
Well, we don't know yet. Our experts are still looking at it. Are you aware that there was such a place of concealment?
Absolutely not.
How long has the panelling been there? Sir?
About 4 months. In fact, Jonathan put it up on his last leave.
I see. You helped him?
But no, I'm useless at woodwork. In fact, I wasn't even in the flat when he did it.
Where were you?
With friends. Jonathan didn't want me around fussing. He deliberately arranged the job for a weekend he knew I'd be away.
Yeah. Can you think of any reason why Dr. Dempster would want to build himself on such a place of concealment?
No, absolutely none. I'm amazed he did.
I suppose you can't prove that Dr. Dempster put the panelling up when you were away.
Not really. The friends I stayed with will confirm the date I was there. The neighbours might remember the sawing and hammering. They certainly complained about the noise.
We'll check, sir.
I'm sorry I can't be more helpful.
Will you be going back to your flat?
I don't think I could face it. I'll probably go to a friend.
Well, perhaps you could leave the address and telephone number with the sergeant.
Yes, of course.
Right, sir. I think that's it for the moment. If you think of anything that might be at all useful, perhaps you'll let us know.
Of course.
This is Inspector Marlin. Can you run a records check on Raymond Arthur Simmons? Yeah, Simmons. Address, flat 10, 22 Norwich Gardens. Yeah, it's to do with the Dempster case. Huh? Well, no, it isn't priority. I just want to see what he's been up to, if anything. Yeah. Ta. Yep. Oh, right, sir. Straight away.
Have you spoken to Simmons?
Yep. I've just finished with him.
Anything useful?
No.
What about that hidey hole?
He says he didn't know anything about it. He said it was Dempster who put up the panelling when he was away.
And you believe him?
Yeah, I think so.
Tell me, where was he when Dempster was beaten up?
Bristol. He was there on business.
What is he? What does he do?
Oh, he's an accountant. Well, we'll check the story out, but I don't think there's any problems.
I suppose he didn't come up with any ideas about Dempster? About who might have ducked him up?
Not a one. Let's hope the parcel can supply some answers. Any news on that yet, Benai?
No, not much. Experts say it's a manuscript. They're having a few photocopies run off so we can read it while they're giving the original the fine-tooth comb treatment.
Any fingerprints on the parcel?
Yeah, a few smudges. Not much else.
It's not a very good beginning, is it?
No, it isn't. I was hoping for a bit more help from this.
What's that?
It is a file on Simca from the German police. I'd love to see the original. I bet it's a foot thicker than that one.
You think the Jerrys are covering up?
Well, what do you think?
They still say Simca's death was an accident.
Oh, yes. Although Dempster being clobbered within 24 hours of Simca dying is, well, it's a hell of a coincidence.
Yes.
Anyway, take the file with you. See if you can wring anything out of it.
Right, sir.
What's this? Manuscript from the lab.
What are we supposed to do with it?
I think the intention is that you read it, Sergeant.
It's a very restrained answer, Constable. You should go far.
Well, when he does, he can take that thing with him.
Thank you, Constable.
Sir?
Oh, what do we want with this?
It's a photocopy of what was in the parcel.
We'd expect it to read it?
Yes.
There must be 300 pages.
A reasonable guess.
It'll take days.
Not if you read it quickly. Yeah. Yes, this is Inspector Marlin. What? Oh, I see. When? What's up? Does the super know? Right. Dempster's dead. He didn't regain consciousness.
Pity. Now all we've got's this thing, all 300 pages of it.
Yeah. Was that why he was killed? By that thing? Or was it because he was Simca's lover? Yeah. Perhaps he was selling combine harvests to the Russians on the cheap. We don't know anything, do we?
Flipping heck.
What?
This manuscript. It's a story.
You're joking.
Oh, look, it's a novel.
Well, who'd want to kill Dempster for this?
The author?
Yeah. Hello, get me the German special branch in Bonn, will you? No, it's not to make a personal call. God, stone me, what sort of Burks do they employ on a switchboard nowadays?
It's all done in the name of economy. Who are you calling, anyway?
Well, I've got a mate over there. I want to know what the atmosphere's like, and how seriously they're taking Simca's death. Guten Tag. Here is Sir John Marlin. Ich möchte Inspektor Meyer sprechen, bitte. Ach, danke schön. Ach so. Wissen Sie vielleicht, wann kommt? Einige Minuten noch. Ich rufe später nochmals an. Danke. Hope you were taking notes. He's not there.
You think it's wise making that sort of call from the office?
What do you mean?
Well, someone just happens to be listening. You know how it is. He gets back to the super. You know what he's like when it comes to seeking outside help.
You know, you are right. He might make Inspector yet.
Where are you going?
Lunch.
Well, lunch? It's 3:10.
Then an early tea. And while I'm gone, I'll phone my mate from outside.
Super won't like you wandering off.
Oh, gee. There. I've entered it in the diary. Gone to tea. Now it's official. And while I'm gone, you can get stuck into that novel.
Polizeipräsidium, guten Tag.
Ja, guten Tag. Konnte ich Inspektor Meyer sprechen, bitte?
Einen Moment, bitte. Meyer.
Hello, Vim. It's John Marlin here. How are you, mate?
John. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, are we still friends?
Of course. What's the problem?
Have you heard about Heinrich Simca?
Yes.
You on the case?
What case? There is no case. It was an accident. His car went off the road.
Oh, sure. What do you know about Simca?
Very little. Do you want me to send you his file?
We've already got it. It's been filleted to hell. How important was he, Vim?
Oh, he was a nobody.
Why did your boys distribute Dempster's photograph?
Just routine. Zimka was not the nicest of men, and we don't encourage foreigners to become involved in our internal politics.
I see. Did you hear that Dempster had been murdered?
Really?
Really? Doesn't that say anything to you?
Could say many things.
But you're happy to accept it as coincidence?
I've not much alternative, John. The case is closed.
All right, it's your business. And there's nothing you can tell me about Simca that isn't in the file.
Nothing. Sorry I can be of no help.
Anyway, thanks. Cheers, mate.
Bye, John.
Who was that?
A friend. Seems he's having a little trouble. Tell me, Schmidt, did you ever see the final accident report on Simca's car?
No, sir. No, that went directly to the chief. Well, it was nothing to do with us, anyway.
True. Records. This is Inspector Meyer. Could you send up all the information you have on Heinrich Simca? including the accident report on his car. I'd also like the file on the Federation Party. That's right, Zimka's group. Did you think you could let me have that at once? Thank you.
Sergeant Sutton. He's not back yet, sir. He said he'd only be a few minutes. He's gone for a cup of tea and some fags. Yes, sir, I'll tell him as soon as he comes in. Pardon? Yes, I'm reading it now, sir. Right, sir.
Who was that?
Ah, it was the super. He wants to see you.
Right.
What did your friend in Germany have to say?
Not much.
How are they treating Simca's death?
Accidental. The case is closed. Did the super say what he wanted?
No, but I think it's about the manuscript. Oh. Actually, it's not a bad read. I've been zipping through it.
What's it about?
It's a spy story.
You're joking. What's it called?
I don't know. It hasn't got a title page.
Oh, I think you better come in with me in case I'm expected to know about the subtler bits of the plot. Right.
How's the reading going?
It's progressing, sir.
Mm-hmm. Anything struck you about it?
In what way?
Well, like how well written it is.
Yeah, it's what I'd call a good read.
Yeah. Exactly what the cipher department thinks.
Oh, have they come up with something?
Nothing positive. Just that the thing is of sufficiently high standard to have been written by a professional.
I thought they were all mathematicians up there.
I assume someone with a literary bent sneaked in when no one was looking. Anyway, they feel strongly enough about this idea to want to push it.
What do you mean?
Well, they want us to find the author.
Author? Oh, you must be joking.
I wish I were. But they'd managed to convince Commander Armstrong.
Oh, is he leading the case now?
No, I still have that doubtful privilege. But as we've little else to go on, he suggests we follow that line of inquiry. And I can hardly refuse, with you two sitting around here doing sweet FA.
Oh, of course.
If we don't come up with something positive in the next 12 hours, we're likely to lose this case to the CID, and you know how I'd feel about that, don't you?
Haven't forensic or fingerprints found anything yet?
Well, we wouldn't be going along with this stupid idea if they had, would we, Sutton?
No, sir.
No. Anyway, extra copies of the manuscript are going to be run off for distribution to publishing houses. See what they can come up with. But meantime, you two are going to see... Where are we? Ah, this gentleman.
Mr. Sinclair? Who's he?
He is the author of some authoritative tome on the development of the thriller and spy novel. It's just possible he might recognize something about it. He's already been sent a copy, so give him a ring, see how he's making out. If he's come up with anything, go round to his place and be nice to him.
Of course.
We need the break he might be able to give us.
Have a look at this. It's the accident report on Zimka's car.
What's it say?
I'll read it. There, read that bit out loud.
The tyres were newly fitted, substandard remolds, downgraded for use on agricultural vehicles only, having a maximum speed limit of 25 kilometres per hour, therefore making them totally unsuitable for use in a high-performance car. The cause of accident was due entirely to these tyres overheating and then disintegrating at high speed. Tyres fitted to back axle were type recommended by vehicle's manufacturer.
What make of car was it?
English sports car, an MGB.
Now, that's not the sort of car you're likely to fit with remolds.
No, I suppose not, but Zimka couldn't have known that the tyres would fall to pieces.
I don't believe it. You don't fit tyres that are going to kill you.
Then how did it get on the car?
That's what we're going to find out. I want you to get onto the firms that import English cars and find out where Zimka bought the car. Better still, the garage which used to maintain it.
Right, sir.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm going to have a word with the chief.
You look concerned, Meyer.
I am, sir. I'm curious to know what you thought about the accident report on Zimka's car.
Why?
I'm a little uneasy about the fitting of substandard tyres on a sports car.
Oh, these things happen.
Don't you think we should try and find out how and why they were fitted?
Oh, not particularly. I don't see why the standard of maintenance of Zimka's car should concern us. It's possible if he'd chosen not to tinker with things he didn't understand, he might be alive today.
I see. Did you know Dempster had been murdered, sir?
Yes. Who told you?
An informant. Although I would have expected to have been told about such a development.
I didn't think it was important.
I feel, sir, that with the condition of the tyres and the fact that Dempster died within 24 hours of Zimka's accident, we should reopen the case. Zimka might have been murdered.
Then that is for criminal investigation, not us. I shall inform them of your suggestion. But as far as this department is concerned, the case is closed. And it will remain so unless a substantial piece of new evidence comes to light.
What happened?
It's got nothing to do with us. If Zimke was murdered, it's now the responsibility of criminal investigation.
Then what do we do?
Have you been in touch with the car importers yet?
Yes, he's going to phone me back.
Yeah, well, you ring him in an hour. I want to know the name of that garage today. And meanwhile, I want to know everything there is to know about Zimke and that damn party of his.
Yes? Mr. Sinclair? Yes? Police, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Marlin. This is Detective Sergeant Sutton.
Yes?
I phoned, sir. We need to talk about the manuscript you're reading for us.
Ah, yes, come in, come in.
Ah, thank you.
Now, would you like some tea?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mrs. Noakes. You know it is very good. Oh, please, sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The manuscript. I've already read it twice. Frightfully good of its kind. Very good style. You know, Raymond Chandler had terrific style. Excellent characterization and some beautifully observed detail. Truly a master.
Isn't Raymond Chandler dead, sir?
Alas.
You're saying this manuscript is the work of Raymond Chandler?
Not at all. Oh, no, no.
Then who, sir?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. It certainly isn't a book I've read of his before.
So?
A very neat and compact writer. And, as I've said, with excellent style.
Yes, his name, sir.
I hope Mrs. Noakes heard
I'm
me.
sure she did, sir.
He's very deaf.
His name, sir?
You must remember, I'm not 100% certain, but I think it's the work of a man called Richard Moore.
Oh.
He used at one time to write under the name of Sam Pestry. It's an anagram of master spy, which, I suppose, makes him a bit condescending towards the genre.
Oh, yeah.
But since he started using his own name, his work has improved greatly.
Richard Moore, yeah, well, I've heard of him.
Oh, it's quite likely. He used to be a very distinguished novelist in his day. I never understood why he took up writing spy stories, although he does do it very well.
What makes you think it's Richard Moore?
Well, there's a certain style, a feeling about the story. And, of course, there's the punctuation.
What?
Punctuation, Inspector. Let me show you. I've got another of his novels here. Ah, here we are. You see, he used a hyphen instead of the more conventional inverted commas to indicate conversation.
Is that unusual?
Certainly in this sort of book. It's also slightly pretentious. I think James Joyce originated it, although I'm not quite sure about that. The other thing Moore does is quote a lot from other writers. If you know the quote and the context as it appears in the original, it helps make the whole thing much richer. It's very much after Eliot, although I'm not for one moment suggesting that Eliot was at all pretentious. Of course not. I wouldn't dare to think like that.
No, sir. Anything else?
Oh, yes. For some strange reason, his main character nearly always has a name beginning with the letter M. In your manuscript, he's called Moncrief. In the book I showed you, he's called Mace. In another, it's Mason. I've yet to work out the significance of the M. I thought it might be because the author's name began with an M. But I'm sure it's much more subtle than that.
Who publishes Richard Moore?
Oh, John Klein.
Thank you, sir. Delta 1 to MP, over.
MP, over.
This is Inspector Marlin. Urgent request. I want records to rake up everything they've got on Richard Moore. Address unknown. Occupation, writer. Better tell records it's unlikely he's got any form, so they'll have to search around a bit. Present all gen, with my compliments, of course, to Superintendent Hunter.
Richard Basil Moore, born 1920, came down from Oxford University 1942, second-class honours degree in English literature and philosophy. Joined RAF 1943, demobbed 46, worked on various provincial newspapers before publishing his first novel, The Decline of Simple Simon, in 1949. Subsequent novels include The Nemesis Machine, for which he received the Shaft-Granville Prize and the John Brannan Memorial Prize. Now, Might, published 1954, banned in South Africa. The Fall and Fall of Simon Smith, published in 1956, etc., joined the Communist Party in 1938.
Oh, yeah.
Hobbies, publisher, John Klein, agent Boswell Mackay, and not a word about writing spy stories.
Where does all that information come from?
Who's who?
Huh?
Any form?
Oh, yes. He's a real pro. 3 convictions for drunken driving.
Is that all?
Well, what were you expecting, Sutton?
I don't know, sir.
You know, it's quite likely that this chap isn't even involved.
Do we go and see him?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? But tread carefully, and don't tell him too much about the case.
If I told him everything I knew, he wouldn't know much.
You may well have a point there, Marlin, but don't spread it around. I don't care about you undermining the public's confidence in the police, but don't weaken mine.
I'll try not to, sir.
And don't forget to ring him first. Tell him you're on your way. Keep everything friendly.
Why all this interest in public relations?
Well, I have a feeling this case is doomed. Don't ask me why, because I couldn't tell you, but it's always nice to know that when this mess is relegated to the unsolved file, I shall feel a little happier knowing that I haven't offended anyone during the course of it.
Maya. A moment. It's for you, Schmidt.
Sergeant Schmidt? Ah, yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Goodbye. That was the car, people.
Well?
We now know where Zimkar bought his car.
Excellent.
Do we go and see them?
We certainly do. Oh, I don't reckon those ham rolls I had at lunchtime were kosher, you know. They're sitting like two hard lumps right there.
Shouldn't bolt your food.
I didn't have much choice, did I? I had to eat while I was on the job.
Lucky old you.
Do you know, I've put on nearly a stone in the last month.
Go to the gym more often.
You must be joking. I always get paired with Roberts when I go down there. Have you ever been in the ring with him?
No.
He doesn't know the meaning of a couple of friendly rounds. You know, he even tries to chop you when he's wearing boxing gloves, and that's a bloody mess.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Richard Moore.
No, I'm his secretary. Come in, gentlemen. Mr. Moore's expecting
No,
you.
thank you.
This way. Police have arrived, Mr. Moore.
Oh, come in, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Marlin. This is Detective Sergeant Sutton, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Can I offer you a drink, gentlemen?
No, not for me, sir.
Sergeant?
No, thank you.
Oh, I hope you'll excuse me if I do. You know, Inspector, you are a very deceptive person.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, here I sit in complete calm, waiting for a fresh-faced sergeant to visit me. But what should arrive? A full detective inspector.
No deception intended, sir.
I'm sure it wasn't. But in the pyramid of life, detective inspectors loom large and important. Their comparative rarity makes them so. Your sergeant also omitted to say when he telephoned which CID division he was with. You are CID officers?
No, sir. Special branch.
I see. Well, that might explain why my telephone has been behaving in such a strange manner. It keeps ringing. But when I lift the receiver, I'm greeted with static.
Oh, I take it up with the post office, sir.
Of course. I only ask because the last occasion I had a conversation with a special branch officer, my telephone started to behave in a very strange way, clicking and clacking as though some manic hen was pecking at the line.
Well, it must have been some years ago, sir.
Ah, yes.
Telephone tapping techniques have improved greatly since then.
I'm pleased to hear it. And you're right. It was many years ago, in those heady days when the Cold War was a Cold War, and we all marched from Aldermaston with Cannon Collins to protest about the atom bomb. The special branch was very diligent then. One or another of them always seemed to be popping in for tea and chat. But then in those days, I was very active too in the Communist Party.
But not now.
Well, I still have a dog-eared membership card somewhere. I'd like to think how many years back. But the swinging and decadent, self-indulgent 60s put paid to all that. And then my interest waned. I'm sure you wouldn't like a drink?
Positive, sir.
Well, then I shall indulge alone. I'm depressed. Oh, don't worry. I shan't get drunk. I'm only topping up. I won't suddenly collapse or throw up or something.
I'm pleased to hear it, sir.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, I'd like you to look at this, sir.
Oh, not without my glasses.
Oh. Do you recognize that?
Yes. Let me see.
Do you write it, sir?
Well, I certainly wrote the first paragraph.
Is it a published work?
Not yet.
Ah, but it's due for publication.
Well, of course, I don't write for... What are you doing with it?
Well, I'll come to that in a moment, sir. Does it have a title?
Of course.
What is it?
Dogtooth.
Dogtooth.
Hmm.
Do you know a man called Jonathan Dempster?
I'm not fairly certain.
Well, can you offer any explanation as to how he might have got hold of your manuscript?
None, although I would have thought that a question better put to him.
Yeah, I wish that were possible, sir.
Oh?
He's dead.
Oh. How did he die?
He was beaten to death.
By me?
Well?
I couldn't really summon up the energy to leave the house, let alone involve myself in the clubbing to death of a man I don't even know. And what motive would I have?
There's every probability the murderer was after your manuscript.
Oh, my dear boy, this is incredible news. I thought I'd reached the pinnacle of my career when one of my books was reprinted in the same week of publication. But now, it seems, I have fans prepared to commit murder for a peek at a forthcoming attraction.
The flippancy doesn't help, you know, sir.
Oh, sorry.
This manuscript was hidden in Dr. Dempster's flat. It was very carefully hidden. Now, there has to be a reason for that.
Oh, sorry, I can't help you.
What happens when you complete a new manuscript?
Oh, I send copies to my agent and my publisher and leave them to fight it out.
No one else gets a copy?
No.
How many copies are made of each manuscript?
Oh, well, Peter, how many?
I made the usual number.
How many was that?
5.
Do you still have a copy?
There should be at least a file copy.
Would you mind if I have a look at that, sir?
Why not?
I'll get it.
Thank you.
Inspector, how did you find me? This manuscript hasn't got a title author page.
No, we had an expert read it, sir. We recognised your style.
Really? God heavens. You mean I still have a style? Did you know I was once considered a serious novelist, Inspector? Some critics have even been kind enough to say I could have been a great novelist. But that's all in the past. Nowadays I have to be dried out twice a year so I can write 2 book spy stories. I dread the experience. I can't live without alcohol. So I write books that I can finish very quickly. Today I'm called a popular writer and grateful for it. For, as you see, it keeps me in some style. Well, your friend has started to scribble in his notebook. I feel that if he's going to do that, I should be advised upon my utterances.
Oh, it's just notes, sir, not a verbatim record.
Oh, what a pity. I do so enjoy being quoted.
Perhaps we could quote you on whether you know a man called Heinrich Simker.
What? No. Oh, yes.
Sir?
Well, I've heard of him. He's a journalist. Or at least he was. I believe he's written 1 or 2 books on the virtues of a benevolent dictatorship. Needless to say, they're both very slim volumes.
But you never met him?
No.
Now, what about his political party? Die Föderationspartei die Wiederdeutschung des Vaterland. What do you know about that?
Only that it's full of ex-SS types who are dissatisfied with the general lack of Jew-bashing, have taken to grinding their gums and waving their pension books in the air. Do you know what Die Föderationspartei zur Wiederdeutschung des Vaterlands means in English?
Well, I have a fair idea, sir.
The Federation Party for the Re-Germanization of Germany. I mean, Gott in Himmel. It doesn't even make sense. I suppose you know that lot's affiliated to the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
No, I didn't.
Well, no wonder Adolf Hitler said the British weren't Germany's natural enemies. We're all bloody fascists together.
I found a copy, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
And what were you hoping to find?
I don't know, sir.
You know, Inspector, I always thought a novel a good place to hide microdots. What do you think of all the I's, J's, commas, colons and the like that could so easily play host to a pinpoint of film? If you didn't know where to look, it'd take you weeks to find it. Oh, you've become agitated, Inspector. Have you found something? A secret, perhaps?
It's nothing very exciting, sir.
Oh, what a pity. I was at the very least expecting cost analysis of the Prime Minister's off-licence expenses.
Your manuscript has been copied. Look, you see the typeface is different.
Oh. Well, who said the master sleuth only exists in fiction?
Well, is it possible it could have been copied at your agents or your publishers?
I suppose so. But why? And why my novel?
Well, we might be able to answer that when we find out what it was used for.
Useful? Hey, who was this Jonathan Dempster?
Well, he was a plant pathologist.
Well, that sounds like a crime in itself. Does he also happen to be a spy?
I don't know, sir.
Well, it would be awful if my manuscript was tied up in some sordid little case of espionage. Good God, I may no longer be much of a writer, but I feel my work deserves better than to be abused in this way.
May we take this copy of your manuscript?
I suppose so.
It's possible that my superintendent might want to have a word with you later, sir.
Well, I shall not go into hiding or leave the country in spite of the disgrace. I shall be here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Tell me, the man who recognized my manuscript by its style. Style. Sounds a man of rare talent. I'd like him to have this.
What's that, sir?
Well, it's my latest publication, a novel of doubtful merit. I shall inscribe it for him. What was his name?
Malcolm Sinclair.
Well, you tell Mr. Sinclair that for a moment he made an old drunkard. Very happy.
Yeah.
Yes, style. Oh, I hope you don't mind being an errand boy, Inspector.
So what happens now?
Well, first we get this manuscript to the experts for comparison. Then I'm going to get a couple of blokes onto compiling a list of names of everyone at Moore's agent and publishers who had access to their copies of the manuscript.
That'll be a job and a half.
Yeah, I know. The manuscript was copied for a bloody good reason.
What are we going to be doing?
Well, I don't know about me, but you, Sunshine, are going to do a bit of sleuthing into the activities of the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
You Herr Muller?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Meyer. This is Sergeant Schmidt.
Gentlemen.
Herr Muller? The showroom manager tells me you're the workshop foreman.
Oh, that's right.
I'm making inquiries concerning a car owned by one of your customers, Heinrich Zimke.
Ah, yes.
Got the details of the vehicle here. Do you know the car?
Yes, of course I do.
When was it last serviced?
Day before yesterday.
Are you sure?
Of course. I've still got the work card here. Just a minute. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Is this all the work you did on his car?
That's right. Just a 10,000 kilometre service. Anything wrong?
Was there any work done on the wheels of the car?
No.
New tyres weren't fitted?
It's not on the worksheet.
Have you always serviced this car?
Yes.
So you would know if new tyres had been fitted since the car was purchased?
Of course I would.
Well, have they?
Yes, look, 4 months ago.
Would that be a complete set?
Yes.
Would the car's tyres be checked at normal servicing?
No, yes, we always check for excessive damage to the tread and wall of the tyre.
And this check would have been made the day before yesterday?
Always, without fail.
What's that?
That costing sheet. You see, I work out the time and materials used on the car, then it goes up to accounts for invoicing to the customer.
Yes, is this the sheet for the last service?
Yeah. You can see there's no charge for tyres.
Indeed. Do you ever fit remold?
Oh, no, never. You can't risk it on a high-performance car.
You would always advise against it?
Always.
Do you keep remolded tyres in stock?
No, I wouldn't touch them.
And if by some chance Zimke's car had been fitted with the wrong tyres, your mechanic, he would have noticed, wouldn't he?
Without a doubt. Look, we're a quality garage, Inspector. We're very thorough.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear it. What's this charge here?
Delivery charge?
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite normal. That's for returning the car to the customer. A lot of our clients are very busy people. They drop their cars into the garage in the morning. We return them to their home or office. Saves them having to come back here.
And that's what you did with Zimke's car?
That's right.
Where was it taken?
Here, Simca's home. In fact, Willy dropped it off on his own way home.
And who is Willy?
One of the old boys we employ for the job.
Oh. Is he here now?
No, didn't come in today. Strange that. He's usually very reliable.
What's his full name?
Willem Rikers.
Rikers. Do you know his address?
No, personnel should have it. Willy isn't in any trouble, is he?
That remains to be seen.
Well, what happened?
Heinrich Zimke is dead.
You going to bring Rikers in for questioning?
Not until I've spoken to the chief. You forget, this case is officially closed.
He's not going to be very happy.
Well, that's his tough luck.
He could still argue that Zimke fitted the tyres himself.
He can argue what he likes, but Zimke no more fitted them than you did. Good tyres were on that car when it left the garage. Rikers supposedly returned the car to Zimke on his way home. The following morning, Zimke drives his car onto the autobahn and is killed. If Rikers didn't actually fit the tyres himself, he knows who did. And he might also know why someone wanted Zimke dead.
Shall I come with you and see the chief?
No, you go to records and see what they have on Rikers.
Right. See you later.
Do you mind if I have a word with you, sir?
Oh, by all means. Come in, Meyer. Oh, actually, I've been looking for you. Someone here I'd like you to meet.
Sir?
This is Herr Baumann.
Really? Inspector Meyer?
Yes, I asked him to have a word with you as you seemed doubtful about Zimker's accident.
Yeah, with justification, sir.
I noticed from your diary that you and Schmidt had gone to the garage. Oh, by the way, where is he?
Records. For the file on Wilhelm Reichers? Yes. You have done well, Inspector. Hardly. Any intelligent child could have found out what I have. Perhaps. But you needn't concern yourself about Reichers anymore. We already have him. Ah. Since when have you been allowed to operate internally in this country? Your function is purely defense. Internal security is handled by the civil police. You're quite right. And at the same time, you've answered your own question. The Zimker affair is no longer an internal matter. Then why weren't we told? That's why I'm here now. I wish to reassure you that this business is in good hands. Zimker was murdered, wasn't he? Yes. By Reichers. We believe he was involved. Do you know who ordered Zimker killed? I can't tell you that, Inspector. But you do know.
You're not in the interrogation room now, Meyer.
Sorry, sir. I understand how you feel, Inspector. It's very frustrating to be taken off a case just as you've begun to make progress. Yes, it is. But I'm afraid it's necessary. All I can say is that Zimker is not all that he seems. His desire to re-Germanize Germany was not entirely what you might expect from a man of his political persuasion. Are you saying he was a double agent? I leave you to draw your own conclusions on that score. But what I am saying to you is that you are not to proceed any further with this case. It is now completely out of your hands. You understand? Yes, sir. That's it, Schmidt. We're redundant.
What?
We're off the case. The Secret Service is involved.
What about Reichers?
It got him.
Ah. At least that explains why Records wouldn't let me have his file. Did the chief give any reasons?
No. I doubt whether he knows. But the guy with him did. One Herr Baumann. He knew all right.
What did he say?
That Zimker wasn't what he appeared to be, and that his desire to re-Germanize Germany would not be what you would expect from a man of his apparent political persuasion.
So, instead of National Socialism, we get, what?
Could be anything.
Including communism?
Why not?
Why not? Well, the irony would be a bit strong, wouldn't it? Communism from the policy director of the Federation Party.
Until we know the reason why Zimker was murdered, we can't afford to dismiss anything from our consideration.
We're continuing with the case?
Well, there's nothing to stop us from theorizing.
Not that we have much to theorize on.
Wait a minute. God, man, I must be losing my wits.
What's the matter?
After we searched Zimker's flat, I left a couple of men on surveillance. I wanted to see who would turn up.
So?
No one has. Not one single soul.
Still don't understand.
If your policy director suddenly died, wouldn't you send somebody along to his home just to make sure he hadn't left any embarrassing documents lying around?
Well, probably, but, well, perhaps Zimker's party doesn't allow controversial stuff outside of party HQ.
But could you afford not to check, just in case?
Well, I suppose not.
Yeah. So, if nobody came, doesn't that suggest anything to you?
They knew the flat was clean.
Right. And if they knew that, somebody from Zimker's party had already made sure of the fact, which suggests they knew he was going to die.
They may have got there before us.
For how? The traffic police withheld the news of Zimker's death for the very reason we could give his flat the once over first.
It's credible, I suppose, but why should his own party want to kill him?
Because he was a spy, a communist agent.
Or equally likely he was an embezzler, or Jewish, or simply because they found out he was a homosexual.
The Secret Service wouldn't have been called out for a simple case of murder. Hey, look, I think we should kick this around a bit more.
If you like.
How about coming for a drink?
Why not?
Marlin?
He's just left, sir.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It'll keep.
Have the experts come up with anything on the manuscript we brought in?
Must be joking. Those idiots work even slower than you do.
What's this lot?
Oh, just refreshing myself on the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
Rather you than me.
Yeah, the propaganda's a bit boring. Every other phrase is either moral decline or the country's been betrayed by the left.
Oh, just like prayers. Repeat them often enough and you start to believe them. Anyway, why are you still here?
Oh, I'm waiting for my girlfriend to pick me up, sir.
I thought you were a married lad.
I am, sir. But at the moment, we're what you might call a bit estranged. I moved out a couple of months ago.
Well, nobody tells me anything around here. Good night, Sutton.
Good night, sir.
Oh. I don't believe it. Can't be morning already. Oh. Yeah.
John,
Yeah?
this is Vim. How are you, my friend?
You know what time it is?
Yeah, it is late. I'm very sorry.
Well, what do you want?
Are you still on the Dempster case?
Yeah, why?
Any progress?
Well, couldn't you have waited till the morning to ask that?
I'm sorry.
Are you drunk?
Oh, a German never gets drunk, though it's true. I have been celebrating
Oh, why?
my redundancy.
You're what? Lord, knock it off, Vim. I want to go to sleep. I'll phone you tomorrow.
No, John, this is important. It's about Simca.
What about him?
Secret Service have taken over the case.
You're joking.
I am drunk, John, but I'm not joking.
Then you better be careful what you say. You might wake up regretting this conversation.
I don't think so. There's something else I should tell you. Simca was murdered.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Look, Vim, I think you better sober up before you say anything else. As far as I'm concerned, we haven't had this conversation, all right? I'll call you tomorrow. If you want to tell me again, that's fair enough. But for the time being, go to bed. And shut up and sober up, okay?
But there's more.
Go to bed, Vim.
Sergeant Sutton. No, sir, he isn't here at the moment. Oh, what, sir? Oh, I see. When? I'll tell him, sir.
Tell me what? Who was that?
Oh, the super. He said the experts come up with something.
Oh, about bloody time.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Right, what have you found?
Quite a bit, Superintendent. Quite a bit. But I must first ask if you have all signed the Official Secrets Act.
Oh, stop mucking about. Of course we have. Haven't we?
I have.
Well, there you are.
Good. Then I can proceed. When Inspector Marlin brought the second manuscript in, the one from Mr. Moore, we decided to run a straight word-for-word comparison with the one found at Dempster's flat. And the first thing we noticed was the difference in typeface.
Brilliant. Bloody brilliant. 7,500 a year this bloke gets.
Please don't be facetious, sir. I also happen to be worth every penny. Now, as you can see, the copy found in Dempster's flat has been typed on an ordinary machine. Inspector Marlin's copy, obviously, on an electric model. Now, the next thing we found was much more interesting. Here's the list. As you see, a total discrepancy in the names of characters in the two manuscripts. Now, I wish to reserve judgment on the names in the Dempster copy until I put them through the computer. But I tell you this, one or two of them are very well-known real people in the business world.
How long before you can check the names?
A few hours, but there's more. Now, look here. This is page 112 from Inspector Marlin's copy, and this is the same page from the Dempster copy. You see? An additional paragraph in the Dempster copy that to the casual reader is part of the story. It's so neat. So simple.
Well, what does this extra paragraph tell us? What does it mean?
It means absolute chaos, Superintendent.
What's he talking about?
In the chapter containing the additional paragraph, the author describes a coding machine. In fact, it is not unlike the Mills coding machine being used by our embassies at the moment. In the additional paragraph, there is a key word mentioned, to all intents and purposes referring to the machine described in the book.
And that means chaos?
When I discovered the paragraph, I got on to the head of cipher at the Foreign Office to see if he could make anything of it.
Yeah?
I was still in the middle of reading the keyword when he fainted.
It was for real?
Precisely. It is our current keyword. Anyone who has access to a Mills coding machine would be able to decode any information being passed between London and any one of our embassies.
As easily as that?
Indeed.
How many people know the keyword?
In this country?
Yeah.
Head of cipher, of course. A few civil servants. Probably the Foreign and Commonwealth Secretary, if he was interested. Same with the PM.
What would be the chance of guessing it?
A 12-symbol conglomerate of letters and numbers. I should think 1,000,000 to 1 chance.
Does Commander Armstrong know what you found?
Of course.
Did he say anything?
Only that he wanted to interview Richard Moore himself immediately.
You think Moore's mixed up in this?
And we'll soon find out.
Taking his time.
Yeah. Have a look through the window.
Right. Oh, my God.
What's up?
Come and see for yourself. It's Mr. Moore.
Get that bloody window open.
There you are. The pathologist's report on Richard Basil Moore. Sleeping pills washed down with brandy.
But why did he kill himself?
It was that, or go inside for the rest of his natural.
Ah, but why didn't he run? I would have.
Yeah, he's a sick man. Where could he run to? Gin factory.
He handed over the manuscript knowing he'd have to kill himself.
Oh, wouldn't let it worry you, Sunshine. Start thinking about the new angle his death brings to the case.
What's that?
Why was Richard Moore, a communist, tied in with Simca and Dempster? A couple of fascists. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he's here. It's for you, sir.
Hunter. Yeah? What? Is it important? I'll be straight up. They've completed the check on the names in the manuscript. They reckon they've got something.
Identifying a list of names without any other information is rather difficult.
Yes, but you have succeeded, right?
Not entirely to my satisfaction, Superintendent. You see, I had to make rather an important assumption.
What was that?
That all the names belonged to the same group. That is, that they were all successful businessmen. Anyway, this is what we came up with.
God, there's pages of it.
Do these names have anything in common?
Nothing really conclusive. Several of them were at Cambridge at the same time, but that doesn't necessarily tie them together. As with the fact that a lot of them share the same club.
Which one's that?
Blackett's.
Well, they must be involved together in some way, otherwise they wouldn't be on that list.
How about their youthful flirtation with right-wing politics in the 30s? Amazing number of them seem to have known Mosley in their youth.
Now, that's more like it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, actually, there is.
And I can tell from that smug manner of yours that you've been saving it.
May I have the computer readout back? Thank you. There.
Dinsdale, Sir Andrew. Permanent Undersecretary, Foreign and Commonwealth Office.
Need I tell you that he has access to the cipher machine keywords?
No, I don't think you do. Does Commander Armstrong know?
I believe he's already with the Home Secretary.
Good. Because if this Sir Andrew Thingy character did drop the cipher keywords, it won't be long before we know to whom.
Where do we go from here?
Yeah, we start with a check on Blackett's club.
What exactly are we supposed to be looking for?
The missing link.
Evolutionists have been looking for that for 150 years.
Yeah.
Why are we suddenly supposed to strike lucky?
Well, because our link's easier to find, Sunshine. We want to know what connects Dempster, Richard Moore, the gentleman listed in the Dempster manuscript, and Blackett's club. But if you can tie in Simca as well, I'll personally recommend that you're immediately promoted to Inspector.
That's very nice of you.
Not at all.
Mind you, at the moment I'd settle for an explanation as to why that list was ever compiled. I mean, if the expert's right, it's dropped Sir Andrew what's it right in it.
Yeah, when we find the link, we'll know why it was made. Inspector Marlin. Well, now, sir? Right. But the super wants yet another word. I think he must get lonely in that office all by himself. You carry on, I'll be back in a minute.
Right.
We are out, Marlin.
Out, sir?
The FO have slammed the door on us. We're to discontinue the investigation into the Dempster case.
Why?
Because of the keyword cipher business. They say it's no longer an internal problem, but a matter of national security. The Secret Service boys are to take over.
Well, where does that leave us?
Out in the bloody cold. Where else?
Well, what about Sir Andrew Dinsdale?
They won't let us near him. Security boys get him. As soon as one of the FO boys get into trouble, they clamp down. They hate the civil police poking about in their business.
Or do we comply with the order? Close the case down?
No.
What then?
We continue. Keeping, as they say, a low profile. I want this department to find out what Dempster was doing with that manuscript and what that list of names is all about.
You're the boss. Look, I've got a mate on a special branch in Bonn. Here's my opposite number, actually. Well, I could give him a ring, couldn't I? I mean, sort of suss out what's happening over there. See what they found out about Simca.
I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't have to know anything about it. I'm prepared to make the phone call unofficially. If he doesn't know anything, well, fair enough.
It's risky. But, Yeah, what you do in your spare time is more or less your business. But I don't want to know anything about it. If your friend's got anything interesting to say, I don't want to see it in any report that the source of your information was the German police. Right?
Right, sir.
And don't make the phone call on the premises either.
Maya.
John Marlin.
Oh, hello, John.
Hello. Are you alone?
Yes.
What about this line? Is it safe?
Oh, probably.
Ah, good. Do you remember the conversation we had earlier this morning?
I think so.
Look, Vim, we've just been closed down as well.
By national security.
Yeah. And that worries me.
How far did you get?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Because in the middle of all this right-wing stuff, some shagged-out old communist seems to have got himself involved.
Really? Now, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Huh?
Now, listen.
Oh, yeah, where have you been?
Out.
It's a bit unfair, you know. I'm up to my eyeballs in paper and all you do is keep wandering off.
One of the privileges of rank, Sutton. But don't fret, lad. I've not been wasting my time.
What have you been doing?
I've been on the blower to Germany.
Oh, your friend again? I don't know why you don't join the German force.
Not much advantage in that. They're suffering from the same problems as us.
Oh, have they been closed down as well?
Yeah. But in spite of that, our conversation was very interesting.
Can you trust your bloke?
Yeah, I think so.
What did he have to say?
He said that Simca was murdered.
No doubt about it.
No. His car was fixed.
But why?
Well, what if I said it was because he was a spy? A double agent? A communist who'd infiltrated the Federation Party?
I'd inquire which pub you made the call from and how many you'd had while you were there.
None more's the pity.
How official's all this?
Well, the death bit's for sure. The spy bit's pure speculation. But it's speculation that begins to make sense of this case. Because if Simca is a communist, then Richard Moore slips in nicely alongside, eh?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, we know for a fact that Moore allowed his manuscript to be used as a carrier for highly secret information, right?
Mm-hmm.
The manuscript turned up in Dempster's flat. Destined for where?
Well, we've assumed Simca.
Yeah, with Dempster as messenger boy.
Yeah.
Now, contained in that manuscript is a list of names. Some of them we know had strong right-wing convictions. Well, who'd benefit most from a list like that?
Someone wanted to cause trouble.
Right. Who'd want to cause trouble for the extreme right?
Well, anyone with any sense.
Don't be a jerk. That manuscript was destined for the Kremlin, or thereabouts, along with the cipher keyword.
I suppose it's possible.
Possible. It's odds on, lad.
Ah, I'm not so sure. I've lost money on bets like that in the past.
What we still don't know is who compiled the information for Moore and where he got it from.
What about Dempster?
Oh, I don't see it myself. He's hardly ever in the country, is he? I mean, the person who got that lot together, he'd spent a long time building up contacts. I mean, that sort of stuff doesn't just fall into your lap, does it? Unless your lap was in the right place, that is.
What do you mean?
Suppose there's a Simca in the Britain Forward Party lot.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, in that case, it could mean that this list is of all the special members. The elite. The ones who don't want it known.
Yeah, but most of the party's top brass have been there for years. I can't see one of them having that sort of change of heart.
Then it must be a younger man. Relative new boy in the party. And he'd probably be a member of Blackett's as well.
And one who knows Richard Moore. And there can't be many of them.
Well, we better get on with it.
Just one question. What information did you exchange to get this stuff on Simca?
Why do you want to know?
Well, it's just that when I come up in court for contravening the Official Secrets Act, I'd like to know what the secrets were.
I told him about the manuscript.
On an open line?
It was an STD call from a British phone box. So don't worry.
I got you some coffee, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Have you heard Wilhelm Reichers has been released?
No?
They said there wasn't enough evidence to charge him.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, you tell me. I also heard that Reichers was in the SS during the war.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Neither would the fact he was a member of the Federation Party.
You're convinced that Simca was murdered by his own party, aren't you?
Yes.
But why? I mean, where's the motive?
Look, if you were a member of a right-wing party and you found you'd made a communist spy your policy director, how would you feel?
But we can't know for certain Zimka was a spy.
I just had a phone call from a friend. Apparently, a manuscript has been found in, well, somewhere, and destined for Zimka. It contained what's believed to be a membership list of the most influential members of a group probably affiliated to the Federation Party. Now, if Zimka was collecting that sort of information about other groups, there's every reason to believe he was doing the same with his own party.
But what would he want with the list?
All information's useful when you're out to cause trouble. Now, look, I want to have another look at Zimka's papers.
What, those at his flat?
Yes.
If we were caught, my God, we'd be for it.
That's why I'm not asking you to come.
But you think it's worth the risk?
Yeah.
All right. Well, when did we go?
This evening.
Oh, could we call it a day?
No.
I can't concentrate anymore. I must know more about blackets than any man alive. Have you got any fags?
Yeah.
Ta. I mean, we don't even know what we're looking for, do we?
No.
Well, gentlemen, how is it going?
It isn't.
We don't even know if we're looking in the right place.
Oh, we are, Sutton. Did you ask Records to run a check on Dempster's flatmate?
What, Simmons? Yeah, routine check. I asked yesterday. I am still waiting to hear.
Well, his file came to me by mistake. It's been sitting in my in tray since yesterday afternoon. Now, feast your eyes.
Parking tickets?
Right. Look at the top three. Look, where he was given them.
Maston Avenue.
Does it ring any bells?
Yeah. That's where Richard Moore lived.
That's right. Simmons was Moore's accountant.
Who says?
Moore's secretary confirms it. I've just come off the blower to him.
Simmons is our man.
So it seems. He is also accountant to Blackett's and the Britain Forward for Freedom Party.
Bloody hell.
We had him right here.
That's right, and I want him back. Well, would you like to go and fetch him?
Won't the Secret Service object?
Most strongly, I should think. But I noticed that a couple of these parking tickets are overdue for payment. I'll have a word with the traffic division, see if they wouldn't mind us popping round just to remind Simmons about them.
How long do you reckon it'll take?
Oh, I don't know.
The thought of going through all those books, it could take weeks.
Oh, we won't need to. If Simcoe is consistent in how he transmits his information, we should be looking for a manuscript. Do you remember the carbon copies of the magazine articles in Simcoe's filing cabinet?
Yes, what about them?
We'll start there.
But what have we been looking for?
Names. Information that seems out of place in the articles.
Huh, is that all?
Surely you wouldn't want it any easier. Pull over, let us lot pass.
Oh, I hope after all this Simmons is in.
You're a physical wreck, Sutton.
Oh, it's just stairs that knocked me out. Don't know why. Well, whenever there's a tall block of flats, the person we want to see is always on the top floor.
Yeah. With the lift out of order.
Every time. I'm cursed, you know.
I believe you.
Can't help it.
Are you all right now?
I'll do.
You realise Simmons may not want to answer our questions. He may want to fight instead.
I'll be ready. I won't let you down.
Good. Because I'm depending on you.
Oh, at least someone's in.
Yes.
Good evening, sir. We're looking for Raymond Arthur Simmons. I believe he's staying here.
Yes, well, he was. That is, he moved some of his stuff in here yesterday.
Where is he now, sir?
Oh, he's gone away for a few days on business, I believe.
Where to?
Well, I don't know. Who are you, anyway?
Police, sir.
Ah, yes, he had some trouble, didn't he?
There's something wrong, sir.
What? No,
You seem rather nervous.
Oh, well,
Are you alone, sir?
Alone? Oh, yes, I am.
Really? Step into the hall. Come on, move!
What's all this about? Why the guns?
Special branch over by the wall, hands last night. Frisk him, Sutton.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong.
He's clean. Handcuff him. Now, sir, Who's in the flat?
Look, it's no one. It's just a few friends.
Why did you lie?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Is Simmons in there?
No, that's the truth.
Right, lie down. Come on, hurry.
Go of me.
Now lie very still and shut up. You call the heavy brigade, sir?
No, we'll risk it. I'll go in. You cover me from the door, right?
Right. Ready when you are.
Okay. Now!
Hold it!
Oh, my God.
Can't be Zimka's flat.
The fire chief's over there.
Hey, get back on the other side of the barrier.
Please, Inspector Meyer, what's happening?
What does it look like?
Which flat?
Number 15.
Zimka's.
Anybody hurt?
No, everyone's been accounted for.
Uh-huh. Is the damage extensive?
We've managed to contain the fire to the flat, though that's a write-off.
Any idea what caused it?
Gas leak.
Are you sure?
The flat had been empty for a couple of days, probably a faulty valve on the cooker.
There's no doubt.
Well, the fire started in the kitchen. Escaping gas is usually the reason when a fire starts in an empty flat. Don't worry. The police will get a full report tomorrow.
I wonder.
Sir?
This fire. One hell of a coincidence.
It could be an accident.
I know. But I also know it doesn't take much skill to fix a gas tap. There's the man who might have done it. Bowman!
Who's he?
The security man I met with the chief. Bowman! You go back to the car. I'll be with you in a minute.
Right, sir.
Inspector Meyer. Hey, what a coincidence. I didn't realize Special Branch was called out for crowd-controlled fires.
I just happened to be passing.
It's a great shame when one of these fine buildings is damaged. I hope they can restore it.
May I ask what you're doing here, sir?
Take that tender out
Like
of
you.
here.
I just happened to be passing. On my way home again.
Ah. You realize it's Zimka's flat on fire?
So I gathered. A great shame.
Even more so, as the Secret Service won't be able to examine Zimka's papers.
Is that so important?
There's a rumor going round. Zimka was a communist agent.
Rumor? I thought I'd handed that one to you the last time we met.
Aren't you bothered Zimka was a communist agent?
Not particularly.
Why not?
Could you summon up much concern over a left-wing pervert who had managed to infiltrate a right-wing party?
Then why did you shout national security and take the case out of our hands?
I don't think I've ever shouted in my life.
Somebody did.
I really can't understand why you're so concerned.
Because I smell a cover-up. And it concerns me when it's done by the Secret Service.
Come now. The Federation Party is a collection of silly old men with their heads buried in the past.
So why was Zimka a threat? And why was his flat destroyed?
The fire was an accident.
Ah.
The fire chief confirms it.
I might have found that more acceptable if I hadn't found you warming your hands by its flames.
All right, Inspector. We'll have a little talk if that's what you want. How much do you think you know?
I'm not sure of anything.
If I tell you what I can, you'll stop ferreting about, wasting your time?
I might.
All right, but you'll be disappointed. There's very little. About 3 months ago, we had what we call a blowback. That is when classified information has been transmitted to the other side, and for one reason or another, we get to hear about it.
Yes.
Forever vigilant, we traced the source of the leak to some humble clerk in the Ministry of Defence. It was pathetic. The stuff he was passing on was of such low quality you were able to read about it in the newspaper the following day. Anyway, after interviewing him, it transpired that his motivation was not to see the red flag flying over the Bundestag, but quite the reverse. He was a fully paid-up member of the Federation Party, and the contact he passed his information to was also a member of that party.
Zimka?
Correct.
So what did you do?
We kept an eye on Zimka for a while, and found that all his sources were as pathetic as the defence clerk.
And they all believed they were helping the Federation Party in their fight against communism?
That was the sad mockery of it all.
Then why didn't you arrest Zimka?
To be honest, we didn't think it was worth it. The effort in collecting enough evidence to secure a conviction wasn't worth the man-hours involved. So instead, we decided to knock him from his perch, hoping at the same time to throw the Federation Party into a paroxysm of paranoia by leaking to them that their policy director was a communist agent.
Neat.
Neat? We laughed ourselves sick over the irony of the situation.
And then sat back and let them murder Zimka.
Not quite. Things just got out of hand. We thought they'd just kick him out in disgrace. And at very most, all he would get was a working over from some of the more enthusiastic members. Oh, you know how it goes. We didn't expect them to kill him.
Ah.
That still doesn't explain the national security scare when they did.
We had blundered. If we allowed you or the criminal police to investigate his murder, you might have discovered our involvement. And we have our pride. And then we remembered that Zimker was a spy. And sometimes spies get killed. It's what you might call an occupational hazard. So we decided to close your investigation down, to avoid any unnecessary embarrassment.
I see. Do you actually expect me to believe what you've just said?
Take it or leave it. It's all true.
Oh, it's true that Zimker was using his position as policy director to gather classified information. But the scale he was working on, now that's a lie. I know for a fact he had at least one contact in London who was passing him high-grade information.
Oh, you have been busy.
I also know that one important British civil servant has been arrested, and that Jonathan Dempster, Zimker's associate, has been murdered. Now, that's not small scale, that's international. So why the cover-up?
You tell me, Inspector.
Because you're scared. Zimker's London contact had compiled a list of important people. Perhaps, like the civil servant, they were all prepared to pass on high-grade information, believing it was going to help the cause of the right. But all the time, Zimker was slipping it through a chink in the Iron Curtain.
That is in Britain. Perhaps we are less gullible.
Oh, I think not. I believe you got onto Zimker via one of your so-called blowbacks of classified information, but I think it more likely that you were horrified by the quality of it, and that when you finally traced Zimker, you were even more horrified when you realized that so many important Germans were prepared to give so much for that particular cause.
You certainly have a very fertile imagination.
Rubbish. On Zimker's murder alone, you have enough to bust the Federation Party wide open, but you didn't, because you were scared of what you might find, the important names that might come to light, and that's why you've destroyed Zimker's flat. You didn't want to see what was there.
Times have changed, Meyer. The extreme right is harmless. The new bogeymen belong to the left. Men like Zimker, who exploit diehards, like the members of the Federation Party, develop their own revolutionary ideals. They're the men you should be watching. They're the sort of men who offer the real threat nowadays. You're a good detective. You've scratched around and found out a lot. We need more men like you. Your only problem is your reasoning is a little out of focus. You're placing the wrong interpretation on what you find.
Am I? I don't think so. You just don't want a scandal. It's not good for our international standing to announce that even one of our major industrialists still hankers after the good old days.
You're wrong, Meyer.
What would you do if I found a membership list of this neo-fascist group?
It would be embarrassing. If it were published, we'd be forced to act on it, of course. The public would demand it. But there are always problems about lists of names. You can never really be certain how a person gets onto them. I mean, on closer examination of your list, we might even find your name.
You what?
Or that of your parents, or a close friend, or even your wife. It's politics, Meyer. We don't want to know any more about Zimker. The case is closed. Forget about him. And in return, I might forget about this conversation.
So, it's all true.
Go home, Inspector. You've had a busy day.
I can see from the way you've just splintered my door, you didn't get Simmons.
No, I didn't. I charge into this flat, waving my gun like John Wayne, and what do I find? 3 poxy transvestites sitting around drinking coffee. I am sick to death. We don't meet normal villains nowadays. I went along expecting to arrest a communist agent.
Oh, don't let it get you down, Marlin. Simmons has been found.
Oh, where?
East Germany.
Oh.
Intelligence reported he was seen getting off a scheduled flight to Dresden yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon?
Yes, he went straight from this office to the airport.
Oh,
needless to say, Armstrong wants my guts. You see, we all have problems. You realize this case has been one great monumental shambles from beginning to end.
Well, he can't blame you. We did our best. We were even taken off the case.
We had Simmons. We had him in the interview room. We let him go. That's all Armstrong sees now.
No, at least he didn't get in a manuscript. He doesn't have the names or the keyword.
That's very slight evidence to present in mitigation.
Yeah, so what happens now? Suspension pending an inquiry.
No, thank God.
How come?
Because of this. Note how Special Branch receives its information nowadays via the evening paper.
Sir Andrew Dinsdale dead?
That's what it says. Fell to his death.
Oh.
From his own office window. It's very convenient.
Oh, they can't blame us for that. Secret Service wouldn't let us near him.
Yes, you're right. And that is why we're off the hook.
What do you mean?
Because there won't be any need for a trial.
I don't understand all this.
Well, if you can remember back that far, Sunshine, Sir Andrew's name was one of many found in the Dempster manuscript, right?
Yes.
And many of the other names belong to distinguished men of commerce and industry. Now, if Sir Andrew had gone for trial, someone, somewhere, might have started asking questions about those other names. And as this is probably the unpublished elite of the Britain Forward for Freedom party, that would have caused a lot of embarrassing questions.
Yeah, like, for example, what actually constitutes their support.
Precisely. Were they offering goodwill or hard cash, or, like our friend Sir Andrew, national secrets?
And his death saves all these questions.
Right. After all, this is the glorious land of the free. It's not illegal to belong to an extreme right-wing party.
Ah, it's just an excuse for a big cover-up.
It's called playing politics. As far as our careers are concerned, we should be grateful.
Big deal. I always fancied myself as an honest cop.
This is Special Branch, lad. You can't afford fantasies like that when you're in this squad.
So nothing at all will happen.
Oh, yes, something will happen. Armstrong will send for me and give me a right mangling. I will come back here and give you, Marlin, the same. Then I'm sure you'll go out to Sutton and your other minions and do likewise. That's what will happen.
Oh, what a farce. After all this, we still don't know who murdered Dempster.
I would think it's likely the same people who murdered Zimker. Anyway, the case doesn't concern us anymore. It's been handed over to the CID.
Oh, what'll they do with it?
Kick it straight into the unsolved file if they've got any sense. Because they won't make any progress with it. The Secret Service will see to that.
Well, cheer up, Sutton. It's not as bad as that. Let's go and have a drink.
Better still. Let's go and have several.
In Dogtooth by Eric Seward, Detective Inspector Marlin was played by John Hollis, Detective Superintendent Hunter by Manning Wilson, and Detective Sergeant Sutton by Eric Allen. Detective Constable Down, Alan Devereux, Mr. Simmons, Alaric Cotter, Richard Moore, Hayden Jones, the expert, Ray Llewellyn, and Mr. Sinclair, Philip Garston Jones. Inspector Meyer of the German police, Geoffrey Matthews, Sergeant Schmidt, Nigel Lambert, Chief of Police, Alan Lawrence, Herr Muller, Ralph Lawton, and Herr Baumann, Roger Hume. The play was directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine.
Eyes of the Buddha, a play for radio by Victor Pemberton with David Spencer and John Westbrook. Eyes of the Buddha.
Mrs. Jersinger? My name's Paul de Vries. The Ceylon High Commissioner's office gave me the address. They told me to come to number 21.
Oh, then you'd better come in, hadn't you? And close that door, please. You're wasting the central heating. It's the only joy of living in London in the middle of winter. It's the only luxury I can afford.
And so useful not to need a clock.
I beg your pardon?
Living so close to Big Ben.
Oh, you cheeky young rascal. You're exactly the same as your father.
My father? Then you know me?
Of course I know you. You're George de Vries' son, Paul. Oh, yeah, the last time I saw you, you were a gangling child of 7. And so ugly. Oh, such a pity good looks don't run in your family.
I'd know that smell anywhere.
Ah, you like curry and rice, do you?
Of course.
Hot curry and rice.
I was born in Ceylon too, remember?
Good. Then you can peel some more onions for me.
Yes, Mrs. Jersinger.
Oh, and do stop calling me by that ridiculous name. When you were a child, you always called me Jaya. Come, in here. If you want some drink, you'll find a bottle of beer in that cupboard. It may be a bit stale.
What about the onions?
Oh, I do them myself. The kitchen's only big enough for a dwarf.
It's so strange meeting you, Jaya. I had no idea you existed.
I've lived here for the past 25 years.
Do you live alone?
Through choice, not necessity. Now, 2 husbands are quite enough for any one lifetime.
I've never seen so many photographs. It's like a museum. Are they your family?
Yes, most of them are my family.
Is my father amongst them?
On the mantelpiece, second from the left.
Oh. Yes. Do you think I look like him? The eyes, perhaps.
Why have you come to see me, Paul?
I want to go out to Ceylon.
You mean Sri Lanka?
Yes, I was forgetting. I can't get used to the new name.
Well, why do you want to go?
To find out about my family. I haven't seen them since I left over 20 years ago. I thought maybe you could help me.
Oh.
I don't even know if they're alive or dead.
You've made no contact with them?
Nor they with me. I feel like a tree without roots.
Oh, then you think yourself lucky. Oh, at least you have no responsibilities to worry about.
But I can't live my life like that, knowing there are shadows in the corner. Will you help me?
I must go and look at my carriage.
Jaya, I have to go back to Ceylon. My father needs me.
What are you saying? Your father is dead.
Is he, Jaya?
He died 2 years ago. Did no one ever tell you?
Oh, a solicitor wrote to say that my father had died of a heart attack. When I tried to find out more information, there was never any reply.
Yes, but surely...
Do dead men write letters, Jaya?
Letters?
I think you'd better look at these.
What are they?
Letters addressed to me. Written and posted in Ceylon during the past few weeks. From my father.
But it is not possible. George de Vries has been dead for over 2 years.
That is my father's handwriting, Jaya. I've compared it to the postcards he used to send me when I was a child. It's identical.
Well, then it's someone playing a stupid joke on you.
But why? And why do every one of these letters beg me to go back home to Ceylon as soon as possible?
Don't do that, Paul. Now, you promise me you are never going back to Ceylon.
Why not? I was born there, wasn't I?
It wouldn't be good for you. Things are different now. It might be dangerous.
Dangerous?
Okay. You young rascal. England is your home now. Your whole life is here.
No, Jaya. I can't continue my life until I know how it began. I must know what this is all about. Please, sit down.
Oh, well...
Tell me about the family, Jaya. Let's see now. There's Grandfather de Vries, Aunt Lilla, Uncle Harry, my cousins. Are they all still alive?
As far as I know.
Have you their address?
Paul, I will not be responsible.
I have to make contact with them.
You would not be welcome.
Why not?
If you are insisting on going out to Ceylon, then it will not be with my help. Destroy the letters, Paul. They are a cruel joke. Nothing more.
It's not just the letters, Jaya. It's something that's been happening to me over the past few weeks. It may sound ridiculous to you, but I'm being plagued by bad dreams.
Oh, dreams. Dreams. Now what are you talking about, Paul?
I hear my father calling out to me, and yet I haven't seen him since I was 7. Until I saw that photograph just now, I didn't even remember what he looked like. And yet, I can hear his voice quite distinctly. Jaya, I'm being haunted by memories from the past. I see a large house in Colombo. I smell lampreys cooking in idiapa and sweet jasmine. I hear the squeal of flying foxes at sunset. And I see the family, sitting around the huge dining table, staring at me, a small child. But no one speaks. Silence. Staring eyes. Blank faces. And then I'm in the jungle, alone. It's dark, but again there are eyes everywhere, watching me. I can hear threatening movements all around, drawing closer. Wild animals. Elephants, bullfrogs, jackals, a leopard stalking towards me, and snakes. But it's not only that, Jaya. It's the sounds I can hear. The drums. Closer, closer, closer. And then, even when I wake up, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that my life is in danger.
Paul! You're a silly boy. All you are remembering are the drums at the Candy Elephant Festival, the Perahara. Your father often took you there when you were a child.
No, Jaya, it's more than that.
We all have nightmares, Paul.
But not the same nightmare every night. I know my father is dead. But somebody wrote those letters to me. And I must know who and why.
Announced the arrival of their flight number AE016 from Rome and London.
Paul!
Flight number
Paul de Vries!
Yes?
Of course. Why, the resemblance is uncanny. You couldn't be anyone but George's son.
I'm sorry, but...
The last time I saw you was up at the estate at Palpitia. You were a precocious child of 7 shouting out orders to an elephant. Malcolm Warwick. Your father was my best friend.
Of course, Mr. Warwick. You were my father's business partner.
For over 30 years.
How good to see you.
I can't tell you what it means to me to meet George's son after all these years.
Mr. Warwick?
And none of that nonsense. My name is Malcolm.
Oh, Malcolm. Are any of my father's family here at the airport?
No, Paul. They asked me to meet you, but they're waiting for you back at the house.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, my boy, but that's the way things are. It's something you'll have to get used to. Never mind. I'll go and fetch the car. Just hang on here for a few moments, Paul. I'll be right back.
Right.
Mr. de Vries?
Yes?
Mr. Paul de Vries?
Yes?
Welcome to Sri Lanka.
Oh, thank you very much. Look, I'm awfully sorry, but I'm afraid I don't know who you... Are you a friend of the family? Is there something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at... Hey! Hey, don't go! Come back!
Right, off we go. Paul, is anything wrong?
A Sinhalese man came up to me. He wanted something.
Oh, you'll get used to people begging for money. Well, they don't usually allow that sort of thing at the airport.
He knew my name.
Come on, let's get out of this place. We'll have to make a dash for the car if you will insist on arriving in the middle of a monsoon.
But how did he know my name?
He may have been one of your father's old servants. George is well known here, you know. And half Ceylon knows you're arriving. It was curiosity, if you ask me. Forget about it.
Malcolm, why were none of my father's family at the airport to meet me?
They haven't seen you for 20 years, Paul. They're just as nervous as you are.
Nervous?
Your family are not what they used to be. They've withdrawn into their tight little circle where no one can reach them. Your grandfather rules over the household like some deposed monarch.
Why? What's happened to them?
Oh, they've become frustrated by the changes in the country over the past few years.
But surely it must be the same for all colonial families with European origins like ours.
It's not as easy as that, Paul. You see, the estates haven't made a profit for some time now. There's no more money. The family's been forced to live more modestly than it's ever been used to. Even the old house, yes, even Burley isn't what it used to be.
But wasn't my father one of the best planters in Ceylon?
Oh, yes.
And yet he died in debt.
Yes.
Which you paid up, Malcolm. No, it's all right. The solicitor told me everything in his letter. It was very good of you.
So, it was the least I could do. After all, your father and I were partners, and there were enemies.
Enemies?
Paul, what made you decide to come back to Ceylon?
Oh, I suppose you could call it curiosity.
Then let me warn you. George de Vries's son will be watched with suspicion wherever he goes. So be careful, Paul. The way things are, it could be dangerous.
You're the second person to tell me that. I wonder why.
Think no more about it. Ah, there are the gates into Burley now. The family will be waiting to greet you. Oh, yes, and judge you. First impressions can be very important. Paul, this is your Aunt Lilla.
Hello, Paul.
Aunt Lilla. I hardly know what to say. It's so good to be home again. May I kiss you?
What? Oh, yes, of course. I trust the journey was a good one.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Paul, I don't suppose you remember your Uncle Harry, do you?
So the conquering hero returns. Paul, you young rascal, how have you been?
Very well, thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Hey, what manners. You see, Lilla? Didn't I tell you they have class in these English schools?
Paul, I'm sorry we weren't able to be at the airport to meet you. But it's not possible for us to leave the house as much as we'd like to, you understand? Especially after dark. I get so nervous, you see. Grandfather is not as well as he used to be. He's an elderly gentleman now, needs a great deal of attention.
Yes, I understand. I must say Burley's a beautiful house. They certainly knew how to build them in the old days. So much feeling and character.
Huh? What you really mean is that the place stinks of decay.
Harry, please. The house just needs decoration, that's all.
Materials are hard to get these days, Paul, especially paint.
Mother, there's no cricket at the club until next week. The pitch is underwater.
They say the river's up by over 2 feet. If it doesn't stop raining soon, there'll be floods.
Tony, Joanna, come over here and meet your cousin. This is Paul from England.
Hello, Tony.
Did you bring any decent books with you?
Books?
You do read, don't you? Even if it is the usual decadent Western stuff.
Well, I'm sorry. If I'd known, I'd have brought you...
Tell me something, Cousin Paul. Have you read any Karl Marx? Do you know anything about the socialist ideal and wealth distribution?
Oh, do shut up, Tony. Take no notice of him, Paul. My young brother thinks he knows how to solve all the problems of Ceylon. But in fact, he knows absolutely nothing. It is nice to see you again after all these years, Paul.
I've often thought about you, Joanna. We used to go to Sunday school together, didn't we? Mm-hmm. You wore pigtails.
And your face used to be covered in pimples.
Mrs. Jayasinger tells me my father taught you how to play tennis. Is that right, Joanna? I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?
Joanna, you're dripping wet. You'd better go and change.
Yes, Mother. See you at dinner, Paul.
Yes, right.
I must be going, too, before the roads become impassable.
Thank you for your help, Malcolm.
When will I see you again, Malcolm?
Well, if you like, sometime tomorrow we could go up to the estate at Palpitia. It's deserted now, but I know the supervisor quite well.
Yes, I'd like that very much.
Good, I'll call for you. Well, good night, everyone.
Well, then, I expect you'll want to go up now, Paul.
Aunt Lilla, when am I going to see Grandfather?
Why, I think perhaps you'd prefer a shower first. This humidity is very uncomfortable.
Is Grandfather very ill?
No, not ill. He's confined to his room in a wheelchair.
Oh, then I'll go and see him. Is his room upstairs?
No, Paul, you mustn't go up there. Not yet. He wouldn't like it.
Wouldn't like it?
What Mother is trying to tell you, Cousin Paul, is that you don't just call on Grandfather. He'll send for you when he's good and ready.
Come over here by the window, where I can see you. And close that door.
I can hardly see you in the dark.
I have all the light that is necessary. So, you're my grandson, are you?
I'm very happy to be home again, sir.
Home? Here?
In Ceylon.
Sit down in that chair. The one facing me. Now, switch on the small lamp on the table beside you. Your hair's too long. Don't they have any decent barber shops in England anymore?
Well, it's the fashion in England for young men to wear their hair long, Grandfather.
I don't like it.
Aunt Lilla tells me you haven't been feeling too well just lately.
You will soon learn not to believe everything Lilla tells you. Nor anyone else in this house, for that matter. Much to their disappointment, I shall not be dying just yet.
I'm glad to hear it, sir.
And I'm too old for flattery, young man. Now tell me, what made you come back to Ceylon?
Well, isn't it natural for a man to want to come back to the place of his birth?
A sudden impulse, was it? A burning desire to be reunited with a family you don't even know?
Perhaps. I've wanted to do this trip for years, ever since I started to think for myself. Many a time I've looked at the travel posters of Ceylon and imagined I could recognize all the familiar places from my childhood.
Just how much of your childhood do you remember?
Unfortunately, very little. A few images flash through my mind, images that sometimes disturb me. But I do remember how you and I used to play cards together on the lawn at Palpitia. You were a terrible cheat, you know. Oh, we were good friends in those days. We seemed to spend a lot of time in each other's company.
Memory would appear to be better than mine.
Oh, there are so many things I want to know about, to bring back. You will help me, won't you?
Do you go to church?
Not very often.
How often?
Oh, special occasions. Weddings, funerals.
Catholic?
Lapsed.
But you still read the Bible, do you? You still believe that there is only one God? The God of righteousness?
Look, Grandfather, I'm not an atheist, if that's what you're saying.
What sort of work do you do in London?
In an architect's office.
Architect? Do they pay you well, do they?
I enjoy the work.
No money here, you know. There hasn't been for years. Your father left only debt.
I know that, Grandfather. A solicitor informed me. And if it was money I was after, I'd have come back a long time ago. I've earned my own living without help from anyone, and I shall continue to do so. But it'll never cease to be a mystery to me why no one in the family took the trouble to inform me of my own father's death. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to trace Mrs. Jayasinger in London, I would never...
Did Mrs. Jayasinger warn you that you might not be welcome in this house?
Yes, she did. But I had no reason to believe her.
My instructions are that your father's name should never again be mentioned in this house.
May I know why that is, please, Grandfather?
You can go now. I'm tired.
Why should his name not be mentioned? Did he do something wrong?
Your father is dead.
Yes, I know that, but why
Paul, by the time your father died 2 years ago, we had lost nearly every friend he ever had. His own servants despised him, even the workers on his estate. They became his enemies. Remember this. Whilst you are in Ceylon, your father's enemies are your enemies. Never forget that.
Come on, Paul. We've got a lot more to see yet.
Don't you realize that Petter is one of the most famous markets in the whole of Ceylon, cousin?
Give me a chance to take a few photographs, will you? Hey, what are they selling in that stall over there?
Oh, you mean the aubergine?
The jeans? I've never seen them that size before. The whole market seems to be full of chilies. You can smell the pepper. Hey, Tony, over there, is that a Buddhist priest in the saffron robes?
Where? No, he's a monk.
Because his head shaved?
Something like that.
He seems terribly young to be a monk, just a teenager.
Dragged them in early seems to be the Buddhist motto.
And the communist one. He's gone. Funny, for one moment I thought he was watching us. Hey, Joanna! Come over here. I want to get a picture of you and Tony in front of the bullock cart.
Oh, not on your life. I hate having my picture taken. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm going to get some jaggery.
Jaggery? What's that?
Oh, tell him, Tony. See you.
It's very sweet, like brown sugar, filthy stuff. Joanna never stops eating it.
Your sister's quite a character. It's a very close family, isn't it, Tony?
Too close.
What do you mean?
Don't tell me you haven't noticed the claustrophobia inside that house. Nobody's allowed to do or say anything without Grandfather's permission. Whatever happens, nothing is allowed to tarnish the good name of the De Vries Empire.
Was it the same with my father, Tony?
Your father?
You knew him, didn't you?
Of course. He lived at Burley until he had the good sense to move up to his own estate. He spent the last few months of his life there.
What happened, Tony? What did my father do wrong?
They really haven't told you anything, have they? He swindled the books.
Swindled?
By the time your father died, there was discrepancy of several thousand rupees. Oh, don't blame him, Paul. Blame the system.
Was the money ever recovered?
Not as far as I know.
But I thought Malcolm Warwick cleared up most of the outstanding debts.
He did what he could. But there were creditors all over the country.
So that's why my father had enemies. That's why somebody forged those letters to me. They wanted me back in Ceylon. Didn't they, Tony?
If you really want my advice, treat this visit as a holiday and nothing more.
Why, Tony?
Look, Paul. Will you be all right on your own for a few moments?
Oh, yes. Is anything wrong?
No, it's just that I've seen a friend of mine. I want to go and talk to him for a few minutes. You don't mind, do you?
No, of course not. There's plenty to occupy my mind here.
I'll see you later, then.
Right.
Master.
What do you want?
Cross my palm with 1 rupee and the future shall be yours.
You mean you're a fortune teller?
I see all, Master. The past, present, and future. Give me 1 rupee.
All right. Here.
Thank you, Master. Now, the hands, please.
Both of them?
Both hands, Master. You are of the fish.
Pisces. Yes, that's my birth sign.
I see water. Clear and cool. Your life, it is clear. I see many things, strange things. You are of Sri Lanka, Master.
That's right, I was born in Ceylon.
But your heart, it is elsewhere, in another country. England, perhaps.
Well, that remains to be seen.
I see shadows. Cobwebs. The spider is waiting in the corner. You are struggling to be free.
Spiders, cobwebs, what are you talking about?
Spider is restless. He is waiting to reach you. You must break away, Master. The spider begins to move. You must break away.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think this has gone far enough. That sound.
The planets, they're in position, Master. The doors are opening.
I feel tired. Why do I feel so tired?
The spider draws closer, Master. Closer.
I can't breathe.
Closer.
I can't breathe.
Paul! Paul! Paul, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. My head just feels as though it's going to split.
What happened?
I don't know. He was telling my fortune.
Who was telling your fortune?
The old man, He's gone! Malcolm, I've never seen so many birds in the sky at one time. And the noise. What are they, giant bats or something?
No, they're flying foxes, Paul. You see them all over the island. They sleep in the trees during the day.
Until people like you come along and disturb them.
They're about the only things that haven't deserted the estate.
Yes, it's sad. Everything overgrown and neglected like this. Oh, Palpitia must have been so beautiful at one time.
Oh, you've no idea how beautiful, Paul. It was your father's pride and joy. He loved the place dearly. I'm just grateful he's not here to see it now.
It's all much smaller than I remember.
Oh, these are only the bungalow gardens. The rubber estate's over there, in that direction. The factory and workers' huts have all been pulled down.
That's one of the most staggering views I've ever seen in my life. Malcolm, what's that mountain range over there?
Well, that's up country. Candy, the high-grown tea estate.
The air is so fresh and clean. You know, Malcolm, I feel such a part of all this. How I wish I could bring Palpitia back to life all over again.
Be careful where you tread, Paul. This estate hasn't been cleared for years. There are still plenty of snakes.
Yes, I know. This tree. When I was young, my father shot a cobra just above me. Here.
Paul, how on earth?
Oh, it is true, Malcolm, I promise you.
I know it's true. How could you possibly remember something that happened to you when you were only a baby lying asleep in a pram?
Oh, I suppose there are some things you'll never forget. Malcolm, could you bear to take a photograph of me under that tree?
Of course. Give me the camera. Right. No. You'll have to come forward just a little. You're in the shade. Well, Paul, is anything wrong? What are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how quiet it's become. There are no flying foxes. That sound.
What sound?
Can't you hear it? I've heard it before. In the Petta market in Colombo this morning.
I can't hear anything. Look, am I going to take this picture or aren't I?
I'm sorry, Malcolm.
Keep still now.
Malcolm! Malcolm!
Paul, look out!
Ah!
Paul! Paul, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Just my leg, it's a bit grazed, that's all.
I just don't understand it. This tree was as firm as a rock. No idea it was so dangerous.
No, neither did I. But obviously, somebody did.
Nobody's lived in the bungalow since your father died. I'm afraid it's just been allowed to go to ruin.
The nursery was through that door. Over there, the far end of the bungalow. The servants' quarters were just beyond that. I remember there used to be little wind chimes hanging on the wall just outside my window.
You really do have a precise memory, don't you, Paul?
Not precise enough, I'm afraid. What was my mother like, Malcolm?
Charming woman. She captivated your father the first time he ever saw her. Oh, she was a great practical joker, rather like your cousin Joanna.
Did my father blame me for my mother's death, Malcolm? Is that why he sent me to England?
He just didn't know how to cope, that's all. He loved your mother very much, and when her life had to be sacrificed for yours, everything suffered. His work, his attitude to everyone around him.
Who were his enemies, Malcolm?
Enemies?
I know about the money he stole.
Who told you?
It doesn't matter, but I do know how much it cost you all this, and I'm grateful. If ever I had the chance to repay
Your
you...
father was my friend, Paul. He stole money from the estate because he knew no other way to survive. He was desperate and lonely. Nobody wanted to help him. Perhaps that's why he died.
Malcolm, whatever happened to Nihal, my father's old servant? Is he dead?
I'm not sure. I believe he is dead.
Was he here the night my father died?
Why do you ask?
I just seem to remember Nihal never left my father's side. He was devoted to him.
Yes. Yes, he was.
I remember playing alone in this room. Sitting by the window, staring out at the lawns of Bougainvillea Park. Waiting to catch a glimpse of my father as he came back from work. And even when he did, we never seemed to talk with each other. Nihal was my friend. And grandfather. Malcolm, where can I find my father?
Find him?
I'd like to see his grave.
It's all in the past now.
Is he in a Colombo cemetery with my mother?
I'm not sure, Paul. You'll have to ask your family about that. Look, I'm dying of thirst. I'll go and see if I can find the supervisor and rustle up some coconut milk.
No, Malcolm, wait a minute, please.
Shan't be long. Keep in the shade, Paul. It's as hot as hell out here.
Malcolm! No Bougainvillea now.
Master Paul? Master Paul? Are you in there? Master Paul, why are you staring out of the window? Your father is waiting in the car for you. Come now, little one. It is time for you to go.
Why do I have to go to the airport, Nihal?
But you are going in a great aeroplane. That is something you have always wanted to do. We have often talked of it.
I don't want to go to England. I want to stay here with you.
You are going to a fine new school, Master Paul.
Will my father come to see me in England, Nihal?
Of course he will.
How do you know?
Because your father is my friend.
Am I your friend too, Nihal?
Of course you are, Master Paul. You always have been my friend and always will be. No one can ever separate us. No one. Always remember.
Malcolm, is that... Who are you? What do you want?
Master Paul?
You were at the airport. The man who was staring at me.
I am a friend, Master Paul. We are all your friends.
All?
We have waited a long time for your return. I have come to offer you the hand of welcome. What is wrong, Master Paul? Is the son of Mr. George de Vries scared to take the hand of one who admired his father?
Your hand, it's bleeding.
The great tree is thick at the roots.
The tree? It was you.
I have a small gift for you, Master Paul. Here.
What is it?
A reminder of times past, present, and future. It is our humble way of celebrating your return. Take the box. When you open it, think of us. The planets are good for you today, Master Paul.
Paul! Malcolm, in here! Come back here! Come back!
Here we are, my boy. Fresh family milk, straight from the coconut. Why, Paul, what is it? You're as white as a sheet.
He was here. That man.
Man?
The same man who came up to me at the airport. He was here, in this room.
Where? I don't see anyone.
He went out through there, the nursery.
I'll go and look.
He knew my father. They all do. His eyes, just like that fortune teller at the market this morning, staring at me.
There's no one out there, Paul.
His eyes were staring at me. I couldn't think of anything. My mind was totally blank.
What have you got in that box, Paul?
Oh, it's a gift.
Give it to me. Where did you get this from?
I told you there was someone here.
Paul, you have no use for a thing like...
Let me see. A spider. A dead spider. What does it mean, Malcolm?
Not a thing. Not a damn thing.
What does it mean, please?
There are some people who believe that a dead tarantula is an omen. It's often used in village witchcraft as the symbol of revenge.
A black tarantula. So they're at it again, are they?
They found a dead tarantula in the bungalow at Palpitia after George's death, spiked with a shred of bamboo shoot.
This one was identical.
Oh, Father, we've got to do something. We can't allow the same thing to happen to Paul.
We can do nothing. The boy came back here of his own accord. He must face up to the consequences.
But, Father, you know what a dead spider means in demon worship.
As long as Paul remains in Ceylon, he'll be hounded by witchcraft wherever he goes. If they want that boy, they'll do everything in their power to get him.
Oh, let's call in the police, Father, before it's too late.
There will be no police.
But, Father...
I said there will be no police. No one will drag the name of de Vries any deeper into the mud. What I want are facts. Malcolm, did you see who this man was at the bungalow?
No.
But what about the dead spider in the box?
Perhaps it was there already?
You think Paul is lying?
No. But he may be suffering from hallucinations.
What?
This is not the first time he's complained of being approached by this man. He insists the same thing happened at the airport soon after he arrived from London, but I saw nothing of it.
Could be one of George's workers from the estate. There was plenty of corruption amongst that lot.
The Lord punishes those who corrupt.
But why take it out on this boy?
What did you expect? His father stole money, didn't he?
Don't forget, Lilla, when George died, a lot of his workers on the estate were never paid off. Some of them haven't even been able to find a job since.
But Paul has nothing to do with all that. He doesn't even know what's been going on.
And who do we have to blame for that? We've kept that boy without information for years. If only we'd had the guts to warn him about the dangers of coming back here to this country, all of this could have been avoided.
Let me remind you, Harry Wilson. All of us had a reason for not wanting that boy to come back.
All of us. Except the person who sent those letters.
What you have to decide now is what you intend to do to protect the boy.
Protect? Why should we protect him?
It's your own grandson's life that's in danger, Mr. de Vries.
What do you suggest, Malcolm?
Get Paul out of Colombo as soon as possible. Send him off on a sightseeing tour.
Is there any place on the island you can hide from witchcraft?
I suppose you could always spend a few days with Uncle Reggie up at New Aurelia.
No. The mountain air is too cold at this time of the year. What Paul needs is the sun. Of course, there is always Yala.
Yala, the game reserve. Yes, that's not a bad idea.
The only things you worry about there are the animals and the tourists.
Why don't you all go with Paul? Take Joanna and Tony as well. The young company would do him good. There's safety in numbers.
It's not a bad idea. Father, would you mind if we left you for a few days?
Mind? Who am I to put my own grandson's life in jeopardy?
I'll speak to Paul when he gets back from the cricket match with Tony.
Good shot, man! Take 4! 4!
Good afternoon, Mr. Garawatna.
Tony, man, what a surprise. Haven't seen you at the club for a good long time.
Well, Mr. Garawatna, I'd like you to meet my cousin Paul. He's just over for a visit from England. Paul, this is Mr. Garawatna, chairman of the sports club.
How do you do, sir? What do you do? Come back to see how the natives live, is that it, man, eh? Oh, quite a few changes since you were last here, young man.
Oh, yes, quite a few.
Well played, man! Take 2 there! 2! So, you're George de Vries's son, are you? A fine fellow. One of the best opening bats we ever had in this club. What about you, man?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you do play cricket, don't you?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I don't. I much prefer to go to the theatre or settle down to a good book.
Really, man?
Tony tells me you're a solicitor, Mr. Garawatna.
Oh, yes, man, yes. That is very correct, man, yes.
And you wrote to me in England 2 years ago telling me my father had died.
Yes, Paul, yes. A sad business.
Forgive my asking, sir, but why did you never answer any of my letters?
Well, Paul, you must understand the Sinhalese legal mind. Here we believe in never writing a letter until it becomes totally unnecessary to write it anymore. In that way, we never complicate matters. Better that way, is it not, man, eh?
Did you know my father well, sir?
Oh, very well. We used to play golf together. I couldn't even beat him at that. I was very handicapped.
How did he die, sir?
You had all the information in the letter, didn't you?
No, not all.
Too much of the hard stuff, if you ask me.
My father drank a lot.
Your family must have told you. Tony?
Uncle George's name is never mentioned at Burley. Grandfather's orders.
I never knew that. I'm sorry. Well played, Percy! Well played, man!
Mr. Garawatna, there are things I need to know about my father, things that perhaps only you can tell me. I'd appreciate to talk with you sometime.
I am a very busy man, Paul. I spend many tiring hours at the Colombo Magistrates' Court. You do understand, I'm sure.
Yes, of course.
And how long are you going to stay in Ceylon, Paul?
Oh, I have a few more weeks.
I must say I envy you going back to England. Not that I'm dissatisfied with my own country, you understand, Paul.
You may not be, but I am. One day we'll all be made to discover the truth about ourselves, whether we like it or not.
That's enough now. You're in quite enough trouble as it is.
I'll wait downstairs in the car for you, Paul.
Most awfully sorry about that. That Tony's such a mixed-up chap.
What has he done?
If only he'd concentrate on playing a good game of cricket, he'd have a much better time of it. I always say a man who plays cricket never gets drowned in deep waters, eh? Oh, good stroke, man. Well done. Well done.
Oh, stop looking so glum, Paul. You'd think we were taking you to a funeral instead of a weekend at the game reserve.
You love Yala. It's so full of interesting wildlife.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Lila. I really am looking forward to the weekend, except there's so much for me to do in Colombo.
Sit back and enjoy the ride, Paul. This is one of the best coast roads in the whole of Ceylon.
We'd enjoy it more if we didn't have to travel in this terrible old jeep. The dust is not good for my chest.
Oh, I must say, I've never seen so many white sandy beaches in all my life. They must stretch for miles.
They do, and further.
You can certainly see why they call Ceylon Paradise Island.
Paradise or not, if we don't soon reach Amblangoda for lunch, I shall faint. The heat, it is killing me. Paul? Paul, what are you out in the sun for? Don't you know this is the hottest part of the day?
I was just looking at these little fellows in the rock pool.
Oh, the rock crabs. You'll see them all the way along the beach here at Amblangoda. Just don't put your finger in the water, they'll give you a sharp nip.
I won't.
Oh, it is a beautiful spot, isn't it? Miles and miles of sandy beaches and wide blue sea.
I remember Grandfather taking me out on one of those catamarans. With a whole crowd of fishermen.
Hey, that's right. I remember, too. It was when the whole family came down here on holiday.
Not the whole family, Joanna. My father wasn't with us. He never came. It was always me and Grandfather. Odd, isn't it? A father and son who never went anywhere together, not even on holiday.
You've been writing a postcard.
Oh, to Mrs. Joysinger, I promised.
It just shows how English you've become.
Aye.
Sitting on the beach, sun blazing down on you, writing a postcard. Oh, how extraordinary.
Now what?
Your handwriting?
It's very good handwriting.
It's exactly the same as your father's.
Really? You recognize my father's handwriting, do you, Joanna?
Well, of course I do, silly. Look at the way you dot your I's, and here, the letter J. It's almost identical to the...
Yes, Joanna.
It's identical to the way... The same style as the rest of the family.
Is it, Joanna?
Come on. There's Mummy and Daddy waiting for us. If we're going to reach Yala before sunset, we'll have to get a move on.
Oh, what's the matter, Harry? Why are we stopping?
There's a Buddhist funeral procession coming towards us.
Where?
Oh, keep your head inside the car, Paul. It's considered disrespectful to stare at the mourners as they pass.
Oh, everyone seems to be dressed in white.
In the Buddhist religion, white is the color of death, not black.
Where are they carrying the body to?
Cremation. The whole village follow the corpse to a huge bonfire.
Then the mourners each throw a lighted torch, a kind of symbolic farewell.
I find the whole thing quite distasteful.
Oh, I think it's rather dignified.
Keep your voices down. The procession is coming alongside.
You! Come back! Come back!
What are you doing, man? Get back in the car. Hold him, Joanne.
It's him, the man from the bungalow. Didn't you see him? He stared in at me.
Keep that door closed, Paul. Do you want to get us lynched?
But we can't let him get away. He's disappearing into the crowd. Come back here.
Oh, the crowd. Look at the crowd. They're turning back on us. Paul!
Get back into the car, I say.
Don't let him get away.
Daddy! Get us out of here, Harry. For God's sake, get us out of here. You could have got us killed, Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Lily. But that man came to the side of the jeep and stared in at me.
But, Paul, how can you be certain it was the same man you saw at Palpitian?
I'd know that face anywhere.
Forget it now, Paul. We're on holiday, man.
Oh, why hasn't Tony arrived yet? He was supposed to have been here before us.
If I know anything about Tony, he's gone off bird hunting. The two-legged variety. Oh, somebody give me a hand with this suitcase. It's got all the food in it.
Yeah, let me help you.
I don't like the idea of Tony getting here after dark. I'm sure he'll get into trouble again. Oh, do stop worrying, Mother. Tony's old enough to take care of himself. He'll be here soon.
I don't understand the layout of this bungalow.
Oh?
Where are the bedrooms?
Oh, bedroom.
We have to sleep somewhere, don't we?
But of course we do out here on the terrace. It's much cooler.
You mean we all sleep together?
That's right.
They call England permissive.
Oh, in separate beds, you silly. And I hope you don't snore.
And what about mosquitoes?
Don't worry. You won't bother them. Now stop fooling around, Joanna, and come and give me a hand in the kitchen.
Yes, Mother.
We can't allow Cookie to do everything.
Nothing to be nervous of, Paul. You'll soon get used to the jungle. It's got an atmosphere all its own. It's about the only place I really feel secure in these days. Now, what in blithering hell have they done with all the oil lamps? Getting dark out here. Tony won't be able to find us.
Harry, I know it's none of my business, but what trouble has Tony been in?
What do you mean?
This club the other day, I sensed some kind of an atmosphere between Tony and Mr. Garawadna.
Ah, here they are, the blighters. Give me a hand with these lamps, Paul, or Lilla will have the screaming habdabs.
Right.
Freddie Garawadna, yes, that's a real character, isn't it?
Yes, but what about him and Tony? Has there been trouble?
Well, Garawadna has defended Tony in court a couple of times.
Huh? On what charges?
Oh, the usual old political rubbish. Tony's a good boy at heart. But he thinks that because God made the world in 7 days, he can remake it in 24 hours. Now, matches.
And Garawadna was my father's solicitor.
How do you know that?
Cookie's preparing us a special curry and rice. I just hope there are no crocodiles about tonight.
Crocodiles?
Paul, if you believe everything your cousin tells you, you'll be a nervous wreck by the morning.
Paul, wake up.
Who is it?
It's me, Tony.
Tony? Where have you been? What time is it?
Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want to wake up the others. Huh? Just get up quietly, go into the bathroom, and fetch me some antiseptic and a bandage from the first aid cabin.
Are you hurt?
Just do as I say. and meet me at the back of the bungalow on the other side of the fence by the river.
Tony, it's dangerous to wander outside the fence after dark.
Do as I say, will you?
Hold the torch still, Tony. I can't see. Your arm, it's bleeding. What have you been up to?
It's none of your business. Just get the bandage on.
Do you think I can't recognize a knife wound when I see one? What happened?
I got in the way of a man who was hunting.
There's a deep gash here. You should go to a hospital.
Stop fussing, will you? It's only a graze. Now, are you going to help me, or do I have to do...
And what are you going to say to your mother and father when they see you like this in the morning,
I had an accident. I fell.
You were supposed to have arrived here ahead of us, Tony. Are you in trouble again?
You're the one that's in trouble, not me. If we don't get out of this country soon, it'll be too late.
What are you talking about?
Soon after you left for Yala this morning, a letter arrived. It was addressed to you, and I opened it.
You opened a letter addressed to me?
Do you want to wake up the whole jungle?
Tony, you had no right.
I'm not the only one who recognizes your father's handwriting.
My father?
In the letter, he said he wanted to meet you tonight at the Dagobah near here. But I don't believe in ghosts, and that's why I decided to keep your appointment for you.
You went in my place, Tony. You're a fool.
The Dagobah's a place of dark shadows, even in daylight. And at night, it's pitch black. Nobody would have recognized me.
What happened?
Well, after I'd waited there about an hour, I was sure the whole thing was a hoax. But as soon as I started to leave, someone came at me with a knife. And before I had the chance to fight back, he'd gone.
It wasn't you they were after, it was me. Do you realize that, Tony? Someone wanted to kill me.
No, that would have been too easy. It wasn't your life they were after. It was your blood.
My blood?
Part of the demon worship ceremony involves mixing the blood of an intended victim with that of a tarantula spider. Don't you understand, Paul? You are the victim. Their revenge. Witchcraft is still a fact of life in many villages all over the island. You saw for yourself that man at the Buddhist funeral today.
You were there in that village?
I know these people, Paul. They'll eat away at your mind until you won't be able to think straight anymore.
Only the family knew I was coming to Yara. Any one of you could have written those letters.
What are you talking
Any
about?
one of you could easily have copied my father's handwriting, even Joanna.
Joanna? Shh, get down. What is it? I don't know. It could be a leopard. They come down to the river to hunt deer. There it is again.
That sound again.
What's that?
Can't you hear it? It's going through my head. It's getting louder.
Paul, keep down.
Tony, I can't bear it.
Paul, keep still. Whatever you do, don't move. Hey, do you see? In the bushes over there. It's a tusker elephant. And he's seen us. He's going to charge.
I can't bear the sound.
Paul, look out!
For a swim? The water's lovely.
I don't feel like it.
Oh, what's the matter?
I'm a bit tired, that's all.
I'm not surprised after what happened last night. What thing to do. That tusker elephant could have killed you and Tony. What on earth were the two of you doing out there in the jungle in the middle of the night?
I told you. It was stifling hot in the bungalow. I went out to get some fresh air just as Tony was coming home.
Yes, Paul.
And in any case, I don't see that it's any of your business.
No, Paul, of course. I'll see you back at the bungalow.
Joanna. I'm sorry. It's just these headaches I seem to be getting. I keep hearing this strange sound.
Well, why don't you let Daddy give you a tonic or something? After all, he is a doctor.
It's not a doctor I need, Joanna.
Then what do you need?
I just don't know. I'm so confused. Everything seems to be crowding in on me. That Buddhist funeral yesterday, and then last night.
Oh, come on, Paul. Here you have a beautiful beach and nobody here but us, and you have a face as long as a talagoya.
A what?
An iguana, of course. A giant lizard. We're going to hunt for them this afternoon.
Huh?
They're delicious to eat.
Yeah.
Come on now. I'll race you into the water.
Hey, wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, it's so warm.
Well, what did you expect? This is not the muddy old English Channel, you know.
So, you want a ducking, do you?
Oh, no! Paul, keep away from me!
Oh, they're gigantic.
They're marvelous for surfing. You know, the last time Tony and I came here, Paul, what is it? What are you chasing us.
Over there. Can't you see him? He's over there by the fishing boats.
Who? I can't see anyone. Paul! Come back! What are you doing, Paul? What's wrong?
He's gone.
Who's gone?
The man who's been following me. He was standing here by the fishing boat.
Oh, are you sure?
Do you think I'm going mad or something? I saw him with my own eyes. He was watching me. He must be here somewhere.
But it's impossible, Paul. A man just can't disappear into thin air like that, especially on a wide stretch of beach like...
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Here, in the sand.
Somebody's drawn something.
Hmm.
A fish. It looks like a fish.
Cut in half in two separate pieces.
Yes, it could be.
Let's get away from here.
What does the drawing mean, Joanna? I want to know.
Well, it's a sign of witchcraft.
Yes.
The demon worshippers use it in some of their ceremonies.
So I'm not mad. He was here.
Please, Paul, let's go back to the
Joanna,
bungalow.
what's the significance of a fish torn into two sections?
It relates to horoscopes. A broken birth sign is the sign of death.
Pisces the fish. I was born under that sign.
Oh, no. Oh, Paul, where are you going?
To find this man. Somebody's got to start telling me the truth sooner or later.
No, stay out of this, I beg you. These people are fanatics. They'll do you nothing but harm.
All right, then, Joanna, you tell me. Tell me what it is my family are trying to hide from me. Tell me what they're so afraid of, why they've never wanted me to come back to Ceylon. Tell me the truth about my father, Joanna. Tell me.
Your father was murdered, Paul.
Murdered?
You wanted the truth. Now you've got it.
He was found hacked to death in the grounds of his own estate at Palpitia.
He'd spent the night alone there. The place was deserted.
Who was responsible?
Your father himself was responsible.
Would you explain what you mean by that?
It was something that happened to your father during the last few years of his life, Paul. You see, he left this house to go and live alone at Palpitia. The servants say he spent hours on his own in the bungalow, just staring out of the window and into the garden. Oh, he was lost. He didn't know how to cope with things anymore. Everything he tried to do turned to failure. And then, of course, he got himself into difficulties.
He stole money from the estate funds. Yes, I know about that. But who killed him? If you would prefer it, Grandfather, I could always ask the police.
No. Your father was murdered by his old servant, Nihal.
Nihal?
Am I your friend too, Nihal?
Of course you are, Master Paul. You always have been my friend, and always will be. No one can ever separate us. No one. Always remember that.
Nihal.
The police searched the whole island, but he was never found.
But Nihal was devoted to my father. He was kind and thoughtful.
When your father had enough money to pay him...
You're suggesting Nihal killed my father for money?
But there are other reasons.
The police believe they have proof that Nihal was a member of an illegal village society.
Witchcraft.
Pagan infidels dedicated to the glorification of the devil himself.
The devil.
Ancient superstitions are deeply ingrained in many parts of the island, and you cannot easily dismiss them.
And you're saying my father was the victim of village witchcraft?
It is possible.
And now they want me.
Oh, you mustn't think like that, Paul. Put such things out of your head.
My head? Aunt Lilla, my head is bursting with all the pressures that have been put upon it. In London, I receive letters from a father who died 2 years ago. I come to Ceylon, and from the first moment I get off the aircraft, I'm pursued by a strange man who seems determined to be with me wherever I go. I'm given a dead tarantula whose blood is supposed to be mixed with my own. My birth sign's torn apart. A tree falls down onto me without warning. I'm a hunted man, and still my own family treat me as though I'm a stranger. Is the nightmare ever going to end? I'd like to see where my father is buried. I want to visit his grave.
That isn't possible.
Why not?
Your father's remains were not interred.
Not?
The day after they found his body, George was taken to a village nearby and cremated.
Cremated? My father?
He was thrown on the bonfire, exactly as he wished.
But my father was a Catholic. Like me, like all of us.
Your father was cremated according to the rites of his religion.
What?
But during the last year of his life, your father became a convert to Buddhism.
Buddhism?
There's a small temple here in Colombo. Your father used to go there. Go and see the priest. His name is Animali. He knew your father.
What are the children doing?
They are offering frangipani flowers to the altar of our Lord Buddha. They are a symbol of peace.
Forgive me, sir. I was told to come to this temple to ask for the priest Animali.
Yes? Who is looking for him?
My name is De Vries. I'm a visitor from England.
De Vries. There is a family of that name living in Colombo, of Dutch origin, I think.
Yes, they're my father's family. I'm staying with them.
Your father? So you are Paul.
You know me?
Oh, yes, I know you. I have known you a long time, my son. I am Animali, the priest of this temple. Come with me. Come in, please. I must close the door.
What is this place, Animali? It's so dark I can't see anything.
It is the shrine of our Lord Buddha. One moment. I shall light a candle.
It's so quiet in here. And a wonderful smell of flowers and incense.
There.
It's magnificent. I've never seen such a gigantic statue in all my life. It's remarkable.
You are standing before the figure of our Lord Buddha. Many have come to see him in this shrine, but they look only with the eyes, not the heart.
But why is the Buddha lying on his side, Animali, and his head resting on one hand?
One day Lord Buddha was tired, and in the manner of a lion he lay down to rest and died. Here, take the candle. There's nothing to fear. Now, hold it high above your head so that the light will fall upon the eternal face.
The eyes. Buddha's eyes.
The sapphire eyes of the great unholy one.
So blue and clear.
Look closely at the Lord Buddha's eyes, Paul. Look, and you will see the truth.
I can see. I can see.
It's good to see you again, Paul. It's been a long time since you and I were together.
Is grandfather with you?
No, son.
Why not?
He doesn't like traveling very much these days. It's a long way from Ceylon to England, you know.
Oh.
Anyway, I thought it would be rather nice if we were alone together. I brought you a present. Here.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it?
A book.
It's all about the game reserve at Yala. You remember Yala, don't you? You used to go there for your holidays.
Yes, I remember. Grandfather took me.
There are lots of colored photographs in the book. I hope you like it, Paul.
Yes, thank you.
Your teachers tell me you're doing very well at your studies. They say if I were to take you back home to Ceylon now, it would spoil your education.
Oh.
But don't worry. One of these days I'll come over and take you back for a holiday. Would you like that?
Yes, thank you.
Paul, why don't you call me Daddy?
I don't think of you as my father. Father? I never gave him a chance, Animali. When my father came to see me at the school that day, I wouldn't even listen to him. How could I have been so cruel?
You were only a child, my son. How could you have known that forgiveness was needed?
When I came into the shrine, I felt as though my very soul were under attack. But looking up there into the Buddha's eyes tells me that they're made of something more than sapphire stones. They tell me that nightmares are an illusion, that even the spider's web can be dissolved. Witchcraft is merely a disease of the mind.
Demon worship has power only over the mind that is ignorant, nothing more.
Demon worship? Then you know what happened to my father?
When your father received enlightenment from the Lord Buddha, he found the peace he was looking for. He learned how to live again, how to be something more than just material man. But there were other forces waiting to disrupt that peace, forces of corruption and evil. He returned to the estate at Palpitia and picked up the threads of his life again. He began to work with a new confidence and determination. For the first time in his life, he had faith. He never lost it.
Animali, who killed my father? Could it have been Nihal?
Have you visited the holy city of Polonnaruwa?
No.
Then you should go. It is worth a visit. Go to see Nihal's family, who live in a small village near there. They are a poor country people, but you should talk with them. Remember, Paul, if you really want the truth, then you will find it. But never submit to those who wish to destroy you. Seek out the demon and you will understand that his power does not exist. Never forget, my son. The eyes of the Buddha are upon you.
How can we climb over a steep rock like this without even something to hold on to? I'm terrified of heights. Oh, monkeys! Oh, go away! Horrible things!
Give me your hand, Joan. I'll give you a pull up.
Thank you.
That's better.
Oh, I'm sorry to drag you out on this trip, Malcolm. But with Grandfather not being very well, the rest of the family just wouldn't leave him.
It's no problem to me, Paul. Anyway, I know this part of the country like the back of my hand. Do you see? Over there in the distance, that's the holy city of Polonnaruwa. Dates back beyond the 8th century A.D.
Oh, yes. I can't wait to get down there.
Then why do we have to come all the way up here first? What good is it going to do to talk to Nihal's family?
I don't know, Joanna.
Well, we'll soon find out. This is the hut where they live.
Yes? We are looking for the wife of Nihal.
Who is looking for her?
This gentleman is from England. He is Paul, the son of Mr. de Vries.
Oh, Master Paul.
You know me. Then I am happy to meet Nihal's wife.
No, he is not here. Why do you come?
Master wishes to ask you questions. Will you speak with him?
Why?
Malcolm, let me talk to the old lady on my own, please.
Very well. But be careful, Paul. Come on, Joanna.
Yes, of course.
Old woman, when I was a child, Nihal was good to me. He was my friend. He was the friend of my father also. The police say Nihal killed my father.
My Nihal did not kill. Good man. He tried only to save your father, not kill.
Save?
Once foolish young people break into bungalow, guns and knives. Oh, no, much danger.
You mean the insurgents, the rebels?
Nihal, protect your father. Always protect. Hide him until safe.
I understand.
And then, with Snake, take Pulunga near coconut tree. Try to kill your father. Nihal, stop Snake. Kill Snake. Or the priest very angry.
Angry?
Buddhist religion say all living things are sacred.
So Nihal defied his religion to save my father's life. Listen to me. I want to help Nihal. He is my friend. Tell me where I can find him.
Oh, please, you're
What is
not
it?
asking
Oh,
me.
tell me what's wrong.
No. You must go to the Galpota, the old king's stone at Polonnaruwa. There you will find out the truth. only the truth.
Paul, is everything all right?
Just a minute, please, Malcolm.
Calcutta, the Book of Stone at Polonnaruwa. Go there at dusk and go alone. That is all.
What's that? Is anyone there? Bullfrog, you're about the only comfort I'm going to get here tonight. A full moon. How many full moons has Polonnaruwa seen? Your kings and their palaces, their temples. Start of a new civilization, new hopes for the future. It's all here. I can see it all around me. There's someone there. I'm not afraid. How much longer to wait? What am I waiting for? Galpata, the Book of Stone. I wish I knew what you really meant. It's light enough to read you, and yet... There it is again. I am not afraid. The moon. It's disappearing behind the clouds. Don't go. It's dark. I can't see. Why is it so quiet? No flying foxes. And where are the jackals? Is everything dead out there? Who's there? I can't see you. It's too dark. Where are you? I can't see you. I can't see you. Ah! There's something on top of the stone. It's crawling towards me. I can't move my hand. The tarantula. I can't move my hand.
Paul!
That voice. Who's there?
Paul! Paul, my dear boy, are you all right?
What is it, Paul? What happened?
They were here. They were all around me.
Who was here, Paul? Who?
The tarantula. It was crawling towards me on the stone book.
No.
Joanna, give me the torch.
You shouldn't have come here, Paul. I begged you not to.
There's nothing here. Nothing at all.
It was here, I tell you. Do you think I'm mad?
Paul, you've got to stop this. We've got to go back to Colombo at once.
No.
Paul, listen to me. We've got to go back home as soon as possible. Grandfather's asking for you. You've got to see him. He's had a heart attack. He's dying, Paul. Grandfather is dying.
Paul, I want to see my grandson.
Go to him, Paul.
And only a few minutes now.
Grandfather?
Paul, you came home to search for the truth. I refused to help you.
I also came to see you, Grandfather, and all the family.
Your father loved you, Paul, as I loved him. But the two of us could never understand each other. Always there was a shadow between us.
Grandfather, please.
Your father was frightened that the same shadow would fall between you and him. We used to play cards together, didn't we, Paul? And I did cheat, but I won. I couldn't bear to lose.
Don't tire yourself.
Paul, you feel guilty about your father, don't you? Well, I feel guilty too. That makes us equal, doesn't it? Equal. I am more guilty than you. I didn't want your father to succeed where I had failed.
What are you saying, Grandfather?
I was the shadow between you and your father, Paul. That's why we played cards together. Why we went on holiday. It was I who wanted you to be educated in England.
You?
Listen to me, Paul. I never believed your father took that money. There was someone else. Ask Garawadne. He'll tell you.
Garawadne?
I never wanted you to come back to Ceylon. I knew they wanted you.
Who wanted me, Grandfather? Who? Harry. Aunt Lilla.
Father?
Help me to sit up. I will not die lying down.
Take hold of his arm, Paul. Yes.
It's getting dark outside. They're lighting the candles in Colombo.
No, Grandfather. The sun's shining.
City is turning gold. Give me your hand, Paul.
I'm here, Grandfather.
Foxes are gathering. I must join them in their flight. Find the truth, Paul. Give the De Vries family back their name.
Father?
It's too late. He is dead. Yes, Paul, man. I was working for your grandfather. You see, he never believed your father was involved stealing those funds.
And yet he wouldn't allow mention of my father's name in his house.
Oh, what a man. He took his Christianity too seriously, that's all. Christ, Buddha, it's the same thing in the end, isn't it?
Mr. Galawodner, is it possible that the reason for my father's death was that he found out who did steal that money?
It's more than possible.
In which case that same person could have written those letters to me.
He's now trying to use witchcraft on you.
What use can I be to them? Or my death?
It is puzzling, man. Unless, of course, the person believes you have some information that could be incriminating.
I only wish I had. What exactly does the demon ritual involve?
The beating of the devil drums induces a state of trance in the worshippers. Whilst in this trance, they can be commanded to do anything.
Even hack a man to death?
Yes. They also have the power to assault the victim's mind, wherever he may be. Look, forget about all this now, Paul, man. In a couple of weeks from now, you'll be home in England, away from demon worship, away from the past.
No, I could never go back to England until I know the demon won't be able to reach me anymore.
What are you going to do, man?
Do? I'm going to meet the demon on his own ground. At Palpitia.
All right, Paul. This is it. Palpitia. But let me say, I think you're making a big mistake.
This is my fight, Tony. It's me they want, and I'm ready for them.
But you do not know what you're up against, Paul. People have been known to go stark, staring mad after a night of demon ritual.
You're forgetting one thing. To gain power over me, they need my blood. When these people attacked you at Yarla, they thought they had it. No, it's not my death they want.
Then what do they want?
That's what I'm here to find out. You're sure you did what I asked?
Yes, practically the whole of Colombo knows you're spending the night alone here. You're a sitting target, Paul. You know that, don't you?
Good. So you better get out of here while you can. Oh, and Tony, if you really want to help me, don't hang around anywhere near this place. At this moment, we're being watched. Don't ruin things for me.
Good luck, Paul. You're going to need it.
Yes. It's all here, isn't it? Right here in this bungalow. The past, the present, and maybe the future.
Your teachers say if I were to take you back to Ceylon now, it would spoil your education.
I don't think of you as a father.
Find the truth, Paul. Give the De Vries family back their name.
I don't want to go to England. I don't want to leave Palpitia.
Master Paul.
Am I your friend too, Nihal?
Of course you are, Master Paul. You always have been my friend and always will be. No one can ever separate us. No one. Always remember that.
Seek out the demon, and you will understand that his power does not exist. Never forget, my son, the eyes of the Buddha are upon you.
Who's there? I know you're out there. I'm alone. I'm waiting for you. Drum. The room getting lighter. Where's it coming from? Outside on the lawn. Candles. There are are shadows everywhere. If only I could see. They're coming out of the jungle. Faces. Masks. Devil masks. That drum. Mustn't lose control. Keep control. 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 Control.
Who's there?
Come outside, Paul. There's nothing to be frightened of.
I'm not afraid.
We are waiting for you. Well, come on, then.
Control. 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 Your power does not exist. It does not exist.
Paul!
Who's there? I can't see you in the shadows.
Over here, Paul. Come into the moonlight where we can all see you.
Why are you hiding behind that mask? What have you been scared of? Who are you? Malcolm. You?
Yes.
But you were my father's friend. He trusted you.
Yes.
You stole that money from the estate, didn't you? And he found out.
I offered to share it with him, but he became so righteous he couldn't allow himself to take it. He even asked me to pay it back.
Did that justify killing him?
Oh, yes. It was more difficult to pay back than he realized.
But why all this? Devil worship, witchcraft.
Your father was so naive. He never realized that witchcraft had been practiced by his workers here for years. When he found out, he dismissed all those involved. You see, Paul, he gave them a motive for hating him. I only had to use that motive.
Has life treated you so badly that you could kill your best friend for money?
There speaks a true de Vries. Your family only had to inherit money. I had to work for mine.
Did you write those letters? Those forgeries? Were you the one who brought me out from England and tried to make me believe my father was still alive?
Naturally.
Now that's what interests me, Malcolm. You could have had me killed the moment I arrived in Ceylon, and yet you chose not to. Why? There must be a reason.
Yes.
What are we waiting for? Who are we waiting for?
I'm not waiting for anything. You chose to find out about me. Now I cannot allow you to live.
But if you kill me, all this will have been a waste.
Yes, but you've left me no choice.
Rakshos!
No!
Yield, Paul. Yield.
No! Your power does not exist. It does not exist.
Yield!
No! Never!
After
no!
him! After him!
Keep control. 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 Those drums! Where am I? Which way can I go?
Oh!
Which way? I can't move. Those drums.
Oh!
Power does not exist. Control. Control. Control.
Paul, there is nowhere for you to go.
Your power does not exist. The eyes, the Buddha's eyes. I can see them.
Give me the knife. Stop the drums. Veranava.
Who are you?
Don't leave me! Please! Please! Don't leave me!
The eyes of the Lord Buddha were watching over you, my son. Always remember, Paul, there is no force greater than that of one's own faith.
Yes. I saw the Buddha's eyes quite distinctly. The sapphire penetrated the darkness. But there was something else, Anamani. Just before I lost consciousness, the jungle was filled with a strange sound. In the moonlight, I could see the saffron robe of a priest. I'm so grateful that you were there.
Oh, I was not there, my son.
But I couldn't have imagined it. Animali? Where are you?
Paul.
Who's that?
There's nothing to be afraid of, Paul.
I can't see you in the dark.
Hold the candle higher.
Father? It is you.
Yes.
How strange, I knew. All the time I knew. They said we were alike, you and me. I suppose we are, a bit.
You're taller than me, you rascal.
Isn't it silly? I can't think of what to say.
It is difficult, isn't it?
What should we do about it?
I think we'd better go for a walk.
I remember once we did walk together along this beach at Mount Lavinia. I think it must have been the first time I ever saw the sea. I was terrified. And you laughed. Father, it was you at Polonnaruwa, wasn't it? That night when I was waiting by the Book of Stone?
Yes, Paul, I was there. From the moment you arrived in Ceylon, I knew everything you did.
And there was a monk in the Petta market in Colombo.
Malcolm never believed I was dead. As long as I was alive, I was a threat to him. You, Paul, were the bait to bring me out into the open.
But they found your body at Palpitia.
No. It was Nihal's body they found. Nihal gave me the chance to escape. He used himself as a decoy. In the dark, they hacked him to death. The following morning, his family took him to the village, and he was cremated as if he were me. Because of my dear friend Nihal, I was given the chance to live again.
His wife, that old woman, she knew you were alive. That's why she sent me to the stone book at Polonnaruwa.
Yes, but there were others there before me. The ironic thing is that I told Malcolm I would never tell anyone what he had done. All I asked was that he paid the money back into the estate in his own time.
What will happen to him now?
Malcolm is dead.
Dead?
His body was found in the jungle this morning. He had taken his own life.
Perhaps it's best that way.
For him, perhaps.
Last night, it was you I saw in the jungle. That strange chant.
Om Mani Padme Hum. We call it a mantra, Paul. The most sacred and powerful words. Words that we in the Buddhist faith believe can contact directly the benevolent force that we all call God. It's the only thing that can break the trance of the so-called demon worshippers.
I don't mean to sound disrespectful, Father, but it is a bit strange to see you like this.
Saffron robes and shaved head. It's something one gets used to.
Will you spend the rest of your life locked up in a monastery?
Oh, you make it sound like a prison. We are free. Free to go where we like.
Now that Grandfather's dead, will you visit Burley?
Of course, Paul. Now that I'm free from the past, I shall go back and see Lilla and the rest of the family from time to time.
You know that Grandfather loved you.
Yes. But as we both know, it's not always easy to communicate our feelings. If only he had understood that both our gods are the same God. We just meet them in different ways, that's all.
Father, I'm going to come back here to live.
No, you don't belong here.
But of course I do, Father. I was born here. My roots are here. I want to find myself.
You have found yourself. We both have. We know each other now.
But I love this beautiful country.
Well, I am glad you've realized Sri Lanka is something more than a land of demon worship.
Do you know something? When I was a child on board that aircraft going to England, I remember looking down at this island spread out like a large emerald. It was my home I was leaving. And I vowed that one day I would come back.
And you have come back, and will come back again, and I shall be here to see you.
Yes. Father.
In Eyes of the Buddha, by Victor Pemberton, the part of Paul was played by David Spencer, and that of Malcolm Warwick by John Westbrook. Mrs. Giles Singer and the old lady were played by Barbara Mitchell, Joanna Elizabeth Proud, Aunt Lilla Hilda Kreisman, Annie Marley John Ruddock, George de Vries Nigel Graham, Tony Andrew Rivers, Grandfather de Vries Rolf Lefevre, Mr. Garawadna William Edel, Nee Howe Ronald Herdman, and Uncle Harry William Fox. The play was produced by John Tiedemann.
This is Radio 4. We present the first in Victor Pemberton's trilogy, Our Family.
The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore. A love story for radio by Victor Pemberton. With Neris Hughes, Nigel Anthony, Wendy Richard and Sheila Grant. The Trains Don't Stop Here Anymore.
Atchison, it's an air raid warning.
An air raid warning? We've only just got to bed.
If I was you, I'd get to the shelter at the tube station right away. There's a Zeppelin on the way over.
I don't care about the Zeppelin. I am not leaving my bed in the middle of the night for anyone, do you hear? Operating mad.
That's it. That's the signal now. Take cover. Take cover.
Mortgage, please!
Oh, dear Lord, where will it all end? Oh, God, I learned to bosh.
But bosh are only people, Mother, like you and me.
Oh, you stupid girl. Sometimes you talk such utter nonsense, just like your father.
Mother, why doesn't Father ever come down to the shelter with us?
How many times do I have to tell you, Dickie? Your father stays at home because... Well, because he's not scared of bombs.
But neither am I. So why can't I stay behind with him?
Mind the gates, please!
Oh, no. Not again. Why is it that whenever the lower classes are faced with a crisis, they always have to sing?
Oh, it'll be so wonderful when the war's over and the family can all be together again. Ever since they took Tom off to the front, I've been so scared of what might happen to him.
I've told you before, young lady. I do not want your brother's name mentioned in my presence.
Mother, that's a terrible thing to say. Tom could be killed at any moment.
Whatever happens to Tom Edgington will be through his own weakness. His father and I gave him every chance in the world. It's not our fault if he decided to go his own way.
Tom joined the army because he wanted to fight for his country.
He did it so that he could get away from home. Away from me, his own mother. He could have had everything. But now look at him, a common foot soldier.
Tom had to do something for himself, Mother. You should be proud of him. Tom loves you, Mother. I know he does.
All clear! All clear!
For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen.
Please, Father, can I have some gravy over my Yorkshire pudding, please?
You'll wait your turn, young man. Ladies first.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, Father, I'm not very hungry today. I'll just have some meat, no vegetables.
Well, what's the matter with you, child? Are you ill or something?
She's very restless these days, William. I noticed it in church this morning.
I'm not ill, Father. I just don't want to put on too much weight, that's all.
Too much weight? A girl of your age?
You're forgetting I'll be 18 on the 8th of July.
More like 118. Ow!
That's enough, you two.
Letty, have you been seeing that Webster boy again?
Who, Mother?
Don't play the innocent with me, miss. Don't think I didn't notice he was in church this morning.
I'm sorry, Mother. I don't know what you're talking about. No potatoes, thank you, Father.
Give her potatoes, cabbage, and Yorkshire pudding.
Yes, but if she's not hungry, Beatrice...
Allow me to know what is best for my own daughter, if you please, William. Take the plate, Betty.
But, Mother, I don't want any.
Do as I say, please. In future, you're not to see that Webster boy again. Now, do I make myself perfectly clear, young lady?
Why, Mother? What's wrong with him?
What's wrong? Are you aware that he comes from a family who made their money in the rag and bone trade in the East End of London?
What difference does that make? Ronnie's just a nice boy, that's all.
I don't want to hear any more about him, thank you.
Don't worry, Mother. You won't. Ronnie took the King's shilling yesterday.
What do you mean? He signed on for the army?
Yes, Father.
But that boy can't be more than 16 years old.
Like all the rest of them, he lied about his age.
Yes, you know, the other day I was passing the recruiting office at the church hall. There was a long line of them, queued up in the rain outside. Boys.
Hello? Anyone at home?
Tom, in here, Tom.
Tom, in here.
Sit down. I will not have my table disturbed in the middle of the meal.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to barge in like this.
Tom, oh, Tom, I never thought I'd see you again. I thought you were dead. Let me look at you. You've grown a moustache. You're so thin, Tom. Just look at you.
You're growing up fast, Letty. You're at least 2 inches taller than when I last saw you.
Tom, my dear boy.
Hello, Father. It's good to see you again, sir. I see you have a new maid.
Her name's Rosie. She has false teeth.
She thought I was a burglar.
Well, why didn't you write, my boy? It's been so long.
Yes, well, I'm sorry about that, sir, but you see, well, where I've just come from, there wasn't really much time to write letters.
How many of the Bosch did you kill, Tom? I bet it was thousands.
Not quite as many as that, Nick.
Well, how long are you home for, son?
Just 7 days, sir.
7 days? But you've been away for months.
We leave for France again on Saturday night. Things seem to be hotting up out there. Of course, I could stay on at the barracks if it's not convenient.
Stay at the barracks? Don't be absurd, my boy. This is your home. You're welcome to stay for as long as you like. Isn't that so, my dear? Beatrice?
I'll get Rosie to prepare your room.
Thank you, Mother. It's good to be home again.
Good. Then may I take it you will be discarding that uniform before joining us at the dinner table?
No, Tom, the last time you took me out on this lake, I was still at school. Nicky was with us.
Yeah, that's right. I seem to remember splashing you both with the oars or something.
You certainly did. I had to go home and change my dress. It was so wet. Mother was furious.
What a terrible brother I've been.
No, Tom. Don't ever say that. In fact, you're the best brother anyone could ever have. If anything should ever happen to you, I wouldn't want to go on living.
Letty Edgington, don't ever let me hear you say such stupid things like that. Look, when the war's over, we'll both be going our own separate ways because that's the way life is. I've got a lot of things I want to do, people to meet, places to go to. But you, Letty, well, you're different. You're someone with so much capacity for love. You have so much to give. Believe me, one of these days you're going to find a nice young bloke who'll take care of you.
Me, get married?
Don't you want to get married and have kids of your own?
Of course I do. But do you really think Mother will ever allow that to happen? She'll never let me go, Tom. You see, she's working out all her frustrations on me because she knows Father doesn't love her anymore.
Do they still quarrel with each other?
Night after night I lay awake listening to the two of them fighting in their room. It's hard to believe that they ever loved each other.
Oh, husbands and wives quarrel, Letty. It's part of married life.
Father has a mistress. Did you know?
Is what?
Mother thinks I don't know, but I do. I've known for a long time. Ever since Father first refused to come down to the shelter with us during the air raids.
Do you know who the woman is?
Oh, yes. It's Amy Lyle, in the pawnbrokers at the end of our street. She was divorced about a year ago.
Amy Lyle? But she must be all of 20 years younger than Father.
I'm sure Father has his own reasons.
Oh, God, Letty. If only I'd known you were going through all this.
Oh, it's not myself I care about. It's Mother. She can't help being what she is. Sometimes I feel so sorry for her.
Sorry? For a woman who treats her children the way she does? You know, I still haven't forgotten the time she slapped you across the face for nothing at all.
Oh, she's found more subtle ways of hurting me these days. Like sending me to work in the paint factory.
You mean that was her idea?
It all happened because I mentioned that the great ambition in my life was to become a shorthand typist. But Mother wouldn't hear of it. She seems to resent the idea of me being able to use my own mind. Oh, Tom, what am I going to do with my life?
I'll tell you what you're going to do, Letty. For once in your life, you're going to make a decision of your own.
A shorthand typist? It's out of the question. I've already made my position perfectly clear to your sister. Letty is not suited to a clerical post.
But, Mother, how can you say that when you haven't even given her the chance to prove herself?
Young man, I decide what is right for my children, not you.
Oh, Mother, be reasonable. Look, Letty is a fine, intelligent girl. Give her the chance and she'll make you proud of her. Let her go to that typing school.
I'm sorry, but my mind is made up. At the end of next week, Letty will be leaving her present position. I've arranged for her to start work at the Woolwich Arsenal.
What?
Yes. I thought that idea might appeal to you. It will give your sister the opportunity to mix with some of those fascinating people from the lower classes that you both admire so much.
No, Mother, I won't let you do it.
Stand out of my way, sir.
You cannot put that girl to work in a munitions factory. I won't let you. There have been too many accidents. People have been killed there.
May I remind you that this war is not of my choice either. We must all be prepared to make sacrifices. Isn't that what you've always said, Thomas? Now, for the last time, will you let me pass?
Mother, let me tell you something. You were right. I did leave this house to get away from you. And you know why? Because I despise what you are. And I despise everything that you've ever done to this family.
No, so please don't say any more.
You know, Mother, the world
I
is
beg
full
you.
of little people like you. Little in mind and little in heart. One day you're going to need your children around you. But when that time comes, it'll be too late.
Oh, no, so... I'm going up to my room now. When I come down again, I shall not expect to find you in this house.
It's all right, Letty, love. There's nothing to worry about. It's all over now.
But I won't let her send you away, Tom. I won't.
I promise you, Letty, she's the one that's going to regret all this, not you. Don't you realise what she's done? She's tried to make you weak. But you're going to be strong, Letty. Strong.
Don't go, Tom. Please don't leave me.
Letty, one of these days the war's going to be over. It won't be long now. A few months, maybe. And when that happens, the first thing I'm going to do is come back and take you away from all this.
Oh, Tom, will you? Will you really do it?
Oh, look at you, you silly thing. There's great big tears rolling down your cheeks. Oh, come on now, Letty. Don't let me go away remembering you like this. Look, try and think of the times when we were kids together. The good times, Letty, eh? Not the bad ones. What is it you've always said to me? Every cloud
has a silver lining.
Every cloud has a silver lining. Yes. That's my little sister. And we are still going to be friends, aren't we?
What are you talking about? Of course we are.
Yes, of course we are. Nobody can ever take that from us, Letty. Nobody.
When this ruddy war is over, oh, how happy I shall be. When this ruddy war is over, and we come back from Germany.
Well, I don't care what you say, Letty. A munitions factory's no place for a girl like you to be working in. You're a square peg in a round hole. Anyone can see that.
Don't be so silly, Vi. We've all got to do our bit to end the war, haven't we? Though I must say, I often dread what'll happen to all these bullets and shells we're making.
We're at war, and if we don't kill the Boche first, it's our boys that'll suffer.
Yes, I know, but it still seems so wrong to have to kill.
See what I mean? You just don't belong in a place like this. I mean, just look around you. There must be hundreds of girls slaving their guts out in this dump, but they're none of them like you, Letty. We're all used to manual work. You're not.
You're talking absolute nonsense, Vi. I'm as capable of doing a hard day's work as anyone here.
That's not what I'm saying, and you know it. You know as well as I do, the only reason you're in here is because that old cow of a mother wants to get her own back on you. She ought to be chained to a cart horse, that one.
Vi, I wish you wouldn't talk about my mother like that. You know I don't like it.
I don't care. That woman's just not letting you get enough out of life. I mean, just look at you. You don't even wear makeup.
Don't like makeup.
It's all right for you. You don't need no makeup with skin like you've got. But I still say you should have a nice young man of your own, Letty. You don't get out to meet people.
When my brother Tom comes back from the war, I'll meet all the people I want.
A brother is not a boyfriend, Letty. And anyway, for all you know, he might be laying dead at the bottom of some trench by now.
Don't you dare say such things to me, Vi Hobbs. Do you hear? Don't you dare!
Oh, I'm sorry, Letty. I didn't mean... I'm sorry. Look, I was wondering, how would you like to come and meet my brother sometime?
Your brother?
Yeah. His name's Ollie. That's short for Oliver. He's in the army, same regiment as your Tom. They sent him back from France with a bad wound on one of his legs. Ollie don't talk much, but you'd like him.
Where is he now?
He's in a servicemen's hospital over in Richmond. Oh, why don't you come there with me next Sunday?
No, I don't think so, Vi. I mean, I don't even know your brother.
That's all the more reason why you should come. Ought to be a tonic for him to see a pretty face for a change. He's fed up with the sight of my physic, I can tell you. Oh, come on now, mate. It'll do him a lot of good, you know. In fact, it'll do you both a lot of good. Oliver, wake up. Oliver, wake up, will you? Private Hobbs?
Sure. Oh, what is it? What's up? Oh, it's you, Vi.
I must say I'm very flattered. Every time I come to visit you, you're always fast asleep. I hope you don't snore like that when you find yourself a wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vi. I must have just dropped off for a few seconds.
Ollie, I've brought you a visitor. This is a friend of mine who works with me in the factory. Letty, I'd like you to meet my brother Oliver. Ollie, this is Letty Edgington.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Letty.
I'm pleased to meet you too, Oliver. I'm sorry to hear you've had all this trouble.
Oh, it's not all that bad, really. Anyway, I'm feeling a lot better than I was.
Mum sent you some biscuits. They're your favourite.
I don't like digestives.
Why not? I do.
Then what you bringing me for?
Oh, that's just typical of you, Oliver Hobbs. Always so ungrateful. You'd never think there was a food shortage the way you carry on. God, I'm so thirsty I could hardly spit 2 hairs. Do they still have that tea urn outside?
Yeah, as far as I know.
What about you, Letty? Would you like a cup?
Let me go, Vi.
Not on your Nelly. You don't think I want to stay here with this one, do you? Not in the mood he's in. Keep an eye on him, Letty. If he gives you any treat, give him a fourpenny one. I won't be a jiff. Vi!
I wouldn't bother if I was you, Letty. What she really means is she's off to chat up one of the doctors she fancies. Yeah. Look, why don't you sit on the edge of the bed? I'm afraid I don't provide any chairs for visitors in this place.
Oh, no. It's quite all right, thanks. I don't mind standing.
It was very good Go ahead, Letty, you first.
Oh, well, I was only going to ask if your leg hurts very much.
Oh, no, not really. I've forgotten all about it. Well, almost.
How did it happen?
Oh, come on now, a nice girl like you don't want to hear about things like that.
Oh, but I do.